Hey everyone, where are you tuning in from? Drop a comment and let me know. How was your day? I'm really excited to be here and share some mysterious experiences I've had from around the world. So don't forget to turn on notifications and subscribe to the channel so you can be the first to comment. Hey, okay. I want to tell this the way it actually feels in my memory, not the way it looks typed out on a screen. So first, my dad's side of the family has always had this quiet, unspoken thread running through it. Like certain people just know things. My grandma, for one, let's call her Grandma Ruth. She'd have these dreams that would come true later. Not every night, not like a party trick. Just enough that the adults would get this look and go, yeah, Ruth dreamed again. And then my cousin, Lena, she's the same way, maybe even stronger. She'll dream something specific, like a moment or a phone call or an accident, and then it happens. She also has that thing where she'll suddenly know something without being told, like the answer drops into her brain fully formed. And I'm not saying I'm on their level, but I've had my own little flashes. Hearing my name when no one said it. Knowing something's about to happen before it does. Small stuff, but enough that I never fully shrugged it off. Then recently, I found out about this relative nobody ever talked about, my great-great-aunt. I'm going to call her Aunt Marjorie, because honestly, it feels kinder than saying her real name. The only way she was described to me was basically, bad luck followed her everywhere. Like her whole life was one long run of things going wrong. I went and visited her grave not long ago, and what got me was her age. She didn't make it to old age. She was in her mid-50s, and it hit me like, wait, why didn't anyone ever mention her? And this is the part that still makes my stomach tighten. My grandma's older relatives, the women who were around when Aunt Marjorie passed, used to tell a story. They said that when she died, they saw something dark, like a shadow, like smoke, come out of her mouth. And then it sort of pulled back in, like it changed its mind. I don't have anyone left to ask about it. No one who saw it is alive now. So I'm just holding this strange little family story in my hands, trying to decide if it's folklore or trauma or something real. Okay, now here's where it gets personal. When I was a kid, early elementary age, my family moved into this little house and stayed there for a few years. It wasn't big. Everything was close together, like the house was holding its breath. And during that period of my life, things happened to me that I have never experienced in the same way since. I'd wake up at night in this half-awake, trance-like state and go straight to my parents' room, like I was pulled there. One night, I told them there was blood all over a poster in my room. I remember how sure I felt. Like, of course there's blood, can't you see it? They followed me back, turned on the light. Nothing. Clean poster. Normal room. No blood. And I remember standing there feeling confused, like reality had just swapped masks on me. Another time, I was in my bed just sobbing, repeating, I want to go home. I want to go home. And the weirdest part is, I was home. But I felt stranded, like I was in the wrong version of my life. My mom came in, and I can still see her face in my mind. Not scared, not concerned, just tired and irritated, like, what are you even talking about? And I couldn't explain it. I didn't have words big enough. The layout of the house is burned into my memory. The bathroom was at the top of the stairs. From the bathroom doorway, you could see down a short hallway that led to the bedrooms. And one day, I was sitting in the bathroom, just a kid, doing kid stuff, and I looked down that hallway, and I saw something I still can't shake. And I know what people will say. It was a dream. It was imagination. It was a kid being dramatic. But I remember it with the same clarity I remember the bathroom light and the hallway shadow, and where my own knees were when I sat there. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I was awake, and my house was doing something it shouldn't be able to do. There was also something about the bathroom tiles. The tiles had patterns, swirls and little shapes, not plain squares, and I would stare at them the way kids do, finding faces like you find animals in clouds. Except one face didn't stay still. It would shift, subtly but undeniably, like the expression was changing while I watched. And I know about optical illusions. I know about eyes playing tricks. But this was different. I checked it over and over because even as a little kid, I had this thought like, am I losing it? Imagine being 8 years old and doing reality checks because your bathroom floor won't behave. And then one day the faces in the tiles looked different, like the whole map of them changed, and that particular moving face never came back. I remember feeling almost relieved, and then weirdly empty, like I'd lost proof of something, even though I didn't want it. On top of all that, I used to smell nail polish at random times, sharp, chemical, unmistakable, when there was absolutely no reason for it. No one painting nails, no open bottles, nothing. I even remember being at Grandma Ruth's house once and saying, I smell nail polish, and she just brushed it off like, you've got nail polish on the brain. Like it was funny, like it meant nothing, but it didn't feel like nothing. And here's the part I don't love admitting. Thinking about all of this recently made me panic. For months, I wondered if it meant something clinical, like schizophrenia, or some kind of psychotic disorder that had been simmering in me since childhood. I started talking to a psychiatrist for other stuff going on lately. Depression, hearing things sometimes. And these memories came back so sharply it was like someone opened a door in my head that had been sealed for years. So now I'm sitting with two possibilities that both scare me. One possibility is that my brain, even as a child, was misfiring in these specific ways. Visions, smells, sensations, and those were early signs of something. And the other possibility is that something about that house, or something tied to my family, was real. Real in the way that doesn't fit neatly into a medical chart. Real in the way Grandma Ruth and Lena would quietly understand without making a big show of it. And I don't know which is worse, honestly. I guess what I'm asking, if you're listening to me like a real person, is, what would you make of it? A frightened kid's brain trying to interpret shadows and patterns. A family sensitivity that shows up as dreams and knowing, and sometimes as terrifying imagery. Or something else entirely. Because I can handle unexplained. What I can't handle is not knowing whether I should be afraid of the world or afraid of my own mind. So this was about 20 years back, and it still pops into my head every now and then like it happened last summer. My uncle had this big stretch of land, something like 80 acres, split between woods and open fields. When my cousin Jesse and I were teenagers, that place was basically our whole world. We tore around on four-wheelers, cut little trails, built hangout spots everywhere we could get away with it. We knew the property so well, we could have walked it blindfolded. One year, we decided we wanted a real camp, like our own secret base. We picked this spot down in a shallow ravine near the edge of a soybean field, tucked right inside the tree line with a little creek nearby. No houses close, no road noise, just woods in that open field. It felt like the middle of nowhere. And we had a theme for each hideout, you know? This time, we were feeling ambitious, so we built these big stick teepees. We found 4 long, straight limbs for each one, stood them up like poles, tied them together at the top, then started weaving smaller sticks around them, snapping them to size and lashing them on. We even brought some of our stuff out there, random little toys and things to mess with when we got tired of building. We kept it all in plastic totes and shoved them into the corners of the unfinished teepees when it got late. The plan was to come back the next weekend and finish everything up. Except when we did come back the following weekend, it was wrong. Just wrong in a way I still can't fully explain. The teepees were completely taken apart. Not smashed, not kicked over, disassembled. And all the sticks were stacked in neat, tidy piles, like somebody had taken their time and cared about doing it clean. But then there were a few sticks left out on the ground that didn't match the neat and tidy thing at all. They were arranged in a circle, and inside the circle was this big A-shaped symbol. The first thing it reminded me of was an anarchy symbol, like the kind you'd see on a notebook in school. But it didn't feel like some edgy kid doodle. It felt deliberate. And the totes? Gone. All our stuff, just missing. We told ourselves it had to be the neighbor kids, because a couple families nearby had permission to ride the trails on my uncle's land. We figured maybe they'd found our camp, thought it was funny, and decided to mess with us. I honestly can't even remember if we confronted anyone. We might have. We might have just shrugged it off and said, whatever, because we didn't have proof and we didn't want to look stupid. But here's the thing. None of that mattered after what happened later. A few weeks after that, we had one of those big summer get-togethers. Bonfire, family, food, the whole thing. The fire started getting low, and somebody said we needed more wood. And Jesse and I, being geniuses, were like, oh, we know a spot. There's a bunch of easy wood already cut and stacked. So we hooked a little trailer to the four-wheeler and headed out to that ravine. It was pitch black. The kind of dark where the trees feel taller and everything sounds closer. I don't remember the exact time, only that it was late enough that the party noise disappeared the deeper we went. We got to the spot and started loading. We weren't talking much, just working fast, like we wanted to get in and get out. And then, we both heard it. A woman's voice. Not screaming, not hysterical, clear and stern, like it had absolute authority. Leave here now! It wasn't right next to us, and it wasn't far away either. It was like it came from the air itself, like a whisper carried on the wind, except it was unmistakably words. A command. We ran. We didn't even finish loading. We just scrambled onto the four-wheeler and tore out of there like something was on our heels. The trailer was bouncing and fishtailing behind us, slamming into ruts, whipping side to side. I remember hearing it bang and scrape, and I remember thinking, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, just go. By the time we got back, the trailer was basically wrecked. Of course, everyone asked where the wood was and what happened, and of course we told them, breathless, wide-eyed, talking over each other. And of course, nobody believed us. They laughed, or rolled their eyes, or told us we'd spooked ourselves in the dark. And maybe that would have been easier to accept if it was just me. But it wasn't. Jesse heard it too. We heard the same words, at the same time, in the same place. My cousin and I don't really talk anymore. Life happened, people drift, you know how it goes. But back when we still did, every once in a while one of us would say, hey, do you remember when? And we'd bring that night up, almost like we needed to check, again and again, that it had really happened and we hadn't imagined it. And I still think about that symbol sometimes, that big A inside the circle. I still wonder what it actually meant, who made it, and why. And I know one thing for sure. Whatever it was down in that ravine, it wanted us gone. So, my cousin Mia and I just did this quick little 2-night getaway down in the Florida Keys. Marathon, specifically. It was supposed to be an easy, sunny reset, you know? Ocean air, iced coffee, the whole thing. But the minute we walked into our room, something felt off. First thing, It was freezing in there. And not like, oh, the AC is blasting freezing, because it wasn't even turned down like that. The air just felt cold in a weird way, like the room had been holding on to it. We shrugged it off, dropped our bags, went out for the day, did our thing. And honestly, we didn't even talk about it again until later that night. When everything started getting stranger, we're getting ready to sleep, and there's this big mirror across the room, like way bigger than it needs to be. And while we're laying there, we start hearing this faint crackling sound coming from it. Not constant, more like little snaps and pops, like something shifting behind glass. Then the night turned into one of those nights where you don't sleep, you just keep waking up. Both of us were stirring on and off, and a few times I woke up with that intense feeling that I had to turn on the light, like I needed to see something immediately. So I'd click it on, sit up, scan the room, and there'd be nothing. Every single time. But the feeling didn't go away, like my body was reacting to something my eyes couldn't catch. At one point, we heard the door handle make that little flick sound, like someone pressed it down and let it snap back up. And it wasn't just once. It happened more than once, like someone was testing it. And then, this is the part I still can't explain. I heard what sounded like something getting tossed onto the floor. The closest thing I can compare it to is empty plastic bottles, like that hollow clatter-tumble sound. I sat straight up and turned the light on again, expecting to see a mess. Nothing. The floor was clear. When I laid back down, Mia was turned away from me, facing the other side, and I whispered, "Did you hear that?" And she answered me, like she was responding normally. But I couldn't understand her. It sounded like words, but muffled, distorted, like her voice was getting swallowed up before it reached me. I remember just freezing there and then. Honestly, I don't know why, I just stopped talking and tried to force myself back to sleep. Around 4:15 in the morning, this thunderstorm hit out of nowhere. And I'm not talking light rain. This was a full-on, shaking the windows kind of storm. It went on for hours, like it just parked itself over us. When we finally looked at the time later, it had lasted into late morning. That afternoon, we noticed a puddle of water inside the room, right near the balcony door. And of course, we assumed the storm had something to do with it. But we couldn't find where it came from. The door frame was dry. The ceiling above it looked fine. No dripping, no damp trail, nothing. Just a puddle, like somebody set it there. Then that night, we couldn't sleep again. We were doing that tired, quiet routine, washing our faces, turning things off, and when I switched on one of the lamps, the bulb started flickering so violently it looked like a strobe. It wasn't a gentle, "oh, the light's loose," flicker. It was aggressive. I turned it off immediately, and we just looked at each other like, okay, great. And then, after we left, Mia told me something she hadn't said the first night, probably because it freaked her out too much. She said that during the storm night, when she was half asleep, she had one hand tucked under the pillow next to her, and she felt movement, like someone climbing up onto the bed. And then she felt it. This slow, sinking weight onto the pillow beside her, like a head being placed there. Not a vague pressure. She described it like the actual shape, like the dip where a head would rest. And she panicked so hard she shoved the pillow off the bed. When she told me that, my stomach actually dropped, because it matched the whole vibe we'd been feeling, like something small, quiet, and close. After that, we did what everyone does now. We went down a rabbit hole, Googling everything we could, local stories, accidents, anything tied to the area. We kept coming back to the same gut feeling, that whatever it was, it felt like a kid. Not evil, just present, like it wanted to be noticed. We stayed at a hotel in Marathon. Nothing fancy, just a clean, normal place. And our room was on the second floor. Room 2318. And I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. But it's one of those experiences where you can't really explain it away once you've lived through it. Because it wasn't just one weird thing. It was the stacking of it. The cold, the noises, the handle, the water that had no source, the light going wild, and that heavy, unmistakable feeling that we weren't alone in that room. So there's this one childhood memory I always hesitate to bring up, because if it were just me, I'd write it off as a kid's imagination running wild. But the problem is, it wasn't just me. There were 6 other cousins there, and even now, grown adults, we all still describe the same exact thing. We were spending a night out at my grandfather's place, his little farm out in the countryside. I don't remember our exact ages, but we were definitely still little. Like, no one was older than maybe 9 or 10. There were 7 of us total, 2 boys and 5 girls, all bouncing around like kids do when they're supposed to be winding down but aren't. The porch was the only place with decent light. One weak bulb over the door, that kind of warm little glow that makes you feel safe. And then beyond it, nothing. Just pure black. The yard, the path, the fields, everything disappeared the moment it left the porch light. We were sitting out there playing and talking and laughing when someone went quiet and pointed. Out in the darkness, straight ahead of us, were these patches. Big, neon green patches. Like 2 glowing shapes just hovering there, facing us. And I know how that sounds. I know. The farm had cats and dogs, and we'd seen their eyes at night before. Little reflective dots. You shine light and they shine back. But this wasn't that. These weren't small pinpoint reflections. They were larger, too large. And they weren't shaped like normal eyes either. No pupils, no iris, no eye structure at all. Just these solid, flat, greenish glows. Like someone had stuck 2 pieces of glowing glass in the air. The worst part was the feeling of it. They weren't just there. They felt focused. Like they were watching us the same way you watch someone when you're waiting for them to notice you. Of course we did what kids do. We got curious. One of the boys, Milo, ran inside and came back with my uncle's flashlight. He stood right at the edge of the porch light like he was brave, lifted the flashlight, and aimed it right at those glowing patches. And the second the beam hit them, gone. Just gone. Like someone snapped their fingers. All we could see in that spot were rocks and uneven ground. Nothing else. No animal, no person, no anything. So we're all talking over each other like, "Do it again, do it again." And Milo pulls the beam away. And the green patches instantly came back. Right there. Same spot, same height, same steady stare. He tested it again. Light on, disappears. Light off, returns. That's when the excitement stopped being fun and started curdling into that cold kind of fear kids get. The kind that makes your stomach drop even before you understand why. We ran inside to tell the adults, all of us tumbling into the room at once, trying to explain. But you know how it is. Family gathering, adults talking over tea, half listening. They barely looked up. Somebody waved a hand and said it was probably an animal, told us to stop spooking ourselves, and went right back to the conversation. So we trudged back out, annoyed and still curious and maybe a little embarrassed. And the glowing patches were still there, still facing us, still waiting. That's when Rowan, one of the boys, the stubborn one, did the thing we all begged him not to do. He crouched down, scooped up a handful of rocks from the porch edge, and chucked one toward the glow. It hit somewhere near them, at least we thought it did. And I swear, every single one of us felt it at the same moment. They moved closer. Not fast, not like a jump scare. Rowan laughed, nervous laughing, and threw another rock. Again, closer. A third rock, and now the distance felt wrong, like the darkness had shifted toward us, like something had leaned forward in response. We completely lost it. All 7 of us bolted inside, tripping over each other, slamming the door, breathless and wide-eyed, trying to talk at the same time. And here's the part I'm less confident about, because this part feels like it might have been fear taking over my brain. But I remember standing by a window later, peeking out toward the far hills, and thinking I saw more of them. More green glows scattered out in the darkness, like the countryside had more eyes than it should have. I can't swear to that part the way I can swear to the porch and the flashlight and the rocks, but it's stuck in my mind like a splinter. The next morning, in daylight, we went out there like tiny detectives, fully convinced we were going to solve it. Our most logical theory was something like, maybe it was glass, or a bottle, or some weird reflective mineral in the rocks that caught the porch light just right. We searched. We kicked stones around. We looked for anything shiny, anything reflective, anything that could explain it. There was nothing, just rocks. And what makes this so hard to shrug off, even now, is that the core details aren't just my foggy childhood recollection. My cousins still remember it too, independently, the same way. The big green glow, the way it vanished under the flashlight beam, the way it came back the second the light moved away, the way it seemed to creep closer when Rowan threw rocks. A couple weeks ago, it came up casually with my mom, just as a weird, remember that story? And she didn't even act surprised. She just shrugged and said that area has always had its own nighttime stories, like our family's private folklore. Like strange things aren't uncommon out there after dark. And honestly, that's what keeps me thinking about it. Because if it was an illusion, how does an illusion behave like that? Why would it react to us? And if it wasn't an illusion, if it was something real, why did it feel like it wanted us to come off the porch and step into that blackness? All I know is this: it didn't feel like an animal. It felt like something was out there, watching a porch full of kids, waiting to see who would get brave enough or curious enough to walk into the dark. So, I'm going to tell you this like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me, because I honestly don't know how else to say it. Me and my husband Mason moved into this apartment a while back, early 2023, late winter. I work at a hospital nearby, mostly inpatient psych these days, but I did my time in the ER before that, which is part of why this has messed with my head so badly, because my first instinct is always to explain things. Stress, anxiety, sleep deprivation, some weird mental health spiral, anything that fits neatly into a diagnosis. But what happened here doesn't. Our living room faces this long hallway. It's plain, like someone forgot to finish designing it. No pictures, no windows, nothing. Just this empty stretch that ends in a corner. And our couch sits pointed straight at it, like we're always, constantly, watching the same dead end. At first, I thought it was just me. Little flickers in the corner of my eye. A sound I couldn't place. When I was a teenager, I used to get that all the time when my anxiety was out of control. Shadowy movement, weird peripheral stuff. So when it started happening again after we moved in, I told myself, okay, same old story. You're tired. You're adjusting. Except, it didn't stay small. Over a couple months, it escalated. The most consistent thing, this is the part I hate admitting out loud, was a woman. Pale, too thin, like her bones were doing all the talking. Hair long and stringy, hanging down like wet thread. She'd be in the hallway, just beyond the corner, like she was trying to hide but also making sure I knew she was there, completely still. And then she got clearer, like my brain stopped guessing and started seeing. Daytime, nighttime, didn't matter. I didn't tell Mason. I kept it to myself, because what am I supposed to say? Hey, I think there's a ghost lady in our hallway. I work in acute psych. I know how that sounds. But one night, early summer, June-ish, I was sitting on the couch and I saw her move. Not a blur, not a trick of light. She shifted, like she was stepping out. My stomach dropped so hard I felt it in my throat. I finally said it. I tried to make it casual, like a joke I didn't want to commit to. I think I'm exhausted, I told him, because I swear I just saw a woman in the hallway. And Mason didn't laugh. He didn't tease me. He just got up, took my hand, and walked me into the bedroom, shut the door behind us, like he was trying to put a wall between us and the hallway. Around that same time, other things started stacking up, smaller, but constant. Doors that were closed would be open. Sometimes we'd find a door locked that neither of us remembered locking. Heavy footsteps that seemed to pace behind me when I walked from room to room. The kind of footsteps that sound like someone moving with purpose. Whispers, too. Soft, close, like somebody saying my name right behind my ear. I told myself it was the building. Pipes, neighbors, wind pressure, anything. And again, I still thought it was mostly me. Until one night in July 2023, everything snapped in half. Mason got home from work. I was cooking dinner. He went into the bathroom, and from the kitchen, I heard him saying my name over and over, like I was standing right outside the door. Then he said, "You don't have to knock, just come in." So I called back, confused, and he didn't answer. I walked to the bathroom, and he opened the door looking genuinely annoyed, like I'd been messing with him. He said, "Why were you knocking? Why were you calling my name?" I just stared at him. I wasn't. I tried to rationalize it. I even went back to the kitchen and made noise, tapped cabinets, knocked on the counter, like, maybe this sounds like knocking through the wall. He shook his head. No, it was knocking. And then he started crying, like fully broke down, sitting on the couch, hands over his face. When I asked what was wrong, he unlocked his phone and opened his notes app. And I swear to you, it was pages. Months of entries, dates, times, little descriptions, things he'd been seeing and hearing. He'd been keeping a log the whole time, quietly, like he was trying to prove to himself he wasn't losing it. And buried in those notes, again and again, was the same thing I hadn't dared say out loud. A frail woman in the hallway. He'd seen her from the day we moved in. He'd seen her alone. He'd seen her when I wasn't even home. He'd heard footsteps, whispers, and he wrote down something that turned my blood cold. That he'd heard my voice, my exact voice, calling him from the hallway while I was at work. "Come here. Come see." And then he wrote, the voice was coming from the corner. That was the moment we promised each other we'd stop hiding it. No more, maybe it's nothing. If something happened, we said it out loud, immediately. No secrets. Which makes what we did next feel especially stupid. That summer, we brought two things into this place that I still regret like a physical ache. First, we picked up this old framed photograph from a thrift shop. Not JFK this time, but some vintage political portrait, the kind that feels too serious for a living room. We both liked it in this weird way, like it was pulling our attention. We joked it was retro classy. We hung it up. Then, in August, we visited Mason's aunt down south and came back with a childhood keepsake of his, an old wind-up jester doll. Big painted smile, tiny black eyes that never looked friendly. The kind of toy that people pretend is funny but really just makes everyone uncomfortable. His aunt called it Marcel. Marcel was supposed to play music when you wound him, but sometimes he'd make a few notes without anyone touching him. Mason's aunt laughed it off like it was a cute quirk. I called it superstition, but I'll be honest, in the back of my mind, I didn't like bringing that thing home. And here's the part I can't fully explain, even to myself. Right before we left, I got attached to the doll. Like irrationally protective. Like it mattered that we took it. I insisted on it, even though Mason was the one hesitating. We brought Marcel back. After that, the apartment felt busier. Like it had more moving parts. Doors clicking. The hallway feeling charged, like air before a storm. Marcel would be turned slightly on the windowsill when we'd swear we hadn't touched him. Not much. Just enough to make you doubt yourself. And the woman still showed up sometimes. We stopped reacting because reacting felt like feeding it. We'd just keep talking, keep moving, pretend it wasn't there. Then came September 2nd, 2023. We came home late after being out. The apartment was completely dark. Mason locked the door behind me, and I stepped toward the living room to turn the lights on. And I saw something sitting in the hallway, right where the woman usually stood. It was Marcel, sitting upright, facing us, like someone placed him there, like he'd been waiting. I spun around and snapped at Mason, furious, like, "Are you seriously doing this to me?" He looked truly confused, which only made me angrier for half a second, until his face changed, until he saw it too. His expression went stiff and scared in a way I'll never forget. He started sobbing, like panicked, helpless sobbing. And I knew then, this wasn't a prank. This wasn't either of us. Not the little cheerful wind-up tune. A harsh, ugly screech, like metal complaining. Like something trying to warn me or punish me. I didn't even think. I ran outside, still holding it, and hurled it into the dumpster as hard as I could. Like I could throw the whole problem away with it. We didn't sleep that night. 2 days later, we adopted a cat, just trying to bring something warm into the space. Something normal. The first thing she did when we brought her inside? She padded straight to the end of the hallway, sat near the corner, and stared at the wall. Then she started meowing. Low, upset, like she was talking to someone she didn't like. The very next day, Mason and I got into a car accident. Not fatal, thank God, but it left him sore and shaken for weeks, and his back's never been quite the same since. After that, things calmed down. Kind of. The apartment was never fine, but it wasn't as loud. We still heard footsteps, still heard whispers now and then. But the woman showed up less once the cat was here, like she didn't enjoy the audience. Months went by, and we tried to live like normal people again. Then, in January 2024, we finally took down that vintage portrait we'd bought. We'd been side-eyeing it for a while. It didn't fit the space, and honestly, it just made the room feel wrong. So we threw it out. The next day, Mason slipped on ice in the parking lot while he was out alone. Hit his head hard enough to get a concussion so severe the ER doctor told him, straight-faced, that if the angle had been even slightly different, it could have been catastrophic. And now, I'm sitting on the couch again. Same spot, same view down that hallway. The cat is beside me, tense, ears angled forward. And she's there. That pale, thin woman, half hidden beyond the corner, like she's playing the same patient game she's always played. Peek, wait, remind me. Mason's asleep in the bedroom, and I'm not waking him up. Not tonight. Because he doesn't need to know I still see her this often. He doesn't need to know that I'm staring straight down the hallway. And she hasn't blinked once. I'm going to tell you something that still feels a little unreal to say out loud. So just hang with me, okay? Not that long ago, my dad, Ray, passed away. He was in an assisted living place toward the end because we couldn't give him the kind of care he needed at home anymore. And I don't want to dress it up. It wrecked me. I was sad in this deep, heavy way that didn't turn off when the day ended. Even when I lay down at night, it felt like my mind was still holding its breath. And then the dreams started. The first one, I wasn't anywhere I'd ever been in real life. I was in Maui, of all places, some warm, bright shoreline like something out of a postcard. In the dream, I'm walking out of the ocean, water sliding off my arms, sand under my feet, and there's this little beach bungalow ahead of me with the windows open like it's been waiting all day. And when I step inside, there he is. Dad, Ray, wearing this soft teal button-up and light pants like he's on vacation, like he belongs there. He looks up at me like this is the most normal thing in the world and just goes, "Hey, kiddo." That's it. 2 words. But my whole chest felt like it cracked open in the best and worst way at the same time. Then I woke up. And even though the dream was strange, waking up felt stranger, because for a second I had that warm, simple certainty. I just saw him, and then reality came rushing back in like cold water. A while later, another dream. This time I'm in Michigan, in the middle of a brutal snowstorm. Wind screaming, snow so thick it looks like the world is being erased. I'm standing by this big, dark green SUV, not even a car he owned, which made it feel even more off. It's parked near this lonely little gas station, the kind with harsh fluorescent lights and a sign flickering like it's tired. I walk in, pushing through the cold, and there he is again, Dad at the counter like he's running an errand. And this is the weird part. He's buying 2 old VHS camcorders, the chunky kind that look like they belong in the late 80s. But the boxes are crisp and new, like they've just been manufactured. Like the past is being sold fresh off the shelf. I want to speak. I really do. I want to say, "Dad, what are you doing? Are you okay? Are you..." a million things. But before the words come out, I wake up again. After that, I tried to shrug it off. Grief does things to you, right? It shuffles memories around, makes time feel loose. So one afternoon, I took a nap, thinking maybe I'd just get a break from myself for a while. Nope. I'm in this unfamiliar house, totally different from mine. Mine is normal, late 80s suburban. This place feels older, like a 1970s split level with dim corners and that slightly musty, old carpet feeling you can't quite name. Twice I've dreamed about this house, and I still couldn't tell you the layout, like the dream only lets me access certain rooms. The first time, Dad and I are sitting on this huge couch, watching TV in the dark. The TV glow is the only light. He's calm, quiet, like we've been doing this forever. And when I glance to the side, I see what I think is a kitchen, just a partial view, like it's hiding from me. The second time in that same house is, honestly, it's almost funny how wrong it feels. Dad is throwing this big party, music, voices, people everywhere, like he's hosting some kind of celebration. But my dad was never that guy. He wasn't the big party type. It felt like someone had swapped the settings on him. Upstairs, on the second floor, I bump into this woman, young-looking, glasses, sitting in a wheelchair. She introduces herself like she's an old friend of my dad's, like she's always been part of the story. But I don't think my dad had a friend like that. Not that I knew of. And the whole house, the party, the arcade basement, this stranger who's somehow familiar, felt like I'd stepped into a version of my life that took a left turn somewhere a long time ago. Then come the last two dreams. The finale dreams, I guess. I'm back in Hawaii again, but not the beach this time. It's Honolulu, and my whole family is there. My mom, Diane, and my two sisters, Kara and Lynn. All of us squeezed into this hotel room. Everything looks clean and modern, like a brand new resort. And I'm doing the dumbest, most normal thing, trying to figure out the TV remote. Pressing buttons, getting annoyed, laughing at myself a little. I'm about to turn and talk to Dad, because I can feel he's there, like I always can in these dreams. And then Mom walks in talking about the pool, all sun-kissed and chatty. She's going on about how warm it is and how much she misses being blonde. Which, what? My mom doesn't swim. She's never dyed her hair. And my sisters, in real life, are adults with their own lives. But in this dream, everything is slightly rewritten. Like the facts are close, but not quite snapped into the right place. And the very last dream? We're walking together, me and my sisters, while my parents are a little ahead, and my Uncle Frank is with them, like this little group of adults planning something important. We're heading toward this circus-themed casino hotel in Las Vegas, and I swear to you, it looks like something out of a fever dream. The entrance is this giant clown head, mouth open, teeth like an archway. There are outdoor rides and flashing lights, and the whole place feels like it's trying too hard to be fun and failing into something creepy. And the wild part is, in the dream, they're talking like it's a business trip, like we're all headed there for some kind of venture, like it's normal to invest in a nightmare circus casino. But even with all that, despite how wrong the details felt, I wasn't scared. Because every time the dream shifted into something bizarre, the one thing that stayed steady was this. My dad was there. And I can't explain how comforting that was. It's like the world around him was off, like the set dressing didn't match the script. Old-fashioned things that looked new, places I've never been, versions of our lives that didn't line up. Even the way he showed up sometimes, driving vehicles he never drove, acting in ways he never really acted. Like the dream wasn't pulling from my memory so much as building something adjacent to it. And I keep thinking about that, how grief can do that, how your mind, aching for someone, might create a door, any door, just to let you see them again. So yeah, part of me wonders if it's just grief doing what grief does. Sorting, replaying, reimagining. My brain trying to stitch my dad back into the world because I'm not ready for him to be gone. But another part of me, quiet, embarrassed, but honest, wonders something else. What if those dreams weren't just dreams? What if, in some strange way, I was seeing a parallel version of us? A place where he's alive, where my family's history is slightly different, where the details don't match because they were never our details to begin with. I don't know. All I know is, I never woke up from those dreams feeling scared. I woke up feeling full and hollow, like someone handed me a warm letter and then took it back. Was my grief just giving me comfort? Or was I visiting someplace real, someplace strange, where my dad could still look at me and say, "Hey, kiddo." The house that raised me. So, my family's always been the we feel things kind of family. Not in a dramatic movie way. More like you walk into a room and you just know you're not alone, even when you're alone. And for years, I kept telling myself it was imagination, stress, old house noises, whatever made it easier to sleep. But I've had a handful of experiences that were hard to explain away, and I realized they all sort of cluster by location, like each place had its own chapter. So I'm starting with the first one, my childhood home. I'm in my early 30s now, and I'm actually telling you this while I'm back visiting the house during a long weekend. It's in New Jersey, and it's the kind of home that looks ordinary until you've lived inside it long enough to realize it has a personality. The place was originally built in the 1940s, one of those post-war neighborhood houses, cookie cutter from the outside, but full of history once families start layering their lives into it. My grandparents moved there after coming over from Europe, and later my mom and dad moved into a small second-floor apartment that had been added on. It wasn't fancy, but it was home. As far as we knew, nobody had died in that house before my grandfather. No dramatic tragedies, no rumors, nothing like that. And still, my younger brother Caleb and I had these weird shared experiences from the time we were little. The most consistent one was the stairs. It's hard to explain without sounding ridiculous, but any time either of us stood at the bottom of the steps leading up to the second floor, there was this instant feeling, like your body decided it was in danger before your brain caught up. Dread, cold prickling on your neck, and this heavy sense that something was right behind you. And then you'd run. Not walk, not hurry. You'd run up those stairs like you were being chased, and you wouldn't stop until you hit the landing and could slam the door behind you. Caleb and I used to tease each other about it like, "You're just being a baby." But the truth is, we both did it. Every single time. That was just the background hum, though. The really tangible stuff started later, after my parents split up and my dad moved out. The house changed after that. I don't know if it was the stress in the walls or what, but that's when things went from creepy feelings to, okay, what is happening here? Back then, Caleb and I shared a bedroom with these heavy wooden bunk beds. I had the top bunk, he had the bottom. And in the corner of the room, we had an old desktop computer, late 90s or early 2000s, one of those chunky ones that sounded like it was breathing when it powered on. Here's what started happening. Late at night, after Caleb was already asleep, I would hear the computer keyboard typing. Not little taps, not settling noises, actual typing, like someone was sitting there working. It happened so often that I almost got used to it. And honestly, I wasn't even terrified at first. I was annoyed. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling like, "Are you kidding me? I'm trying to sleep." And sometimes I'd whisper, quiet but firm, "Stop." And the typing would stop immediately, like it had been listening. The moment that really cracked things open, though, the moment that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it, was the bed. Caleb and I were playing with toy cars on the floor one afternoon, just normal kid stuff. And then, both of us, at the exact same time, noticed something in the wood grain of the bunk bed frame. A face. It lasted a few seconds, maybe less, but it was long enough for both of us to freeze, scream, and bolt out of the room like our lives depended on it. Later, we tried to find it again. We couldn't. We took flashlights and angled them every possible way, thinking maybe it was shadows, maybe it was a knot in the wood, maybe our eyes had tricked us. Nothing. Not even a pattern that could explain it. That was the day I begged my mom to let me move into a different room, this small den we weren't really using. She finally agreed, probably because I looked genuinely shaken. When I was switching rooms, I mentioned the nightly typing to Caleb, like it was just another weird thing the house did. He flat out didn't believe me. He was like, "How would I not hear that? I'm literally in the same room." Fair point, honestly. So I shrugged it off, moved my stuff, and Caleb took the top bunk. The very next morning, I woke up and found the computer out in the living room, on the floor, like it had been dragged. Caleb wouldn't even look at me at first. He just said, really quietly, "It typed last night." Apparently, the first night he slept up top, he finally heard it, clear as day, and that was it. He wanted the computer gone, not moved, gone. So we got rid of it, and that room never had another computer in it again. Around that same period, I started having this recurring nightmare, but only in that house, nowhere else. In the dream, there was a little girl, and she wasn't sad or lost or ghost story tragic. She was mean, like she enjoyed being cruel. She'd find me in the kitchen, laugh at me, this awful, delighted laugh, and then try to stab me in the stomach. And the worst part is, as the dreams kept happening, they started to shift. It became less about the attack and more about me trying to figure out who she was and why she was in my house, like I was being pulled into her orbit. I'd wake up panicked, sweating, heart racing, with this heavy certainty that the nightmare wasn't just a nightmare, that it was tied to the stairs, and the typing, and that face in the wood. But it made no sense. Who could it be? Nobody died there. Eventually, Caleb got older and went through this phase where he was reading about spiritual cleansing, incense, salt, certain prayers, that kind of thing. I don't even remember everything he did, but he was serious about it. He did some kind of cleansing of the house, his version of it anyway. And after that, the worst of it stopped. Years later, way later, after I'd moved out and was living my own life, I learned something I hadn't known as a kid. My mom told me, in one of those quiet, heavy conversations, that she'd had a miscarriage when I was small. She'd been pregnant with a baby girl, and I remember just sitting there, feeling cold, because my mind immediately went back to the dream girl, the laughter, the jealousy I always felt radiating off her in the nightmare. I can't prove anything, and I'm not saying that's what it was, but part of me still wonders if something in that house carried her, if she felt like she belonged there too, and resented that Caleb and I got to stay. Now, the second presence in that house was completely different. My grandfather, Johann, lived downstairs with my grandmother. He was a gentleman when I was young, but he got sick later, and he eventually passed away in the house after a long, brutal battle with Alzheimer's. I was a teenager when it happened, and after that my grandmother was alone on the first floor. Except when my grandmother traveled. Every few years, she'd go visit her sisters overseas, and she'd be gone for a month or two at a time. And during those trips, only during those trips, the house would get loud. It was almost like my grandfather didn't understand she was gone, like he was searching. When Caleb and I were kids, we took piano lessons from this instructor named Frank who would come to the house. One afternoon, my grandmother was away, and I had to stay late after school for some stupid project. I told Caleb to just take a longer lesson, and I'd catch up later. When I got home, I walked in and immediately knew something was off. Frank and Caleb were both pale, like drained. They asked me, "Did you just get in right now?" I said yes, obviously, and they just stared at each other. During the lesson, they'd both heard a man's voice in another room. Not muffled, not maybe the TV is on, a real voice speaking. Then footsteps, then a door opening and closing. They'd assumed it was me coming home early, but they were alone. Frank was shaken in a way adults usually try not to be in front of kids. Like he didn't want to make it worse, but he couldn't pretend it was nothing. Then there was another incident when I was around 19. I was home alone, and for once I had the place to myself. No one to complain, no one to tell me to turn it down. So I started playing guitar really loud. Singing too, just messing around like an idiot, enjoying the freedom. And in the middle of it, I heard my grandfather's voice, his actual voice, German accent and all, shout my name the way he used to when we were kids, and he'd catch us doing something we weren't supposed to. Not a whisper, not a creak, a sharp, angry shout. I froze, and then I did the most mature thing possible. I ran out of the house and drove away. Barefoot. No shoes, no thinking, just pure instinct, like my body took over. I didn't come back until my mom got home from work. It's almost funny now, if I let myself laugh about it. Like even after death, he was still telling me to keep it down. But in the moment, it didn't feel funny. It felt like the house had turned and looked straight at me. And those were the big, unforgettable moments. But sprinkled through all of it were the smaller things that happened so often they started to feel normal. The piano playing when nobody touched it. Footsteps in rooms you knew were empty. Voices drifting down the hallway. Objects disappearing and then turning up in the most obvious place like they'd been put there on purpose. That house had layers, and living there felt like sharing space with memories that weren't always mine. And honestly, that was just the beginning. The one apartment I still won't drive past. So, I've had a lot of weird experiences over the years, but my dad's very first apartment after my parents split up, that place is the only one I won't even pass on the road anymore. My parents divorced when I was about 6. Dad moved into this small apartment on the edge of town, and not long after, his girlfriend at the time, Marissa, moved in too. Custody was shared, but I mostly lived with my mom and went to Dad's every other weekend. And I swear to you, the strange stuff started immediately. Like, day one. We were moving boxes into the master bedroom. I carried one into the walk-in closet, set it down, and when I slid it into place, my stomach just dropped. Underneath where the box had been, there was a handprint on the carpet. But it wasn't a dent, not a stain, not something spilled. I didn't even know what to say. I just stared, and I remember my dad going quiet in that way adults do when they're trying not to freak a kid out. Later that same day, we realized the shower didn't have a curtain. Dad measured the shower rod. He was standing right there with the tape measure, and we went out to grab a new one. We came back, and the rod was gone. Just not there. Dad and I both stood in the bathroom looking at each other like, "Are you messing with me?" We decided we must have misremembered because it seemed too ridiculous to argue with reality. We didn't feel like going back out, so we left it for the morning. Except when we woke up the next day, the rod was back. And not only was it back, there was a shower curtain on it. Neither of us bought a curtain. Neither of us put it up. And I can't explain the feeling of standing there, half awake, staring at a perfectly normal bathroom that suddenly looked like it had been fixed by something that didn't want us noticing what it could do. That bathroom became the center of everything. If you were brushing your teeth, you'd catch movement in the mirror, someone slipping behind you like they were trying to squeeze past. You'd whip around, heart jumping, and the apartment would be silent. Everyone else still asleep. No footsteps, no doors. The light in the bathroom would click on by itself, then off, then on again, like it was playing with your nerves, like it knew exactly when you were about to convince yourself you imagined it. The closet light did the same thing. Doors would slam on their own. Not gently close, slam. Sudden, angry, final. And then there was the voice. Sometimes from that bathroom area, you'd hear a man speaking in a language I didn't recognize. Something that sounded like Hindi, or close to it. Low and fast, like someone talking to someone else in the next room. Except there was never anyone there. And the tone of it wasn't friendly. It felt like overhearing an argument you weren't supposed to hear. It gave the whole place this constant, sour tension. Like you could never fully relax, even watching TV on the couch, because somewhere in your body, you were braced for the next thing. One morning, Marissa had a friend staying over. Her name was Denise, and she was making breakfast while I sat at the kitchen table talking to her. It was so normal for a second. The clink of plates, the smell of toast, just regular life. And then, out of nowhere, the cabinet door snapped open and a blender launched out like it had been thrown. I'm not exaggerating. It didn't fall. It didn't tip out. It shot across the kitchen. It missed Denise by a fraction, like inches, and smashed into the stove hood. Glass exploded. The sound was so sharp, it felt like it hit my bones. Bits of broken glass landed in the food and ruined everything. But honestly, nobody cared about breakfast anymore. Denise was pale, shaking, staring at the cabinet like she expected something to come flying out next. This was back when people used answering machines with tapes. I'd call my dad and leave messages, and those tapes, if he still has them, would be creepy evidence all by themselves. You'd hear a normal message, "Hi Dad, it's me, call me back." And then there'd be the unmistakable click of someone picking up the phone on his end. And whoever was leaving the message would stop mid-sentence and go, "Hello? Dad? Someone there?" Over and over, on different tapes, different people. Same click, same confused pause. Christmas was what finally made it feel personal. My family is big on Christmas. Our ornaments weren't store-bought decorations, they were memories. Stuff from my grandparents, things we'd made as kids, pieces we only brought out once a year. By then, the weirdness had gotten bad enough that Dad actually anchored the tree to the wall. Literally. A chain screwed into studs because he was worried something might knock it over. We went out to dinner one night, just the three of us, and when we came back, the tree was destroyed. Not just tipped, not bumped, destroyed. It had been ripped so hard the chain had torn out of the wall, leaving ugly holes in the drywall. The tree was on the floor like it had been slammed down, and every ornament, every single one, was shattered. Even the ones that should have survived. The wooden ones, the metal ones. Everything broken like someone had gone out of their way to make sure nothing was salvageable. I can still see Marissa standing there with her hands over her mouth, making this small sound like she was trying not to cry. And my dad. My dad looked furious in a way I'd never seen, but it wasn't the kind of anger you can direct at something. Because what do you even yell at? Air? Eventually, Dad moved us out. He bought a small house across town, and I remember feeling like I could breathe again the moment we left that apartment behind. On the final walkthrough, the landlords came to collect the keys, a quiet couple, originally from India. My dad, trying to make sense of it, asked them straight out if anyone had died there. Like, suicide, something violent, anything. The wife opened her mouth like she was about to answer, and the husband snapped something at her in their language, sharp, stern. She immediately changed her expression and just said, "No." But the way they reacted, it wasn't normal. It felt like stepping on a hidden wire. And then, as we were driving away, my dad decided to take one last picture of the building from the parking lot. Just a simple, good riddance kind of snapshot. Like he wanted proof it was real and we were leaving it behind. When the film got developed, the building looked normal. Except where our apartment should have been, there was this intense blue glow coming from the balcony. Bright, electric, unnatural, like a light that didn't belong in the world. It washed out most of what should have been visible, like the apartment itself was being erased behind it. To this day, if my GPS tries to route me anywhere near that complex, I take a different road. I don't care if it adds 10 minutes. Because somewhere in the back of my mind is this stubborn, irrational fear that if I get too close, whatever was there might recognize me. And I know how that sounds. I do. But that dread is real. And it's the only place I've ever been that I refuse to return to. Because it didn't just feel haunted. It felt like something in there noticed us and didn't want us there. The bathroom wall knocker. So, let me set the scene for you. This was early in my teaching career, back when I was the music teacher at a small private school in New Jersey. I loved field trips. I was that person who always volunteered, always signed the forms, always ended up carrying someone's extra sweatshirt and a backpack full of snacks. My last year doing this trip, they put me in a cabin I'd never stayed in before. It was shaped almost like a little square. 4 bedrooms arranged around the building, each one with its own bathroom and its own door that opened onto this wraparound porch. And there was one odd feature. My room connected to another bedroom through this old, heavy interior door with a big iron slide bolt, like something out of a century-old boarding house. The cabin itself felt ancient, but weirdly, my room felt calm, empty, in a good way, like the air was clean and quiet. First night, everything went fine. I had 2 boys in the cabin who were known for being, let's call them creative with rules, but I didn't hear a peep. The next morning, though, when I went around waking everyone up, the boys in the room connected to mine were furious. They said they barely slept because the room next to them kept banging on the bathroom wall all night. Thump, 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 like somebody was trying to punch through. And guess which room that was? So I marched right over to my usual suspects and gave them the teacher version of "knock it off." They looked genuinely offended and swore they didn't do it. But the other kids were so upset, and the story sounded so believable that I didn't buy the innocence act. I figured they were lying because they got caught. Fast forward to that evening. The kids went out on a long hike with the camp staff, one of those 5-hour up-a-mountain treks. The chaperones got a little break. The science teacher, Mr. Caldwell, and the guidance counselor, Ms. Rowan, went to the main lodge to watch a movie. Me? I was exhausted. I decided to head back to my cabin for a nap. It was about a 1/4 mile through the trees, just far enough that the lodge noise fades and you start hearing your own footsteps. When I got to the cabin porch, I heard an alarm clock going off inside. Not in my room, the room next to mine, the one connected by the heavy door, the room where the kids complained they couldn't sleep. I remember thinking, great, no nap for me. So I opened the outside door to that bedroom, stepping inside to shut off the alarm. And the second I crossed the threshold, the alarm stopped on its own. Not like I hit a button, it just stopped. And right behind that silence, this feeling hit me. Like walking into a room where an argument happened 5 seconds ago, and everyone's pretending they're fine. The air was heavier. The light felt dimmer, even though the curtains were the same as mine. And it was colder, noticeably colder. These rooms didn't have separate thermostats. The whole cabin was controlled together, so the temperature difference made no sense. I didn't stay. I shut the door and walked back around the porch to my room, grateful to be back in that calmer space. I started getting ready for my nap, kicked off my shoes, unbuttoned my jeans, and then, right before I climbed into bed, I thought, you know what? I should use the bathroom first. I go into my bathroom, and as I'm about to sit down, this big black spider crawls right over the toilet seat and disappears under the rim. I jump back like the toilet just spoke to me. I flipped the seat up instantly, ready to smash it, but the spider was gone. Just gone. No scuttling, no web, no sign of it anywhere. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit down and just hope a huge spider doesn't reappear mid-situation. So I thought, fine, I'll use the other bathroom. That heavy old door, it always stuck a little. To slide the bolt, you had to lean your weight into it to get the metal to line up. I did that. The bolt scraped open. The door creaked. And I stepped back into that other bedroom, the dark, cold one. Even the smell felt different, like damp wood and old fabric, the kind of scent you get in a basement you don't like. I went straight into its bathroom, sat down on the toilet, and the second I did, there was a loud banging on the wall behind me. Thump, thump, thump. My first reaction was pure anger. I actually started forming the sentence in my head. Are you kidding me? because I thought the boys were back and messing around again. And then my brain caught up with reality. They weren't back. They were still out on that mountain. 5-hour hike, camp staff, no phones. No chance they'd slipped away and sprinted back to prank their teacher. I was alone. The banging kept going. So I did what I always do when something scares me. I tried to explain it away. Okay, I told myself. Maybe the pipes shift when you sit down. Maybe the wall is loose. Maybe it's just plumbing being weird. I started shifting my weight, wiggling a little, moving my feet, testing the floor. The banging didn't match anything I did. It wasn't reactive. It wasn't random either. It was deliberate. And in a rush, all the pieces clicked together. The kids hearing banging at night, the alarm luring me in, that spider sending me out of my own bathroom, the cold, the dim light, the oppressive feeling in this room. Whatever was here wanted me in this bathroom, in this exact spot. And I'm telling you right now, I didn't even finish what I came there to do. I bolted. I ran out of that bathroom, through the dark bedroom, through the heavy connecting door into my room, like my life depended on it. And I slammed the door behind me and reached for the slide bolt. But to lock it, you have to press your whole body into the door so the metal lines up. So I threw my weight against it, full shoulder, full body, and something on the other side shoved back. Hard. Hard enough that I got knocked backward. I wasn't tiny either. At the time, I was about 5'10", maybe 245 pounds. Solid. The kind of weight that does not get casually moved by an old door settling in its frame. My shoulder lit up with pain. I stumbled back, heart exploding in my chest, and I don't even remember breathing. I just remember slamming myself forward again, forcing the door shut, and finally getting the bolt to slide into place. Then I grabbed my jeans and shoes off the floor, didn't bother being dignified about it, and sprinted out onto the porch. I got dressed like a frantic cartoon character, one leg at a time, hopping, fumbling, and I ran all the way back to the lodge. When I got there, Mr. Caldwell and Miss Rowan were still watching their movie. I was out of breath, sweaty, half panicked, and I just blurted it all out. Miss Rowan gave me that tight smile people give when they're humoring you. But Mr. Caldwell, bless him, he got this serious look and went, "No, I believe you." We stayed together until the kids got back. Then we did the closing program, and I led my group back down the trail to the cabin like everything was normal. I didn't tell the kids what happened, obviously, but I did pull aside the two boys I'd blamed earlier and said, "Hey, I owe you an apology. I know it wasn't you." They stared at me like I'd just announced the sky was green. That night, once I had everyone settled, I went into my room and tried to convince myself I was safe, that whatever was in that cabin was confined to the other room, the dark one, the cold one. But I didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, so I called my partner, Elise, just to hear a normal voice. I told her the story, trying to make it sound casual, but she lost it. She laughed so hard she was wheezing. She kept picturing me sprinting away from a ghost with my pants half on, terrified and furious at the universe. And honestly, her laughter got me laughing too. It helped. It made the fear feel smaller. But then, I swear to you, while I'm still on the phone, I glance over at this old wooden wardrobe in my room. It had 2 doors. They were closed. And right in front of my eyes, both doors flew open. Bang! Not a gentle creak, not a slow swing, like somebody yanked them open and slammed them against the frame. I froze so completely I stopped breathing. Elise was still talking, still laughing, asking me what was wrong, and all I could do was stare at that empty wardrobe. I hadn't put a single thing in it all weekend. Nothing could have fallen forward. Nothing could have pushed those doors open from inside. The room went dead still. I didn't sleep much after that. I left every light on, laid there stiff under the covers, and kept my eyes on that wardrobe until morning, trying not to think about what might have been listening the whole time, waiting for me to say its name out loud. So, I've been doing musical theater for a long time now. Long enough that I've learned something kind of funny. Theaters don't just collect dust and old playbills. They collect stories. And sometimes, whether you believe in it or not, they collect something else too. Every theater I've worked in has had its little rituals. One of my favorites is the ghost light. You know the one. Single bulb on a stand, left glowing center stage after everyone goes home. Officially, it's for safety. Unofficially, people will tell you it's so whatever's lingering in the building doesn't feel shut out in the dark. There are two places that still stick to me, even after all these years. The first one is a summer theater I've bounced back to on and off for about a decade. Back when I first worked there, I was sharing company housing, so my boyfriend at the time, Eli, and I would sneak into the balcony when we wanted a little privacy. Nothing dramatic, just young, dumb, and convinced we were being very stealthy. One night we're climbing up the stairs, trying not to laugh too loud, and we both see this woman ahead of us, just for a second, turning the corner at the top landing. She's in this floaty lace dress that looks like it wandered out of an old photograph, like late 70s, maybe early 80s. The fabric catches what little light there is, and she moves so naturally that my first thought isn't ghost. My first thought is, oh no, someone's already up here. We speed up, annoyed and a little embarrassed, and when we reach that corner, there's nobody. Not hiding, not ducked into a row, not slipping down the stairs. Nobody. The balcony is empty. The whole theater is empty. Quiet in that way empty buildings get, where your own breathing sounds too loud. Eli and I just looked at each other, and without even talking about it, we turned around and left. Mood immediately gone. Later that same summer, please don't judge me too harshly, we found another private place. This little tech storage room tucked away off a hallway. It was basically a graveyard of broken equipment. Old cables, cracked cases, dead gear nobody had the heart to throw away. And sitting on a shelf was this massive poster printer, the kind that spits out those giant lobby banners. Everyone knew it didn't work. People joked about it. It had been broken since before I ever stepped foot in that building, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it wasn't even plugged in. No cord in the wall. Nothing. So there we are at like 2 in the morning, and the building is locked up and still, and absolutely no one is supposed to be there. And that printer suddenly roars to life. Not a little click, not a flicker. I mean, it whirs up like it's been waiting for an audience. Lights on the panel, mechanisms grinding. And then, God, I still get chills. It starts printing. Paper feeding through like it's got a job to do. Eli froze. I froze. And then we both just ran. Like full panic, half-dressed, trying to pull on shoes while sprinting down the hallway. We didn't stop until we were outside, the night air hitting our faces, both of us laughing in that shaky, disbelieving way where you're laughing because the alternative is screaming. After that, things stayed quiet for years. I'd still get that little prickle walking through the balcony, but nothing like that. And then, this is the part that makes me pause even now. Something happened again, recently, on an ordinary day. I was down in the orchestra pit with my assistant, Marin. Just the two of us. 2 keyboards, maybe a couple yards apart. No music playing, no talking. That soft, swallowed silence pits have. Marin and I snapped our heads to the exact same spot at the exact same time. Nothing there. She stared at me and goes, "Okay, you heard that too, right?" And I didn't even know what to say, because my brain immediately did that thing where it tries to connect dots. The balcony, the lace dress, the feeling of being watched without menace, and then this voice, like someone just checking in, like she remembered the place, or remembered me. But the theater that truly, undeniably tops the list for me, the one that still feels like it has fingerprints on my memory, was the first theater I ever worked at. I was 17, fresh out of high school energy, and I landed this job as a music director in a tiny performance space that used to be a church. Like, actually a church. Built in the 1800s. It had that old wood smell and stained glass that made the daylight look like it was filtered through honey. It stopped being a church sometime in the early 1900s, sat empty for years, and then eventually got patched up and reborn as a theater. Next door, there was this crumbling old rectory they turned into props and costume storage. I hated that building. Like, truly hated it. Not creepy, spooky fun. I mean, my whole body said no the second I looked at it. To make it worse, these huge birds, black, heavy, prehistoric looking, would perch on the roof like statues. I don't even know what they were exactly, but I called them vultures because that's what they felt like. I refused to go in there. Full stop. The theater itself, though, that place was alive in a way I still can't explain. They gave me a key and told me it was my job to come in and open up before rehearsals, which, looking back, is wild. I was a teenager. I thought that's just what music directors did. Like, sure, why not? Hand the kid the keys to the haunted building. To turn on the lights, you had to walk through the entire place in darkness with a flashlight, climb this narrow ladder into a little electrical closet, and flip this big, old-school lever switch. It was so dramatic it felt like something out of a cartoon. Like I should have been wearing a lab coat and yelling, "It's alive!" And every single time, I'd be walking through the dark and I'd hear things. Footsteps in another hallway. A door creaking open and then clicking shut. Voices, muffled, like people talking in the lobby. More than once I'd call out, thinking the cast had arrived early. No answer. And when I finally flipped the switch, climbed down, and looked around, I'd be completely alone. It got to where I'd almost speed run it, you know? Like if I moved fast enough, I wouldn't have to acknowledge what was happening. But the moment I can't shake, the moment that feels like it was stamped onto me, was after a late show one weekend. My friend Theo and I were on stage, wrapping cables, putting away instruments, cleaning up. We were both young and exhausted and weirdly emotional in that post-show way. And we started talking, really talking, about the future. The kind of conversation you only have when you're that age, when everything feels possible and you're both terrified and thrilled by it. And while we're talking, a woman walks toward us from the shadows. She's wearing this old-fashioned bonnet, not like a costume bonnet from a prop closet, like it belonged to her. She's watching us with this gentle focus, like she's listening to every word, like it matters. She looks solid, real, present. Theo and I both glanced at her, and in the same instant, we made the same assumption. Someone still in costume. Maybe an actor. Maybe crew. Not walking away, not behind a curtain, just gone. We went sheet white. Theo swallowed hard and said, "Okay, on 3, say what you just saw. 1, 2, 3, and we both blurted at the exact same time, "A woman in a bonnet." We didn't finish cleaning up quickly after that. We finished cleaning up immediately. But here's the thing. That conversation, the one she listened to, was real. It was hopeful and raw and full of these big promises we were making to ourselves. It shaped me. It lit something in me that I carried forward, even when things got hard. And years later, when I think back on it, I always wonder, was she just a leftover echo in an old building? Or was she something kinder than that? Something that showed up just to witness two kids dreaming out loud. I like to think she heard us. And I like to think, wherever she is, she knows we actually did it. We became the people we said we wanted to be. Hey, so about 8 weeks ago, something happened to me that still sits in the back of my head, like a song you can't turn off. Let me rewind. When I was in 6th grade, I used to hang around a group of friends who had older friends, like high school older. There was this one guy everyone knew, and he had this weird nickname that made him sound cooler than he actually was. I'm going to change his name here. Let's call him Dario. Dario was the kind of guy who moved like trouble. Not loud trouble, more like you could tell he had stories you didn't want to be part of. But around me and my friends, he acted friendly enough, smiled sometimes, joked, like he was harmless. Until he wasn't. One day he stole my phone. It wasn't even a good phone. Honestly, it was barely functioning, and I'd gotten it in a dumb way anyway, so it's not like I was carrying some priceless treasure. But still, he took it from me like it was nothing, and I did nothing. I was, 12? Skinny, short, still in that awkward kid body. He was 17 and built like someone who'd already learned how to look dangerous on purpose. And it wasn't just him, it was the whole vibe around him. The kind of family people whispered about. The kind of guy you don't confront, because you don't know what comes next if you do. So I swallowed it. I walked away feeling small, embarrassed, like I'd handed over my own dignity with the phone. And yeah, part of me still thinks, man, I was such an idiot for not saying anything. But those years were complicated. It wasn't as simple as stand up for yourself. Not back then. Anyway, time moved on. He graduated. I'd see him once in a while around the streets, just passing by, nothing major. Then I moved away. The years stacked up, and he became one of those people who turns into a blurry memory. Like a character you haven't thought about in forever. Until recently. A couple months ago, I ended up back in the old neighborhood for a while. Not to reconnect with anyone. Actually, I don't talk to anybody from that time anymore. Just neighbors, basic hellos, that kind of life. And one afternoon, I'm walking home, mind on autopilot, and I see someone coming toward me. And it's him. Or, it's Dario. Same face, same eyes, same way of holding his shoulders. It wasn't like I had to convince myself. It hit me instantly. We made eye contact, that quick flash where two people recognize each other without saying a word. But here's the part that shocked even me. I didn't feel anything. No anger, no fear, no urge to prove something. I just kept walking like he was a stranger who happened to have a familiar face. And he kept going too. No words, no pause, just that split-second acknowledgement. And then the street swallowed it. I went home and didn't even bring it up to anyone, because honestly, it didn't feel like a thing. Just an old ghost of a memory crossing the sidewalk. Then, maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, Facebook recommends a profile to me. And you know how that goes. You're not looking for anyone, but curiosity is annoying like that. So I click. It's Dario's profile. And the first thing I notice is that people are posting the kind of messages you only post when someone's gone. You know, rest easy, miss you forever, fly high, all that. The page was locked down, so I couldn't see much, but the comment section was full of cousins, friends, family, talking to him like he could still read it. And I'm sitting there staring at my screen like, wait, what? Because according to that page, he's dead. So I scroll more, and I realize something that makes my stomach drop. A lot of those posts aren't recent. They're older than the day I saw him. Like, the timeline doesn't match. That's when I start digging. I remembered a connection. An old friend of mine has a sister, and that sister is dating someone who used to be really close with Dario. So I messaged my friend like, "Hey, random question. Do you know what happened to Dario?" My friend replies, super casual, like it's common knowledge. "He died." I ask how long ago, and my friend says, "More than half a year ago. Something with his lungs, some kind of complication. Natural causes. Not an accident, not violence, just his body failing him." I read that message like 3 times. Then I type back, "That's impossible. I saw him a month and a half ago." And she's like, "No, you didn't. He's been gone longer than that." So now I'm just sitting there, frozen, because I know what I saw. And I'm not someone who lives in ghost stories. I'm not the energy and spirits type. I'm the type who doubts everything. But I also know my own brain, and I'm telling you, I remember faces like they get printed into me. And that was him. So if he'd been dead for months, who did I see? Was it someone who looked exactly like him? Like, truly identical? Was my mind playing some sick trick, pulling an old face into a random stranger's body for a second? Or was it something I don't have a neat explanation for? That's what messes with me most. Not fear. Not even guilt. Just the glitch of it. The math not adding up. And yeah, I'll say this. Whatever he did to me as a kid, I don't wish anything on his family. If he's gone, then I hope the people who loved him find peace. I'm not carrying a revenge fantasy. Life already did what it did. But I can't lie to you. Sometimes I replay that moment on the sidewalk. The eye contact. The certainty. And I just think, what was that? Because either the world is way weirder than I give it credit for, or my brain can create a perfect illusion. Hello, dear friends of the Paranormal M channel. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry. I'm here to help you drift off more easily with paranormal stories from all around the world. I really love this moment, sitting here with my microphone and keeping you company. Thank you for sending in your experiences, and please don't hesitate to share more new ones with me. And by the way, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Now, let's get started. Hey, so I'm back, and this time it's not really my story. This one belongs to my mom. Well, my mom when she was little. And it's one of those things she tells in a quiet voice, like she can still feel it in her bones. She was around 6 years old, maybe 7. My grandparents had just moved into this small, older house. Nothing fancy, just a place they could afford at the time. Funny thing is, it was only a few doors down from where they ended up living later on, like life just kind of looped back around. They bought it from this woman who, I don't know, my grandma always described her as off. Not mean, exactly, just unsettling. Like she smiled a little too long or stared a little too hard. But my grandparents shrugged it off. People are quirky. You don't assume anything more than that. Anyway, after they'd been there a while, my mom, her name was Lila back then, started complaining about noises in her bedroom at night. Soft footsteps, like someone pacing just outside her bed. Then it would be little sounds, like something had dropped or slid across the floor. Except when she'd flick on the light, nothing was out of place. And you know how that goes when you're a kid. You tell your parents, "Something's in my room," and they hear, "I don't want to go to bed." So they blamed her. They'd shout up the stairs, tell her to stop messing around, and more than once she got in trouble and lost privileges just for crying out and insisting she wasn't doing it. She stopped talking about it after a while, not because it stopped happening, but because she learned nobody believed her. Then one night, this is the part my mom swears she remembers like a photograph. She was sitting up in bed, wide awake, because she'd heard it again. The slow steps, the faint creak, and suddenly, it got louder, like the room was waking up. Downstairs, my grandpa heard it too. Not the normal house settling kind of sound. This was heavy, rhythmic, like something was moving with intention. He went up the stairs fast, irritated at first, because he still assumed Lila was up there doing something. He opened her bedroom door, and he just froze. The pull chain on the ceiling fan, he said it looked twisted up on itself, like it had been wound tight, almost curled. And in the corner of the room, this old rocking chair was going. Not a gentle rock, not even a strong rock. It was moving like someone was grabbing it and shaking it back and forth, over and over, fast enough that the wood was creaking like it might split. And my mom, little Lila, was pressed flat against the wall, knees up, hands over her mouth, eyes huge, like she'd been trying to make herself invisible. My grandpa didn't say anything at first. He just stared, because it didn't make sense. There was nobody in the chair. No open windows, no prank, no explanation. Then, this is what really unnerves him, even now. Everything stopped at once. Not slowed down, not faded. It stopped like someone flipped a switch. He grabbed my mom and got her out of that room so fast she barely touched the floor. He took her downstairs, sat her in the kitchen, and then he went into his own room and shut himself in the closet. Not because he was hiding, because he didn't know what else to do. He started praying. Not casual praying, the desperate kind. The kind where you're bargaining with God and promising you'll change and just pleading for whatever that was to leave your family alone. But what they found under there made their stomachs drop. Right on the floorboards was this rough, ugly circle. Symbols and markings that didn't look like a kid's scribbles. My grandma said it looked like it had been made with a mix of salt and something dark, crusted and old. Like dried blood that had soaked in and stained the wood. They didn't debate it. They didn't try to clean it themselves. They called for help. A priest came by, more than once. He prayed through the house, room by room, and kept coming back for days. My grandpa said it felt lighter after that. Like the air stopped pressing down on you. Like you could breathe again. And later, through neighbors, through little bits of gossip that somehow always find you, my grandparents heard rumors about the woman who lived there before them. People said she wasn't just eccentric. People said she practiced things she shouldn't have. So yeah, that's my mom's story. And even now, when she talks about that rocking chair, she doesn't dramatize it. She doesn't need to. She just gets quiet, looks off somewhere far away, and says, "I don't care what anyone calls it. I know what I saw." Okay, so when I was a kid, one of my closest friends lived in this part of town that everyone whispered about. The kind of place people would point at when they drove by and say, "Yeah, that area's got history." Like old land, old stories, the whole vibe. My friend, let's call her Jenna, swore up and down her house was haunted. She'd talk about odd noises, weird cold spots, doors that didn't feel normal. And honestly, from my perspective, her house was incredible. It was in one of the nicest neighborhoods around, older but classy, the kind of place that felt established and kind of grand. And her mom, oh my gosh, her mom, Ms. Larkin, was basically the definition of a perfect stay-at-home mom. She decorated for every season like it was her personal mission. She baked like she was trying to win awards. I'm talking fresh pies, cookies, cinnamon rolls. Everything always smelled warm and sweet and safe. She threw the best holiday parties too. Jenna's house was basically the place everyone wanted to be. So I spent a ton of time there. Sleepovers, school projects, movie nights, you name it. But this one night, this is the night that still sticks with me. It was another sleepover at Jenna's. I don't even remember what we were celebrating, just that her dad was out of town, which matters. We did all the usual stuff: snacks, laughing too loud, staying up later than we should. Then it was finally time to crash. Her room was packed, like wall-to-wall sleeping bags and air mattresses. You couldn't see the carpet at all. I ended up on an air mattress right by her bedroom door, and her door was open, always. They always kept it open at night. And right outside the room, at the top of the stairs, they had this loud industrial fan they'd run as a noise machine. Jenna's family claimed the house made noises at night, creaks, shifting, little sounds, so they used the fan to drown it out. Personally, I hated that thing. It was just this constant, heavy humming that made it impossible for me to relax. And that night, I was stuck awake, listening to it like it was drilling straight into my brain. This was before everyone had phones on their pillows, so I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't see Jenna's clock from where I was. I was just lying there, staring into the dim hallway, annoyed and restless. At some point, I heard footsteps, not inside the room, outside it. I heard Jenna's mom's bedroom door open, and then I heard her walk across the hallway. And I knew it was her because her parents' room was directly across from Jenna's, with that fan sitting right between the doors. Also, Jenna's dad was gone, and all the other girls were asleep, so there was no confusion. Then I heard her start going down the stairs. And listen, those stairs had 2 steps that squeaked no matter what. You could tiptoe, you could step on the edge, you could try to float down like a cartoon burglar. Didn't matter. Those 2 steps always squeaked. And I heard them, clear as day. So I'm lying there thinking, okay, she's up. Maybe it's morning. And then I start hearing faint kitchen sounds downstairs, like cabinet doors, the clink of something being set down, that sort of soft morning movement. Nothing loud, just busy. And my brain immediately goes to food, because Ms. Larkin made the best breakfast. Like, legendary. She'd make chocolate chip pancakes and put out powdered sugar like it was a fancy restaurant. And she'd dust your pancakes perfectly if you asked, like the most gentle little snowfall over the top. So now I'm awake, because all I can think about is pancakes. Time passes. I don't know how much, but it starts to feel long. Like, if she's up making breakfast, shouldn't she be coming back up soon to wake everyone? And then the room starts to brighten a little. Not full daylight, but that soft, early morning glow. The kind that makes everything feel calm and golden. I'm still staring at the stairs. And then, oh my God, my whole body just freezes because I see Miss Larkin open her bedroom door and walk out and start walking toward the stairs, like she's just now getting up. And my heart drops because I'm sitting there thinking, no. You already went downstairs. I knew it. I knew she had. I heard her door. I heard her cross the hall. I heard her take those steps. I heard those squeaks. And she never came back up. Not once. Not even for a second. But here she was, doing it again. I felt this cold wave hit me, like the kind that starts in your chest and spreads down your arms and legs until you're covered in goosebumps. Like my body understood what was happening before my brain could even form the words. And then, almost like the world was rubbing it in, I suddenly smelled it. Pancakes. Sweet, warm batter. Butter. And bacon, too. Salty and smoky. Except, I hadn't smelled that earlier. Not when I thought she was downstairs making breakfast. The smells only showed up now, when she was walking down the stairs for the first time, like a normal morning. I remember just lying there, completely locked in place, staring at the staircase, trying to make it make sense. A little later, she came back up, cheerful and normal, and gently woke everyone up for breakfast like nothing had happened. And that's the weirdest part. Nothing else happened that day. No big dramatic moment. No explanation. No one screaming or running out of the house. Just breakfast and laughter and chocolate chips and powdered sugar. But after that night, I started noticing things in that house more. Feeling things. Hearing things. Like once something had cracked open in my brain, it didn't fully close again. And I swear to you, I still don't know what I heard walking down those stairs the first time. But I know one thing for sure. Those 2 steps squeaked, and I heard them. So this happened in late February, and I can still remember how the air felt up there. Too quiet, like the building was holding its breath. I was working my evening shift at the school, and I decided I'd knock out the upstairs first. I always tried to do that, honestly. The second floor of the high school just didn't feel welcoming at night, and I wanted to get it over with as fast as possible. I started in this storage classroom, more like a dumping ground than an actual room. A few old desks were shoved in there, plus a bunch of computer junk and tangled cords and boxes. I'm sweeping, trying to stay focused, when I hear footsteps in the hallway. Not little creaks, not the building settling. Actual footsteps, steady, like someone was walking with purpose, coming from the far end of the hall. Here's the thing. My only coworkers that night were down in completely different areas. Nobody was supposed to be upstairs with me. So I go to the doorway, peek out, and the footsteps are still there, but the hallway is empty. No one, not a single person. My stomach just dropped. I didn't even think. I backed into that storage room and pulled the door mostly shut, like that would somehow fix it. It was still light outside, so there was daylight spilling in through the classroom windows, which helped a little, but not enough. I stood there for a minute, broom in my hand, listening way too hard, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. And that was just the start of the night. A while later, I moved a couple rooms down the hall. I had my earbuds in, music going, trying to keep myself calm and distracted, when I heard this sharp little ringing cut right through my playlist. It was quick, like, ding 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 ding. I pulled one earbud out because it was loud enough to feel wrong, like it didn't belong. And the second I did, it happened again. Same sound, same fast little burst, coming from the back right corner of the room. There were tables over there with computers on them, like a tiny computer lab setup. I stared at that corner like it was about to explain itself. I didn't see a bell anywhere, but apparently there was an old school bell stored in that room, maybe shoved in a box or buried under something. Still, it didn't sit right, because it didn't sound like something shifting or falling. It sounded like something ringing it on purpose. By around 6:30, I had to head back upstairs again, because my manager, Devin, decided it was a great time to hand me a job that wasn't even part of my usual routine, wiping down windowsills, which I almost never have to do. And of course, the room I got sent to? Yep, the bell room. By then, I was absolutely wiped. I was 16, had been at school all day, and I was taking this welding class that just drains you in every way possible. Mentally, physically, everything. All I wanted was to finish my shift and go home. So I'm wiping down the windowsills, trying to keep my eyes on what I'm doing, when the bell goes off again. That same quick burst of ringing. But right as it rings, I hear something else, something worse. I froze. Like, completely locked up. Rag still in my hand, half crouched by the sill, unable to move. And then, just for a second, I saw it. This small, dark shape, like a little black shadow, darting past the doorway and down the stairs. It moved too fast to make out details, but I saw it clearly enough to know I wasn't imagining movement. I stayed in that room afterward, just sitting there, trying to breathe normally again. It took me a solid 10 minutes before my body would cooperate, before I could stand up and feel like I could actually walk. Once I finally did, I got downstairs, signed out for the night, and left as fast as I could without looking like I was running. And yeah, that's one of the nights from February that I'll never forget. I still work that job, and I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten a little less jumpy over time. But that night, that one stayed with me. And if you ever want to hear more of the weird stuff that's happened there, I've got plenty. So, our cat Miso died. Kind of suddenly, the night before Thanksgiving. We knew she was old, like, we're guessing she's around 17 or 18 old. And the vet had warned us there were issues, mostly her spine and arthritis, but also her heart. Still, even when you know all that, you don't really expect them to be gone that fast. But that night, she passed at home. We did what you do when you're trying to make something unbearable feel a little more human. We wrapped her up, said a few shaky words, and we buried her in the backyard. It was quiet, cold, and honestly, it felt unreal, like my brain couldn't quite accept that she wasn't going to walk back into the room. And then two strange things happened. Not movie strange, just the kind of strange that lands in your chest and stays there. The first thing happened right after we came inside. It was around 2:20 or 2:30 in the morning, and we slid the glass door shut behind us. I was standing there taking off my shoes, still kind of in shock, and suddenly, fireworks. Not in the distance, not scattered around the neighborhood. It sounded like they were popping off right over the exact spot we'd just buried her. Now, we live near a park, so yeah, people do dumb stuff late at night sometimes. Drunk people, teenagers, whatever. I can explain fireworks. But what made my skin prickle was the timing. Nothing all night. Then the second we step inside after burying her, boom, boom, crackle. Right there. We just looked at each other like, are you kidding me? The second thing happened more recently, like yesterday. After she died, I bought this little garden cat statue, one of those solar ones that glows if it gets enough sun. I stuck it along the edge of the bushes near where we buried her. And I know this is irrational, but grief makes you do irrational things, and I just wanted there to be a small light out there at night. Like she wouldn't be alone. I would check it after dark, almost like a ritual. And sometimes it would glow, and sometimes it wouldn't, and I'd find myself talking about it out loud like a weirdo, wondering where she is now, if she's okay, if she's anywhere. I even told my partner Caleb that I might move the statue out to the middle of the patio during the day so it could charge better. Caleb wanted nothing to do with it, like zero interest in even looking at the spot, let alone touching anything near it, which I get. We grieve differently. I can stare at death and poke at it and ask it questions. He would rather not. Then we had this big snowstorm. Wind, heavy snow. The kind that makes everything creak and scrape. And after that, I looked out the window and I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The statue had moved. And not in a way that made any sense. So picture this. Where I had placed it originally, the bush line dips inward, kind of like a shallow pocket. I'd set the statue between two small pale stones to keep it steady. The actual grave spot, where Miso is, was a slightly raised mound a couple feet away. The statue was no longer tucked in that little pocket. It was now 2 feet closer, sitting smack in the center of the mound, perfectly placed, like someone had lined it up on purpose. Not tipped over, not half buried, not knocked sideways into the bushes. Centered. And there was even a neat indent in the soil, like it had been pressed down evenly, on both sides. like by hands. That's what got me. The weather can move stuff, sure, but weather doesn't move something and set it down like it's making a decision. Wind knocks, snow slides. Nature is messy. This was deliberate. So of course my mind went to the worst place first. Who is coming into my yard? And then the thought I didn't want to have showed up anyway. What if it was her? I know how that sounds, I do. And I'm not even saying I believe it exactly. But grief is this weird doorway where your brain is both brutally logical and completely open to impossible things. So I stood there, with this statue planted right on top of where we buried her, and I had this rush of questions that felt ridiculous and also unavoidable. Is it a hello? Is it, I'm okay? Is it, I don't want it over there? Is it anger? Is it comfort? Is it nothing? I don't have answers. I really don't, and I'm not pretending I do. I put the statue back where it was originally, along the bushes, because that's where it makes sense practically, and it looks nicer there. But I'll tell you this, if it moves again, especially if it ends up centered like that again, I don't know what I'll think. Because I truly don't believe we have a creeper sneaking into our yard in a quiet, safe neighborhood just to reposition one little solar cat statue. And at the same time, I can't explain how it ended up like that. All I know is it rattled both of us, like deep in the nervous system. And maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just chance and weather and my grief looking for patterns. But she was family. She'd been with us for so many years, over a decade of routines and naps and tiny ordinary moments that add up to love. And it wouldn't totally shock me if some piece of her lingered. Even if it's just in us. Even if it's just in the way I still look out into the yard at night, hoping that little light is on. Hey, I've been going back and forth about sharing this, honestly. Not because I'm trying to convince anyone of anything, I'm really not. It's more like I'm trying to understand me, and I'm hoping that saying it out loud to someone who's willing to listen might help it make a little more sense. So, since I was a kid, like really young, I've seen things. Spirits. Not in a poetic way, I mean visually. Clear enough that I could tell you where I was standing, what the room smelled like, what the air felt like. Some of them felt gentle, almost like a quiet protection, and some of them didn't. Some felt wrong in a way that made my stomach drop, like my body recognized danger before my mind could explain it. One memory that still sticks with me. I was maybe 9, and I was in my aunt's hallway after everyone had gone to bed. The house was totally familiar, totally normal, and then it wasn't. The air turned heavy, like the temperature shifted without actually getting colder. And I saw someone, not anyone I knew, just standing there like they belonged. I remember my skin prickling, like every nerve woke up at once. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just stood frozen, and it felt like that moment lasted forever. Even now, I can feel it in my chest when I think about it. As I got older, it changed. I don't always see things the same way anymore. Not as often anyway. But I sense them. It's like walking into a room and immediately knowing something's occupied, even if nothing's physically there. Like there's an atmosphere that doesn't match the space. Sometimes I'll be fine 1 second, and the next I'll feel this pressure behind my eyes, or this buzzing along my arms, and I'll just know something is nearby. And on top of that, I feel people's emotions so intensely it's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. It's not just empathy. It's like their feelings move into my body and set up camp. If someone's grieving, it hits my chest like a weight. If someone's angry, it's sharp, like heat crawling up my neck, like I want to run or fight and I don't even know why. And joy. Joy can be so bright it makes me almost dizzy, like a sudden rush of something electric. But the thing is, it doesn't feel like a choice. It's not like I decide to tune in. It just happens, and sometimes it's exhausting in a way I can't even describe. I also get dreams, and sometimes quick, sudden flashes when I'm awake that feel connected to people. Sometimes it's symbolic, like weird images that don't make sense until later. Other times it's uncomfortably specific. Like I'll dream about someone I haven't spoken to in years, and the next day I'll hear they've had some huge life event. Or I'll get this strong feeling that I need to reach out and say something. Not hello, but something very particular, like reassurance or a warning. There was one time with my friend, I'll call her Marin, where I kept seeing the same image in my head for days. Water on a kitchen floor, a cracked mug, and this intense feeling of, tell her to slow down. It felt ridiculous, honestly. I didn't want to sound weird. But it wouldn't leave me alone, so I finally called her and I was really careful about it. I didn't make it dramatic. I just said, "Hey, I don't know why, but I keep feeling like you need to slow down and be extra careful right now." And she got quiet. And then she told me she'd almost slipped the night before carrying boiling water because her hand cramped and a mug shattered on the floor. Like, I couldn't have known that. And moments like that mess with my head, because what am I supposed to do with that? Because none of this feels controlled. I'm not training it. I'm not trying to tap in. I'm not sitting down like, okay, spirits, let's chat. I don't practice anything. I don't seek it out. If anything, I've spent years trying to ignore it, or rationalize it, or push it into a box so I can just be normal and get through my day. And that's the thing. It doesn't feel powerful. It feels confusing, isolating, like carrying around a radio that turns on by itself, blasting things you didn't ask to hear. And I'm not here asking if that makes me psychic or special. That framing doesn't sit right with me. I'm not trying to claim anything. I'm just asking if anyone else has experienced something like this. Seeing presences when you're fully awake, feeling energy shifts, absorbing emotions like they're your own, having dreams that line up too closely to brush off. I'm genuinely open to different perspectives, spiritual, psychological, skeptical, as long as it's respectful. I'm not looking for someone to laugh at me or tell me I'm making it up. I'm looking for people who can help me make sense of something that's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. And if anyone wants me to go deeper into specific experiences, I can. I've got plenty of stories. I guess I wanted to start here. So we moved into this little house in early fall of 2021, September I think, and for a while it felt normal, cozy even. Just me and my wife, Lena, trying to settle in, figuring out where everything goes, getting used to the creaks and the quirks. And then one night, not long after we'd unpacked, something happened that still makes my stomach tighten up when I think about it. Lena and I were downstairs watching TV. Eventually I got tired and told her I was heading up to bed. She said, "Okay, I'll be right behind you." Super casual, nothing weird. So I go upstairs, get into bed, and I'm laying on my side with my back to the door, scrolling through my phone like always, and I hear footsteps come into the room. Not like, maybe the house is settling footsteps, like a person walking. Then I feel the mattress dip right behind me, like someone climbed into bed. The blanket shifts, the bed compresses, that unmistakable feeling when another body settles in. So I'm thinking, oh, Lena's here. But then, just a couple seconds later, I hear the kitchen sink turn on downstairs, and I hear dishes clink together like someone's rinsing something off. Instant adrenaline, like electric shock through my whole body. I whip my arm around, expecting to see Lena right there beside me, and the bed is empty. Empty. I sat up so fast I almost pulled something. I just stared at the spot where I swore someone had been, trying to make my brain accept it. Lena calls up from downstairs like, "Hey, I'm just gonna grab a glass of water." So she's down there, which means whatever I felt in the bed wasn't her. I told her and she believed me. But you know how it is when you didn't experience it yourself. She got quiet, shrugged a little, kind of like, "That's freaky, but what do we even do with that?" And honestly, time passed. Nothing else happened for a while. Long enough that it started to feel like a bizarre glitch in reality. Like maybe I'd imagined it. Like maybe I'd been half asleep. I almost forgot it. Almost. Then, months later, maybe close to a year after we'd moved in, we had the worst night of our lives. It was around 11:40 p.m. Lena and I had just gotten into bed. We'd barely been laying there 5 minutes when we suddenly heard one of the kids' indoor scooters blast across the hardwood downstairs in the dining area at the bottom of the stairs. And I don't mean a toy shifting or slowly rolling an inch because the floor is uneven. No, this sounded like a hard shove. Like it got launched, wheels rattling fast, sliding, clattering. The kind of sound that makes your brain scream, "Someone is in the house." Lena sat straight up. I sat straight up. We looked at each other and there was no wait and see. No, listen for more. We moved. I grabbed my handgun and we did that awful thing you never want to do. Clearing your own house in the middle of the night with your heart trying to climb out of your throat. Our place isn't big, maybe 1,100 square feet. And it's kind of cramped, honestly. Not a ton of storage. Not many places for someone to hide. We checked everything. Closets, corners, behind doors, under beds. Every room. Nothing. No open windows. No forced door. No weird shadows. Just quiet. So we go back upstairs, both trying to pretend we're not shaking. I kept the gun within arm's reach. We're laying there again, and it's like our bodies haven't even had time to calm down. And then we hear it. Someone coming up the stairs. Clear as day. Heavy steps. Not careful. Not sneaking. Just walking up like they own the place. It takes maybe 8 seconds to climb our stairs, and whatever it wasn't slow. There was the sound of footsteps, but also this weird swish sound, like fabric brushing with every step, like a jacket or track pants. Lena sprang out of bed before I even fully moved, arms up like she was bracing to confront someone at the top. I grabbed the gun and rushed to the bedroom door, because our daughter's room is right next to ours, and all I could think was, I am not letting someone reach that door. I turned the corner, fully expecting to be face to face with an intruder, and there was no one. Nobody. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The landing was empty. The stairs were empty. And that moment messed me up, because my brain couldn't file it anywhere. There is no version of reality where something makes that kind of noise, coming all the way up the stairs, and then simply isn't there. Also, I know my house. Like, know it. I work from home. I'm here constantly. Every step has its own squeak. Every board talks. If someone had sprinted back down, I would have heard it. If they'd moved into another room, I would have heard the floor complain about it. But it was like the sound reached the top of the stairs, and then vanished. We cleared the house again, faster, more frantic, lights on everywhere. Still nothing. We even debated calling the police, but how do you explain it without sounding unhinged? Hi, yes, we heard someone run a scooter and then climb our stairs, but there's no one here. Like, come on. So I stayed downstairs on the couch with every light blazing, gun in hand, just sitting there in this tense, miserable silence. Probably 40 minutes, maybe longer. Eventually, Exhaustion 1. We went back up, but this time we closed the baby gate at the top of the stairs. Not because we thought a baby gate could stop a grown adult, but because if someone did come up again, they'd have to mess with it, and we'd have a second of warning. About half an hour later, I hear noise from the small office across the hall. At first it was like a hum, then a sharper mechanical sound, like something powering up. I got out of bed and walked toward the office door, and the sound got louder. Not subtle, not imaginary. I ran back, grabbed the gun again, and got Lena. We yanked the office door open, and my laser cutter exhaust system was on. Not only the internal fan, also the external exhaust fan, cranked up to full. And here's what matters. I hadn't touched that setup in months. And these aren't touchscreens or voice commands or something. They're physical switches. The external fan requires multiple button presses to ramp up speed. In the years I'd owned that equipment, it had never once turned on by itself. That was the moment Lena and I just stood there, staring, and I could feel my whole sense of safety collapse. Because now it wasn't just a sound. It wasn't just a weird moment in bed. It was something interacting with the house. 3 back-to-back incidents. Scooter, stairs, then that exhaust system, flipped a switch in me. It made me revisit every strange noise we'd brushed off. Every odd feeling. Every probably nothing. And then I did one last thing that messed me up even more. I went digging through my phone trying to figure out when that first bed incident had happened. I don't know why. Curiosity, I guess. Maybe I wanted to prove it to myself that it was real. And when I finally pinned it down, it landed on December 21st. Exactly 1 year before the night of the scooter and the stairs. That timing hit me like a punch. Like the house was keeping its own calendar. And the worst part is not knowing. Not having a clean explanation. That uncertainty eats at you. We told our next-door neighbors, older couple, been there forever, like 5 decades. And they got strangely quiet and said something like, "Well, years back, a woman who lived in your house disappeared." They weren't sure on the exact year, maybe 2006, 2007, but they said it like it was old neighborhood lore. Like everybody knew something happened, but nobody talked about it. I don't know if it's connected. I don't know if I even believe in that kind of connection. But it's the only thread I've got. And now, it's mid-December again, and I can feel myself getting tense, like my body remembers before my brain does. I put up 2 indoor cameras, one in the kitchen aimed down the hall toward the living and dining areas, so it can catch anything moving toward the stairs, and one at the top of the stairs. Part of me wants to prevent anything from happening, and part of me is terrified that if something happens again, the only way anyone will ever believe it is if I catch it on video. I've told people this story and joked that they're welcome to spend the night. Nobody ever takes me up on it, and honestly, I don't blame them. But if you've got any suggestions, any way to feel prepared without feeding the fear, please tell me. Because I can already feel the date creeping closer, and I hate that my own house has a countdown in my head. So this isn't really a scary story, at least not in the jump scare way. But it's one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me, and I still can't explain it. This was, I want to say about a decade ago, maybe a little more, like 11 years back. It was late, around 10 at night, and me and my brother Eli were doing this thing we used to do when we got bored inside. We'd just wander around outside our parents' place, talking about nothing and everything, just pacing the yard, tossing random thoughts back and forth. And at first, everything was normal. Then I noticed this tiny red dot, like a laser pointer, flicker onto my left shin. I stop mid-step and look down like, what was that? But the second I focus on it, it's gone. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe my eyes just caught a reflection off something. Whatever. I shrug it off and keep listening to Eli ramble, because he's the talker, and I'm mostly just nodding along. Maybe 2 minutes later, same thing. Red dot, same leg. This time I do a sharper double take. Now I'm scanning the yard like, all right, who's messing with me? Because it seriously looked like one of those laser pointers people use to mess with pets. But I don't see anyone. No neighbors out. No movement. Nothing. I brush it off again, but I'm definitely alert now. And then it happens again, only this time it flashes on my stomach. I look down and gone. That's when I finally interrupt Eli and go, dude, is someone out here aiming a laser at me or something? I keep seeing this red light. He stops talking and looks around, kind of squinting into the dark, and he's like, no, I don't see anyone. But at this point, I'm not letting it go, because now it's happened too many times to be nothing. So I start slowly scanning the perimeter of the yard, like maybe someone's hiding behind a tree or a fence. And then I start noticing the red light on the ground. Except here's the part that messed with me. Every time I looked directly at it, it would vanish, like it didn't want to be seen head on. And it wasn't always just a dot anymore. Sometimes it looked like a little circle, maybe the size of a coin, and once it even had this faint halo around it, like a ring. So I'm crouching a little, searching the grass, and Eli's kind of behind me, confused, trying to figure out what I'm reacting to. And while I'm looking, I start seeing something else, something I can't even describe right without sounding crazy. It looked like a thin, glittery, metallic silver string on the ground, almost like those shiny curling party streamers people hang from ceilings at birthdays. You know, the ones that twist and shimmer when they move. That's the closest comparison I can make. Except this wasn't hanging from anything. It was just there, low to the ground, like a little shimmering strand. But the second I tried to focus on it clearly, gone again. Like it slipped out of view the moment my brain tried to lock onto it. Then the red light comes back, hard. Not just once. It's hitting different parts of me rapidly. Leg, forearm, stomach, chest, like someone was flicking it around on purpose. And I snap. I'm like, Eli, what the hell? It's on me. It's literally on me right now. What is going on? He can tell I'm actually panicking now, like my voice has that edge to it, and he's telling me to calm down, but he's also looking around more seriously now too. And then, this part gives me chills even thinking about it. We both turn at the same time, like perfectly in sync. No idea why. We just both shifted our bodies and looked toward the ground behind us. And there it was, an orb. It was hovering around knee height, maybe 2 feet in front of us. And the second we both actually registered it, like the moment our brains went, oh my God, we're both seeing this, it shot downward. Not straight down like it dropped. It moved in this smooth arc, like a little parabolic swoop, and then, zip, it went into the ground and vanished. Like it dove into the dirt. We just stared at each other. No words, just that look like, tell me you saw that. And the answer was obvious, because we both looked stunned. Now, me and Eli were raised pretty religious. Not like we were at church every week or anything, but faith was real to us. And in that moment, we didn't interpret it as cool mystery. We interpreted it as something bad, something with intent, something that wasn't supposed to be there. So we went straight inside, locked the door, and we prayed right there in the house, asking for protection, for our home to be covered, for whatever that was to stay gone. We didn't yell about it or run around telling anyone. We actually got kind of quiet, because in our minds, speaking too much about it felt like inviting it back. like giving it attention. The rest of that night we stayed up trying to make sense of it, without fully saying it out loud over and over. And then the next morning, I wake up with my left eye sore, like I'd been lightly hit by something. Not bruised, no redness like an infection, no mark at all. Just that tender, something impacted me kind of soreness. And I remember just laying there thinking, no way. Like I couldn't prove it was connected, but it felt connected in my gut. And that's basically it. We never saw anything like that again. No red dot, no glittery silver string-looking thing, no brass orb, nothing. But I'll tell you, every time I think about that night, I can still see that little bright thing hovering there, like it was alive for a second, and then it just dove into the earth like it belonged to something underneath. Okay, so I need to give you a little context first, because otherwise this is going to sound completely unhinged. I've lived in this rental for about 5 years now, still here, and I swear, everything weird in my life started the moment we moved into this place. Not in my childhood home, not in any creaky old house stereotype, not even when we visited relatives in older buildings. Just here. Only here. And the house has history. Like the kind of history you can feel if you stand still long enough. It used to be trashed and occupied by squatters, and there was a police raid at one point. There's literally a repaired section of ceiling where they came down through it. It's patched up now, but you can still see it if you know where to look. It's like the house has a scar. Anyway, the first time I ever saw something, I was a kid. Little enough that I still played on the floor with plushies and didn't think twice about it. I remember sitting in my room, just messing around, when I heard footsteps. Not the soft kind. Heavy. Like boots. I looked into the hallway, expecting to see my dad or maybe my brother, but instead, there was this tall figure. I mean, tall. Like 6.5 feet at least. He was pitch black, like someone cut him out of the darkness. And he had this long coat, something like a trench coat, and a wide brim hat. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but that's what it looked like. He didn't rush me or do anything dramatic. He just stood there, like he was checking on me. Then he nodded, slow and deliberate, and he said something. I couldn't make out the words. It was like hearing someone talk through water. And here's the part that makes me feel stupid even telling you. I got up and followed him. Like a kid following an adult down a hallway because it feels normal in the moment. I stepped into the hall, and he was gone. No footsteps fading away, no door closing, nothing. Just empty hallway and that same weird stillness. After that, things were quieter for a while. Not normal exactly, but quieter. The bigger stuff didn't really ramp up until I hit high school. That's when it started feeling like the house was getting more comfortable being strange. 2 things stand out the most. The first one happened around 4:45 in the morning. The whole house was dead asleep. No TV, no music, nothing. And then, crash. It came from the kitchen, loud enough that my stomach dropped like I missed a step on stairs. I ran out, fully expecting to see broken glass or someone breaking in. But what I found didn't make sense. The dish drying rack, like the whole rack, was by the front door. Not tipped over in the kitchen, not slid off the counter. By the front door. And in the living room, a heavy pan, one of those thick, weighty ones, was on the floor like it had been thrown. Both things were several feet from where they belonged. Like, not a cat knocked it down situation. The pan would have had to travel. I stood there, heart racing, trying to think of any explanation that didn't involve me losing my mind. Then I did the bravest thing a jumpy person can do. I retreated. I went back to bed. I pulled the blanket up like that could protect me from physics breaking. and I forced myself to sleep. The second big incident didn't even happen to me. It happened to my friend Mason. He was over one afternoon. I was in my room folding laundry, and he was in the kitchen, because for some reason he insists on refilling the ice trays when he visits, like he lives here or something. I heard a sharp clatter, then him swearing loud enough that it echoed. I asked him what happened, and he told me, dead serious, that the tray had been firmly in both his hands when it suddenly jerked upward and smacked him right in the face, like someone yanked it. And that fits the pattern. I'll get to that, because after those, it wasn't always big dramatic stuff. Sometimes it was little things, objects not where you left them, a shadow in the corner of your vision, a quick movement you can't quite track when you turn your head. But the most consistent thing, the thing that every single person who comes into this house says without me prompting them, is this: the air feels tense, like you're being watched. Not, oh, this place is creepy, watched. More like observed. Like you're a guest and the house doesn't quite trust you yet. And I used to be one of those people who rolled their eyes at paranormal stories. Like, no offense, but I was in the "there's always an explanation" camp. Except after enough unexplainable things happen, especially when other people experience them too, you start running out of explanations. What's weird is that while my friends are the ones who see and hear things more often, for me the biggest experiences are touch. I'll be doing something totally normal, homework, cleaning, just laying on my bed scrolling, when I suddenly feel this cold pressure, usually on my shoulders or along the side of my face. And it's not like a breeze. It feels specific, like hands. Here's the part that makes my skin prickle even as I say it. Most of the time it isn't scary. It's almost, don't laugh, comforting. Like someone patting your shoulder or brushing your cheek in a familiar way. But sometimes it gets weird. Sometimes when I'm sitting or lying down, it feels like something presses into me, like a tight hug, except it can shift into something heavier, like being pinned, like something is laying on top of me. And before you say sleep paralysis, no, I've looked into that. When this happens, I'm awake. I can move. I can lift my arms and legs. I can turn my head. But when I try to sit up, it's like I'm pushing against weight that isn't there. I've actually forced myself upward before, like a few inches off the mattress, only to get shoved back down, like my body hits an invisible hand and bounces. It's infuriating more than anything. Like, excuse me, I'm trying to exist? And thankfully, so far, it hasn't gone past that. I really, really want it to stay that way. Because here's the pattern I was talking about. Whatever this is in my house, it treats me differently than it treats everyone else. With me, it's almost respectful. It barely messes with my stuff. If anything, it gets clingy. Like it wants attention, or it wants to remind me it's there. But with other people, it's like it's annoyed they're here, or protective, or territorial. I don't even know. It'll bang on my sister's door in the middle of the night and wake the whole house up. It'll move my dad's tools around when nobody's home, like taking things and putting them in different places just to prove it can. And then there's what happened to Mason with the ice tray, and other little accidents my friends have had here that never happen anywhere else. At this point, my whole friend group jokes about my haunted house, but it's that kind of joking where everyone laughs a little too fast, you know? Like we're trying to keep it light so we don't have to sit in how real it feels. And I don't know why it's chosen me as the favorite. That part honestly freaks me out more than the shadows or the moving objects. Because if something is capable of being aggressive to other people but gentle with me, that means it's making choices. The strangest part, this is all still happening. Like right now, while I'm telling you this, it's late, past 2 in the morning, and I can feel that same cold pressure on my shoulders and along my cheek. Not painful, just there, like it's listening too. So, hey, let me just start by saying, I'm 17, and I live in Sweden in this old house that's been standing since the 1600s, like really old. The kind of place where the floors creak even when no one's walking, and the air always feels a little cooler in certain corners. My family says the house once belonged to someone well known around here, a privateer named Johann Blom. There's this weird pride people have about it, like it's historic, like it's charming. And yeah, it is beautiful in that antique way. But living in it is different. I've been here basically my whole life. And when I was about 7, things started happening that I didn't have words for. In my room back then, I had this tall bookshelf that I kept my comics and school stuff on. And I swear to you, books would end up on the floor like they'd been shoved out. Not like, oops, it slipped. Like something cleared them off. I'd come back from dinner and see 2 or 3 lying open on the rug, pages spread like they'd been thrown. I also had this old tiled stove in my room, one of those big ceramic ones, and at night, I'd hear this scraping sound from inside it. Not crackling, not settling. Scraping. Like something dragging fingernails against stone. Sometimes, when I was home alone, I'd hear movement in the hallway, soft steps, like someone barefoot, and faint voices like they were in another room talking low. I'd freeze and listen, hoping it was the TV or the pipes or anything normal. And it went on for years. Not every day, but often enough that you start adjusting your life around it without realizing. For a long time, it was mostly just me experiencing it. And then, it wasn't. My little brother and my mom started noticing things too, hearing things, seeing things. The moment that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it happened when my grandma was visiting. Everything was totally normal. We were sitting around, laughing, talking, just a calm evening. Then my brother suddenly went quiet, like someone turned him off. He stared down at the table and said, very plainly, "Maya is gone." Maya was my grandma's best friend. Everyone instantly reacted like, "What is wrong with you?" My parents snapped at him for saying something like that. Grandma looked offended and confused and, honestly, kind of hurt. And then her phone rang. It was Maya's husband. He told her Maya had just died. And the thing is, this wasn't some "she's been sick for weeks, we were expecting it" situation. It was sudden. And my brother had no way of knowing. Like, physically, logically, no way. The room went quiet in this really heavy way, and I remember staring at my brother like I didn't recognize him. When I got older, around 14 or 15, I started trying really hard to be rational about everything. I wasn't hearing as much anymore, and I didn't want to be the kid who believes in ghosts just because the house is old. So I told myself it was imagination, or stress, or just the house settling. But still, sometimes I'd see the chandelier swing just a little, like someone brushed past it. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps on the stairs when no one was there. And I'd just force myself to shrug it off. Then I started dating my girlfriend. Well, now she's my ex. But at the time, she was the first person outside my family who spent real time in the house with me. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the house noticed a new person and decided to react. It wasn't subtle. It affected almost everyone. Except my dad. My dad doesn't believe any of it. Even if something happened right in front of him, he'd find a way to make it our fault. Like we set something up. Like we were exaggerating. It was exhausting. The first time my girlfriend came into my room, she stopped near the doorway and said she felt weird, like suddenly dizzy and sick. She literally told me, "I felt fine until I walked in here." She said it felt like she wasn't supposed to be there, like she was being watched. Not in a normal, nervous meeting the parents way, but like there was someone else in the room with us. After a few minutes, she asked if we could go somewhere else. I didn't want to. I was stubborn and also kind of embarrassed, like I didn't want to admit something was wrong with my room. So we stayed. Not long after that, she suddenly ran to the window and threw up. Like, violently. It wasn't, "Oops, I feel nauseous." It was full on. At first we tried to explain it. Maybe she was anxious. Maybe she hadn't eaten. Maybe it was something random. But it kept happening. Every time she was in that room, she got sick. Every single time. And the weird part was she was totally fine in the rest of the house. We could hang out in the kitchen, the living room, even the hallway outside my room. Nothing. But the moment she stayed in my room too long, she'd get pale and shaky, and then, yeah. So eventually I talked to my brother and asked if we could switch rooms. He agreed, surprisingly easily. Like maybe he didn't want to be near that room either. When my mom asked why I wanted to swap, I told her what my girlfriend had experienced. And I asked her, kind of carefully, if there was anything else about the house or that room that I didn't know. And she got this look, like she'd been waiting years for someone to ask. She told me that when she first moved in with my dad, she felt the house had this strange heaviness. And one time in the bathroom, she saw towels, not falling, not hanging wrong, sticking out into the air, like something invisible was pinching them in the corner and pulling them outward, like a hand stretching fabric. She asked my dad if anything like that had happened to him. He basically laughed it off. Then she told me something that I had no memory of. She said when I was about 4 or 5, I woke up crying and told her I'd had a nightmare about a headless man with an axe in the bathroom. Like I described it in detail, him coming toward me, killing me. She said it freaked her out because I was so little, and I talked about it like it was real. I didn't remember any of it. But after she told me, the dreams came back. For weeks, I kept dreaming about that bathroom, that same feeling, that same shape, like my brain had been reminded of something it wanted to forget. After we switched rooms, my girlfriend stopped getting sick, completely. And the old room got quieter too. Not totally dead, but calmer. Back when it was my brother's room, there was only one thing I clearly remember happening in there. Me and my mom were sitting and doing something simple, coloring or drawing, when a lid from a mug launched off a shelf and hit the floor right between us. Now I've been in my new room for about 2 years. And most of the time it's fine. Mostly. But I still get that feeling sometimes that I'm being watched. Like there's a presence just outside the edge of your vision. And the most recent thing? I still don't have an explanation for it. One morning, I noticed the word "hello" written on the outside of my window. Outside. And the creepy part is, you can't just walk up and do it. The bushes are high and thick right under the window, and the window itself is up enough that you'd have to be standing in a really awkward place to reach it. Like you'd need a ladder, or you'd need to be inside the bushes. There was no ladder, no footprints, nothing obvious. Just that word. Like someone wanted me to know they'd been there. And honestly, that's what gets me the most. Not the noises or the books or even the dreams. It's the feeling that whatever it is, if it is something, doesn't just happen randomly. It notices. And sometimes it answers back. So, today I want to tell you about my aunt. Let's call her Aunt Marisol, and this house she lived in for years out in Colorado before she eventually moved down to Texas with her husband. Marisol bought that place back when she was with her partner at the time, a guy named Graham. It was actually a really nice house, the kind that should feel cozy and normal. And the basement? It wasn't even one of those creepy, unfinished basements you see in movies. It was finished. Soft carpet, clean white walls, bright lighting. Marisol used it as this combo home gym and office, and she'd worked down there as an attorney, the kind who spent her days fighting for people who needed someone in their corner. Off to the side of the basement was the laundry area, small, plain, and practical. Cement floor, washer and dryer tucked under a shelf with detergent and dryer sheets, its own overhead light. Just normal. Completely normal. And yet, every once in a while, being down there would hit me with this sudden, awful feeling, like someone had just turned their attention toward me. You know that sharp sensation where the hairs on your arms lift and your whole body prickles with goosebumps? Like your instincts are yelling, "Hey, something's right behind you." It was easy to talk myself out of it though, because everything looked so boring and everyday. I used to house sit for Marisol when she traveled, sometimes just a couple days, sometimes a whole week, because she had chickens and they needed care no matter what. During one of those stays, I carried a basket of clothes down to do laundry. And the moment I stepped into that laundry area, my body just reacted. My scalp went tight, my back tingled, and it felt like someone was creeping up behind me, close enough that if I turned too fast, I'd bump into them. I kept loading the washer, trying to act casual, but I kept glancing over my shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. No footsteps, no shadow, nothing visible at all. So I did that thing we all do. I rushed through it, laughed quietly at myself, and practically sprinted back up the stairs like I was late for an appointment with safety. But then the wash cycle finished, and I had to go back down. I remember being so determined to look unbothered, like, nope, not scared, totally fine, I belong here. Like confidence could somehow keep the air from turning heavy. It was worse the second time. The washer was a top loader, and I'm short, barely 5 feet. So pulling clothes out means I have to lean way over the rim, reaching down until my feet almost lift off the ground. I was basically folded in half, vulnerable, stuck in that position. And that's when the feeling got intense, like dread crawling up from my stomach and settling in my throat. The sensation at my back was so strong, it was almost physical, like someone hovering inches away, watching, waiting. I kept telling myself it was just nerves, that I felt exposed because of how I was bent over, that my imagination was grabbing the wheel. But the longer I stayed down there, the more it felt like the room didn't want me there. I yanked the last piece of clothing out, shoved everything into the dryer, and got up the stairs so fast I'm surprised I didn't trip. When I reached the top, I shut that basement door like it could seal the feeling away. Later, grabbing the clean clothes wasn't nearly as bad. Still weird, but not like that. When Marisol got home a day or 2 later, I finally mentioned it, half laughing, like I was embarrassed to even say it out loud. And she didn't even blink. She just goes, "Oh, yeah, that's Eddie." I swear I thought she was joking. Then she said something that made my stomach dip. She told me Graham used to say, kind of darkly, that if he ever died before she did, he'd handle Eddie, so she'd never have to live in that house alone, with whatever that was. Graham was quite a bit older than her, so the way they talked about mortality sometimes wasn't totally out of left field. But still, hearing that, after what I'd felt, it landed differently. And then, a few years later, Graham actually did pass away. They'd been riding his motorcycle together, and an accident happened. One wrong slip on loose sand or gravel, and that was it. Metasol wasn't badly hurt, just bruises and a twisted ankle, but Graham was taken to the hospital and didn't make it. He held on for days, but eventually, he was gone. A little while after she came home, Metasol told me something I still get chills thinking about. She said she was in the living room when she heard these heavy noises upstairs, in her bedroom directly above her. Not just a creak or a bump. It sounded like a full-on fight. Loud thuds, rattling, the kind of chaos that makes you picture furniture shifting and bodies slamming into things. And here's the part that made it eerie. Graham had trained in martial arts for years. He moved with that grounded, powerful kind of energy, even when he was just walking through a room. Metasol waited until the noises stopped, then went upstairs. Her bedroom looked like something had happened. A couple framed photos and papers that had been neatly stacked were on the floor. The bed, made earlier that day, was rumpled like someone had thrown their weight across it. And after that ugly, watching feeling in the basement was just gone. No more Eddie, no more dread, no more sense of something wanting to feed off fear. Like someone had walked into that house after death and finished some unfinished business. But that isn't even the last strange thing, because about a year later, I saw Graham. By then, Metasol had started dating someone new, Devin, and he'd moved in with his 2 little boys. I used to babysit them a lot while Metasol worked downstairs, and sometimes I'd be the only adult in the house while she was off in court. One afternoon, the boys were upstairs napping, and I was on the couch reading. The front door was in my line of sight. Hanging on a hook near the door was one of Graham's old flannels, one he'd loved and worn constantly. Metasol kept it there, and sometimes she'd wear it herself, like a small comfort she didn't have to explain. I glanced up from my book, and there he was. Graham, full color, solid, completely real-looking, standing by the door. He was wearing the flannel that had been hanging there, and he was leaning forward, pulling on a shoe like he was getting ready to head out. I blinked hard, because I expected him to disappear the second my eyes reset. But he didn't. He stayed. For a moment, we just looked at each other. And it wasn't scary. It wasn't threatening. It was quiet. Familiar. Like he was checking the place, checking her. We gave each other the smallest nod, like, yeah, I see you. You see me. And then he was gone. Not fading, not turning away, just there 1 second and not there the next. That night, I told Metasol over dinner, and her eyes did that thing where sadness and love mixed together. She said she'd never seen him that clearly, but she'd felt him sometimes, like the bed dipping, warmth against her back, like someone lying down behind her the way he used to. She said she felt him less now that Devin and the boys were part of the home, but not in a bad way. More like he was relieved. Like he'd wanted her to keep living, keep loving, keep building something after him. Not like a haunting. More like a hand on your shoulder. A gentle reminder that love doesn't always leave just because someone does. So, I can't tell you my exact age, but I was somewhere around 15, maybe 16. Back then, I was living just outside Boulder, in a small Colorado town where the air always felt a little too crisp at night. I spent a ton of time at my best friend Jules's place. She lived with her mom, Dana, in this long, older mobile home that always smelled faintly like laundry detergent and craft glue. When I first started coming over, they had someone renting their extra room. But once he moved out, that room turned into this chaotic craft storage universe. I'm talking towers of fabric, yarn that had escaped its skeins like it was making a break for freedom, loose buttons everywhere, like the room itself was mid-explosion. Then one weekend, Dana decided she'd had enough. A few days later, she proudly showed me what she'd done. And honestly, it was impressive. The room looked completely different, like magazine different. She'd put in a twin bed with a squeaky metal frame, set up this old chunky TV that looked like it belonged in the 80s, and even organized all her supplies into neatly labeled bins and drawers. It had its own little bathroom too, which felt wildly luxurious compared to the couch or the floor of Jules's bedroom. Dana was practically glowing, because she knew, without even saying it, that I'd be the one sleeping in there most often. Now, Jules and I had this tradition during sleepovers. We'd stay up late and scare ourselves on purpose. That was our favorite thing. This was back when creepy internet stuff felt oddly believable. We'd watch spooky videos, read stories, and dare each other to keep going even when we were both clearly freaked out. That night, we'd even played one of those early horror games on her laptop until we were jumpy and laugh screaming at everything. Eventually, though, we ran out of material, and the tired kind of dread set in. The kind where your brain starts inventing extra fear just to stay entertained. I didn't want to, but I finally said goodnight and went across the hall to the new guest room. I climbed into bed, the frame giving that little metallic squeal, and I just laid there trying to calm myself down. I did that thing where you take a slow breath and tell yourself, "You're fine. It's just a room. You're being dramatic." My eyes were closed. My body started to soften. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not outside, not in the hallway, inside my room. You know that instant full-body alertness? Like someone poured cold water into your bloodstream? That happened. My arms prickled. The back of my neck lit up with adrenaline. I yanked my eyes open and immediately grabbed my glasses because I suddenly felt way too exposed being half blind. I stared into the dim room. There was a street light outside, and it threw a pale rectangle of light across part of the floor. And I saw nothing. But the footsteps kept going. Slow, steady creaks in the floor, like someone was actually walking around. They started near the door, then crossed diagonally toward the little TV stand, then moved toward the open closet. Then, oh my God, then they came toward the bed. I could track them perfectly. 3 or 4 small steps at a time, like whoever it was had short legs. And when they got close enough, it felt like someone was standing right beside me, just looking at me. Not menacing, not angry, curious. Then the steps moved away again, toward this oversized teddy bear Dana had propped in the corner on a chair like it was a person. Then back to the TV. And then the whole route repeated, over and over, like a little loop. I tried to ignore it. I even took my glasses off again and lay back thinking, if I pretend I'm asleep, maybe it'll get bored and go away. Nope. It kept going with the relentless energy only a kid could have. The same path, the same pauses, and I got to the point where I could predict it like a rhythm. Steps. 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 I wasn't scared anymore, but I also couldn't relax, and I felt ridiculous, truly. But finally, I just spoke out loud. I said something like, I know this room is different now, and you're probably just looking around, but it's really late, and I can't sleep with the walking. Could you please stop for tonight so I can rest? And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, the room changed instantly. It was like the air untensed. The prickly feeling on my skin vanished. The footsteps stopped mid-world. Silence dropped in so clean it almost felt heavy, and I could finally breathe normally again. I fell asleep. The next morning, I was in the living room, eating breakfast with Jules and Dana, telling them everything. I was trying to make it sound casual, like it was no big deal, even though my eyes were probably huge the whole time. And while I was finishing the story, I stood up to go grab my overnight bag, because my mom was going to pick me up soon. I turned toward the hallway, and I froze, like my body simply refused to move, because standing right in front of me was a little girl. Solid, real, not transparent, not misty, but completely in grayscale. She looked about 6 or 7. She was wearing this old-fashioned dress with a little square apron, something you'd see in an antique photo. Her hair was straight and cut to her jaw, and even though she had no actual color, my brain insisted I knew what her colors were supposed to be. Like her ribbon bow should have been light blue, like her hair should have been dark blonde. She looked up at me and smiled, sweet and knowing, like, "Oh, so you were talking about me." And then, without any rush, she turned slightly and leaned forward like she was trying to scoop up a cat that I couldn't see. She took a couple small steps, reaching down, and followed that invisible cat directly through the wall. Just gone. I turned back to Jules and Dana so slowly, I swear I felt my joints creak. Dana's eyes were bright, like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. "What just happened?" she demanded, practically vibrating. I could barely get air out. "You won't believe me if I tell you." "Yes, we will," Jules said immediately, like she was already bracing herself. "We know this place is weird. What was it?" So I described her, the little girl, the grayscale, the apron, the ribbon. Dana erupted. "I knew it!" she yelled, pointing like she'd just won something. "Jules, didn't I say for years it felt like there was a little girl here?" Jules just laughed and nodded like, "Fine, you've been saying it forever." A minute later, my mom pulled up, and I went back to the guest room to grab my stuff. While I was stuffing my toothbrush into my bag, I paused and looked around the room. At the neatly folded things, the labeled bins, the squeaky bed. And I said, quietly, to the empty air, "You can come visit again if you want, just not in the middle of the night next time." And that's the strange part. I stayed over there plenty of times after that, but I never heard the footsteps again, and I never saw that little girl again either. So, this happened when I was about 26, and I was crashing for a long weekend at my best friend Maya's place. She was renting this older little house with her boyfriend, Evan, the kind of house with slightly creaky floors and that faint, always there smell of wood and dust. Here's the setup. Evan's aunt and uncle technically owned the place, so the rent was cheap, but in exchange, Maya and Evan were basically the unofficial maintenance crew. At the time, they were in the middle of some renovation thing, running new wiring for recessed lights, replacing a junction box, something along those lines. And because they were going up into the attic constantly, they'd moved the attic access panel and just left it open for the week or two the project would take. And of course, the attic opening was in the ceiling of the guest room, which was where I was sleeping. So every time I'd lie down, I'd be staring at this dark rectangle above me like, great, love this, wonderful choice. And I'm not even saying I'm a super paranoid person, but sleeping under an open attic feels like the universe is daring you to imagine something up there. The first night, I literally slept facing away from it with the blanket pulled up like a child. Very cool, very brave. But the weird part didn't happen at night. It happened the next day, in broad daylight. Maya and I were in the guest room while Evan was explaining what he was doing up there, pointing at the ceiling, talking about wires and insulation and, "Yeah, we're just waiting on the new fixture." I remember being half listening, kind of looking around, when I got this sudden, almost magnetic urge to look up into the opening. And when I did, it looked normal. Sunlight was coming in from the window, and I could see the beams, some rolled insulation, maybe a toolbox or a stack of drywall off to one side. Just a regular attic. Except, at the same time, there was something else. This is the part that's hard to explain without sounding completely unhinged, but it felt like I was seeing two layers at once. Like my actual eyes were seeing wood and dust, but my brain was picking up a second image in the exact same space. In that second layer, there was this black shape. Not a spider, not a shadow from a beam, not anything that made sense. It was like an inky blob, sort of fluid and thick, sitting right at the edge of the opening. And I felt it watching us. Not like, ooh, spooky attic vibes. Like the sensation you get when someone is staring at the back of your head and you turn around because you just know. Except there wasn't a someone. It didn't even feel human. It just felt aware. I stood there staring, trying to force my brain to categorize it. Dust? A trick of light? A weird angle? But the longer I stared, the more solid the other image became. And then it moved. It sort of flowed, like it poured itself from the right side of the opening to the left, hugging the edge in a slow, deliberate way. And then it changed shape. This is the part that made my skin go cold. It formed into something like a head and shoulders leaning over the opening, peering down. There were no features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just matte blackness. But I could tell where its face was, and I could tell it was looking down at us. And then, this is the detail I hate the most. I had this immediate sense that it noticed me noticing it. Like there was a moment of mutual recognition. Like it turned its attention in my direction and went, "Oh, you can see this." I nodded along to whatever he was saying, pretending I was fine, while my brain was screaming, "Do not look up again. Do not look up again." And I told myself all the usual things. It's an attic. People tell scary attic stories. I'm tired. My imagination is running wild. I'm a guest in someone's home. I'm not about to start acting like I just saw a ceiling demon at lunchtime. So I shoved it down. Hard. Until the next day. The next day, Maya and I were in her car, just us, and she got quiet in this really specific way, like she was choosing her words carefully. She kept her eyes on the road and said, "Okay, I've been wanting to ask you something, but I didn't want to say it in the house." My stomach immediately did this slow roll. She said, "How are you feeling about the attic being open in the guest room?" And I tried to play it off. I was like, "It's kind of creepy. I don't love sleeping under it, but it's fine." There was this pause, and then she said, very softly, "Yesterday, I saw you looking up there for a while. Did you see anything? Or feel anything?" And my whole body went hot and cold at the same time, because, listen, I hadn't told her. I hadn't told Evan. I hadn't even told myself I fully believed it. But she was asking so directly that I couldn't really dodge it. So I said, "This is going to sound weird." And then I told her. I told her about the double-layer vision, about the black fluid shape, about it forming into something like a person leaning over the edge. And as I'm saying it, I'm watching her face. All the color drained out of her, like drained. Her mouth went slightly open, and she just stared straight ahead at the windshield. When I finished, she whispered, "No, no, no, no." And I was like, "What?" And she said, "I saw the same thing." My heart started pounding. She said, "The exact same thing. Black, kind of moving like it was liquid, like an amoeba, and it leaned out and looked down at me." Then she glanced at me and added, "And I saw it the same way you just described. like it wasn't normal sight, like it was in my mind's eye. I just sat there, completely nauseous, because at that point, imagination stopped being a comforting explanation. If two people describe the same impossible thing in the same impossible way, what are you supposed to do with that? I tried anyway. I said, maybe we both freaked ourselves out. It's an attic. We've watched too many scary movies. Our brains filled in the blanks. And she nodded, but it was the kind of nod you do when you want that to be true and it's not landing. Then she got really firm and said, okay, we're not talking about this in the house. Not even joking. Not even hinting. I don't want to acknowledge it in there. I don't want to feed it, or whatever. And she kind of shivered like she regretted saying even that much out loud. So we dropped it. But that night, when I went back to that guest room, I didn't have the luxury of telling myself it was nothing anymore. Because now it wasn't just my brain being dramatic. Now it was a thing we both saw. And I'll tell you, I don't think I slept more than 20 minutes at a time. I kept my back to that opening. I kept the blanket over my head like it could somehow protect me from an unseen watcher in the ceiling. And the worst part wasn't even fear, exactly. It was the certainty, the sick, quiet certainty, that if I looked up at the wrong moment, something might already be leaning over the edge, waiting for me to notice it again. Okay, I'm still kind of sitting with this because I don't fully know what to do with it yet. A few nights ago, well, technically early morning, I woke up starving, like wide awake, stomach growling starving. I checked the clock and it was somewhere around 2:40 a.m., give or take. So I shuffled downstairs, poured myself a bowl of cereal, and parked it in the recliner in the living room with the TV on low. For a little context, my partner, Evan, and I live with my mom. She's got pretty severe short-term memory issues. Day to day, she can function okay, but she can't live alone because she can't keep up with bills and appointments and all that stuff that piles up quietly. We moved in years ago when my stepdad was still alive. He was dealing with Lewy body dementia, and after he passed in 2021, we stayed because by then, my mom needed us even more. The house is 2 stories, and the layout matters here. When you're sitting in the living room facing toward the kitchen, like the furniture is set up, the stairs are off to the right. There's a landing upstairs that you can't see unless you're standing closer to the staircase. So there I am, half asleep, eating cereal, minding my business. When I hear my mom's voice, clear as anything, call my name. Not muffled, not distant, not like from behind a closed door. It sounded like she was standing right at that upstairs landing, just out of sight, and she called, "Marissa." I froze with the spoon halfway to my mouth. My first reaction wasn't even fear, it was just, oh, she's up. Because honestly, it wouldn't be totally weird. Evan got her this little puppy a couple years ago, and the dog is basically her shadow. Sleeps with her, follows her everywhere, and she'll sometimes get up in the middle of the night to take him outside. Her sleep schedule is flexible. So I just called back, kind of loud because her hearing isn't great. "Yeah?" No answer. So I called again, louder. "Mom?" Still nothing. At that point, I'm thinking she just didn't hear me, so I get up and walk over to the foot of the stairs, still not really alarmed, just mildly annoyed and confused. And there's no one there. I look up. Nothing. Quiet. And here's the thing that immediately felt off. Her bedroom door was shut. She almost never shuts it all the way. We've got cats, 3 of them, and 2 like to sleep in her room, so she usually leaves the door cracked so they can come and go to the litter box. But this time it's closed like she's tucked in for the night. Now I'm starting to get that little prickly feeling in my chest, but I go up anyway. I open her door, and her room is pitch black. She's in bed. I whisper her name and she stirs, sits up part way, and it's obvious I woke her out of a deep sleep. Her words were thick and slurred in that groggy way, and she looked genuinely confused, like her brain was still trying to figure out what planet she was on. I asked her, "What did you need?" And she just blinked at me like, "What are you talking about?" She hadn't been up, not even close. And the biggest giveaway? The puppy. Because every single time she gets up, every time, he gets up too. He's obsessed with her. If she had been out on that landing, even for a minute, that dog would have been right there with her like a tiny security guard. But he was passed out cold on her bed, not even lifting his head. So now I'm standing in her dark room with my stomach dropping, realizing she did not call me. It wasn't Evan either. His voice is deeper, and there's no way on earth I'd confuse him for my mom. But I'm telling you, it was her voice. Not kind of like, not maybe. It said my name, clearly, at a normal volume from upstairs. I went back downstairs feeling shaken, like the air had shifted. Animals don't do that for no reason. So I'm sitting there trying to act normal, like I can just unfeel what I'm feeling. I turn the TV up a little, trying to distract myself, and then I start hearing something faint. It sounded like music, or maybe a TV playing in another room. Not loud, just this thin, faraway sound, like it was coming from upstairs somewhere. But my mom's TV was off, and the TV in our room wasn't on either. The house was supposed to be asleep. Even the cats seemed tense, like they were listening too. Ears twitching, bodies still, that alert quiet they get when something's not right. And I don't even know how to explain this part except I've always been sensitive. Not in a dramatic way, just in that I notice moods in a room kind of way. I pick up on energy. If something feels heavy or angry or wrong, I usually sense it. But this house? I grew up here. I've lived here forever. And I've never really had things happen here. Most of my weird experiences have been elsewhere. This place has always felt neutral, safe. The only history that makes me pause is what happened when my stepdad was still alive. When his dementia got more advanced, he used to talk about seeing people in the house. Not scary people, just people. And one in particular he called Captain Rook. He described him as this massive man, like 10 feet tall, wearing a tall hat, like something old-fashioned. And he never seemed terrified, more like matter-of-fact about it. We always chalked it up to hallucinations, because Lewy body dementia is notorious for that. But then, years ago, Evan once said he saw a shadow of a very tall figure. Just a shape, but unmistakably tall. I didn't believe him at first. I figured he was half asleep, or his eyes were playing tricks on him. Until one night, also around 3 a.m., I saw it too. Not a full figure in the room, more like a shadow cast against the wall. Tall, still, and the outline of a hat. It lasted only a moment, like a blink, and then it was gone. I remember shaking Evan awake, whispering, "I just saw something." And he barely opened his eyes and mumbled, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Oh, that's just Captain Rook. He doesn't bother anyone. Go back to sleep." Which is not what you want to hear at 3 a.m., by the way. And that's basically it. That and one time my stepdad's old adding machine started going off even though it was unplugged, which is a whole separate little mystery. But nothing like this. Nothing like hearing my mom's voice call my name from upstairs when she was dead asleep in a dark room with the dog sprawled across her legs. So yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what to call it. I just know it happened, and it felt real. And the worst part is that it sounded so normal, like it was supposed to be normal, like someone wanted me to come look. and that thought has been sticking with me ever since. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? I've been so excited for this moment, just being here with all of you. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. I'm always reading them. Thank you so much for supporting the Paranormal M channel. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay, so this happened a long time ago, but I can still picture it like it was last week. I was around 11 at the time, and we were living in this small, kind of plain apartment. Nothing fancy, just warm and familiar. It was summer, the kind where the days feel slow and endless, and the nights are quiet enough that you can hear the building settling. Everything felt normal, safe even. My mom and my little sister were out of town visiting relatives for a few days, so it was just me and my dad at home. One night, I took a shower pretty late, nothing unusual. I remember stepping out into the bathroom with my hair still damp and the whole room warm from the steam. The mirror was completely fogged over, like a blank gray sheet. I grabbed my toothbrush and started brushing, half asleep, staring at that cloudy mirror without really seeing anything. And then, my dad walked in. He came up beside me at the sink with his own toothbrush, like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. We stood there together, brushing our teeth in silence, and for some reason, both of us started watching the mirror as the steam slowly began to clear, like the glass was waking up. That's when it happened. As the fog thinned, we could suddenly see more of the reflection, and behind us, right there, like she'd been in the room the whole time, there was a woman. Or something that looked like a woman. She was standing a few feet back, calm as anything, brushing her hair like she belonged there. Slow, steady strokes. No rush, no panic. Just grooming, like it was her bathroom. I swear, my whole body locked up. I couldn't even breathe right. And I didn't look away because my brain was trying to make it make sense. I could see her clearly in the mirror, her shape, her arms moving, the motion of the hairbrush. And then, just like that, she was gone. Not like she turned and walked out. Not like she faded gradually. 1 second she was there, and the next second the space behind us was empty, like someone had cut her out of the scene. It couldn't have been more than 5 seconds total, but it felt like forever. My toothbrush slipped right out of my hand into the sink. I remember staring at my dad, waiting for him to say something, anything, to explain it. Because if he saw it too, then I wasn't crazy. And if he didn't, then I didn't even know what that meant. He looked at me, completely blank-faced, and goes, really calmly, "I didn't see anything." And I knew, right then, I knew he was lying. I kept asking him about it for days. I wasn't even being dramatic, I was just desperate. Like, "Dad, tell me what that was. Tell me you saw it. Tell me it was a trick of the light, or a neighbor, or literally anything." But he wouldn't budge. He just shrugged it off every time, like I was talking about a weird dream. I eventually stopped asking, but it didn't leave me. It sat in the back of my mind like a splinter. A few years later, maybe 3 or 4, we ended up watching one of those paranormal movies together late at night. I don't even remember who suggested it, but the vibe of it brought everything rushing back. And I finally said it again, real quiet, like I was testing the air. "Do you remember that night in the bathroom? The mirror?" And he didn't laugh. He didn't brush it off. He just went still for a second, stared at the TV, and then he admitted it. He said, "Yeah, I saw her. Clear as day." He told me he'd been just as shocked as I was, but he panicked, like real protective parent panic, and decided that if he pretended it didn't happen, maybe I'd forget. Maybe I'd feel safer. maybe it wouldn't become a thing that followed me. And that's the part that gets me, honestly. The fact that we both saw it at the same time in the same mirror, and neither of us can explain it. We weren't messing around. We weren't telling ghost stories. We weren't even thinking about anything creepy. It was just a normal night in a normal apartment. Until it wasn't. To this day, I have no idea who or what that was behind us in that reflection. But I still think about her sometimes. Not even in a horror movie way. More like a question that never got answered. And if you've ever had something like that happen, something you can't file away neatly, I think you know exactly what I mean. Hey, so let me set the scene for you. I live out in what used to be nothing but quiet countryside, and now it's turning into a town right in front of my eyes. You know the kind of change I mean. Bulldozers, fresh roads that smell like tar, big signs for future grocery stores, rows of new houses popping up where deer used to cross. It's all still half finished, though. My little neighborhood sits right on the edge of it, woods on one side, and on the other, just long stretches of open land where you can see for what feels like forever. And from the very first night I spent here, I had this feeling, like I was being watched whenever I stepped outside. Not always in a dramatic way either. Sometimes it felt distant, like whatever it was noticed me the way you notice a passing car, not really interested. But other times it felt focused. Like I was the only thing in the whole yard that mattered. Especially after dark, when the sky was clear and the moonlight made the grass look almost silver. I'll be honest, I did the stupid thing we all swear we wouldn't do. I challenged it. Not because I wanted trouble, more like I needed to know I could walk into my own backyard without feeling like a guest who might be asked to leave. So I started doing this weird little routine. I'd step farther out into the yard, closer to where the trees get thicker, where the shadows swallow the light. I'd stay a little longer each time, and the whole time I'd talk, out loud. I'd say things like, "I'm just grabbing something real quick," or "I'm only walking out here because this is my yard, okay?" And always, I'd add something like, "No disrespect, I mean that." It probably sounds ridiculous, but it felt important. Like setting a boundary, but gently. Like, I see you, and I'm not here to fight you. Eventually, I started saying something else too. Something softer. "I respect that you were here first," I'd tell the dark. "I really do. And I don't mind sharing this space. But I don't appreciate being scared at my own home." And I meant it. I wasn't trying to claim the land like I owned the whole history of it. I didn't choose this place because I wanted to move into someone else's territory. Life just put me here. This went on for a long time, and at first the presence felt protective, almost threatening, like a warning. But over time, it shifted. The fear eased. The vibe changed from stay back to something more curious. Like it was watching me because it was trying to figure me out. And then the feathers started. I know, feathers aren't exactly rare. There are birds everywhere out here. But here's the thing. For months, I didn't find a single one. Not one. Then suddenly, after those daytime moments started, where I'd feel that same awareness even in full sun, I began spotting feathers on the ground like little gifts. At first it was one feather here and there. I would get genuinely excited, like a kid finding seashells. I started keeping them. I found this old glass jar in the kitchen and tossed them in, and it became this oddly comforting collection. Then it ramped up. 1 or 2 turned into 5. 5 turned into a dozen. Some days I'd walk the yard and find so many I'd start laughing like, "Okay, I get it. Hello?" Most of them were bright blue at first, blue jay feathers. those sharp little flashes of color that don't even look real against the dirt. Then other kinds started showing up, softer ones, speckled ones, a dark one that looked almost black until the sun hit it. And one morning, this is my favorite, something happened that I still can't explain without my skin prickling. That one beat everything for me. Even the glossy dark feather I found later, and the smaller, sturdier one that looked like it belonged to a young hawk. The day after the owl feather, I found a handful of little soft tufts nearby, like someone had shaken out a pocket of moonlight. That whole feather thing carried on for months, until the weather cooled and the birds thinned out. The jar is pretty full now, and honestly, the feathers started feeling like proof that whatever this was, it wasn't just my imagination running away with me. Like there was a conversation happening, in a language I didn't fully understand. Then, a couple of weeks ago, something happened that knocked all the calm right out of me. It was late afternoon, not even fully dark yet. I was outside with my dogs, Rue and Miso, just letting them sniff around while I babbled to them the way people do when they love their animals and don't care who thinks it's weird. The air had that cold edge to it, and the sky looked washed out, like winter was practicing. And I felt the presence again. Only this time, it was close. I actually smiled without thinking. That's how familiar it had gotten, like noticing a neighbor you don't talk to, but you've seen enough times that it doesn't feel threatening anymore. And then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved. Not a squirrel, not a bird, not wind. A shape stepped out from behind a tree on the far side of the yard. I swear to you, my whole body reacted before my mind even caught up. Goosebumps climbed my arms like someone dragged ice across my skin. Every hair on my neck lifted. The back of my head went tight, like my instincts were trying to pull me backward. And for a second, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, but not exactly. This figure was draped in fur and rough hide, the kind of clothing that doesn't belong in any modern day. There were bits of bone and sticks tied on, like ornaments, like tools, like warnings. And on its head was a skull. Not just any skull. It had antlers, huge branching antlers, bigger than anything I've ever seen in real life. The skull sat like a mask, and behind the empty sockets, I could feel eyes, like something was looking through it. It met my gaze, locked on. And then it did the strangest thing. It nodded. Not aggressive, not rushed, just a slow, deliberate nod, like, I see you, I acknowledge you. It took one step, and it was gone. Not ran, not ducked, just disappeared in a way that made my brain scramble for an explanation it couldn't find. Rue and Miso started barking like crazy at something across the street, like they heard or saw a separate disturbance. But my third dog, Juno, the one who usually acts like affection is a personal insult, stood perfectly still, staring at the exact spot where the figure had been. And then Juno stepped closer to me, right up beside my leg. That's the part that keeps looping in my head, because I can explain away a lot of things. Shadows, nerves, stress, the mind playing tricks. But my dog acknowledged it. Not with a bark, not with fear, more like caution and recognition. So now I'm left holding this memory like a stone in my pocket. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to pretend I do. I don't know if it was something ancient or something passing through, or something that's been here longer than the town plans and construction crews and coming soon signs. All I know is, I used to feel watched like prey, and now it feels more like I'm being observed by something that's deciding what I am. And I can't tell if that makes me feel safer, or if it's the scariest part of all. So, I'm going to tell you about something that still makes my stomach do that slow, awful drop when I think about it. For context, I'm 26 now, but this happened when I was maybe 12 or 13, somewhere around 2011 or 2012. And I'll be honest with you, there are pieces that are fuzzy because of a head injury I had later on. Dates, small details, the exact order of a couple moments. It's not all perfectly stitched together in my head, but the feeling of it, that part is crystal clear. My family and I were road tripping like we'd done a bunch of times, one of those long hauls between states. I want to say we were headed from Washington down toward Oklahoma, but even that part flips around in my memory sometimes. Either way, it was one of those trips where the day has been nothing but highway, snacks, and everybody slowly getting quieter as the sun goes down. We had 2 vehicles because of all the luggage. I was in the SUV with my mom and my little sister. She was around 9. My older brother Ethan was in a smaller sedan with his girlfriend at the time, Mariah, who's his wife now, which is kind of funny considering this story still comes up at family gatherings. It was late, like properly night. We'd been driving through this stretch of road where pine trees packed in tight on both sides, like walls. The GPS, one of those old suction cup ones stuck to the windshield, kept saying we wouldn't hit another town for miles. And then we saw lights ahead. Not just 1 or 2, a little cluster, like a town. And I remember my mom saying something like, maybe the GPS is out of date. Because back then, those things missed small places all the time. Ethan called my mom while we were still coming up on it. He sounded tired, like he was fighting sleep. He told her Mariah had already knocked out, and he didn't think he could safely keep going. My mom, who almost never admits she's tired, paused and said she was feeling it too. So we agreed we'd pull in, find a motel, sleep a few hours, and continue in the morning. Ethan slowed down and tucked in behind us so he could follow our lead into town. And that's when the weird part started. We passed a sign with the town's name on it, and my gut just twisted. Like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. I stared at the sign as we passed, trying to lock the name into my memory. I can't tell you what it said. And here's the part that still freaks me out. None of us can. Not my mom, not Ethan, not my sister. We all remember seeing it. We all remember saying it out loud. We even wrote it down later, more than once, because my mom was dead set on never accidentally driving through there again. But the name never stuck. It's like it slid right out of our heads. As we drove deeper into town, everything looked too still. You know how even quiet towns have something? A car going by, a porch light, a dog bark, trash in the gutter, anything that says, people live here. This place didn't have that. The streetlights were on, but they glowed this dull yellow-orange that made everything look sick. The buildings we passed were dark. No parked cars, no movement. And the air felt heavy, like the whole place was holding its breath. I didn't have the words for it back then, but now I know it was anxiety. That prickly feeling on the back of your neck where you suddenly feel watched. We ended up pulling off near a church sitting slightly up on a little rise. The church had one bright white light above the entrance. Clean, normal light. Like it didn't belong with the rest of the town. The parking lot was gravel, and it crunched loud under our tires. I remember thinking, okay, so it's not just me. I was walking near the edge of the light, trying to loosen my legs, when I heard gravel shift. Fast. Like something small sprinted. Across the lot there was this big dumpster sitting mostly outside the light's reach. I could only see the outline of it, but something moved behind it, quick, low, and deliberate. My mom snapped her head toward the sound immediately, like she'd been waiting for anything to confirm her instincts. And she didn't hesitate. "Get in the car. Now." I remember backing up toward the SUV without turning around. I don't know why. I just couldn't make myself put my back to that dumpster. Ethan and Mariah stayed in their car, and Ethan helped my mom punch in a nearby motel on the GPS. Once it was set, we left the church lot and drove through the rest of town. It was the same the whole way, eerily clean. No trash, no stray signs of life, just those orange lights and empty streets. The GPS led us out to a gravel road that dipped down into this wide open clearing surrounded by thick woods. And sitting there, like it had been dropped out of nowhere, was the motel. Not a modern hotel, more like an old-school two-story L-shaped place with doors facing the parking lot. The check-in office was a separate little building off to the side, lit by one pale, hollow-looking light. The kind of light that makes skin look gray. My mom told us to stay in the cars while she went inside. The office had big windows so we could see her clearly. And this is where it still messes with me, because all of us saw something different. I swear, I saw an older man behind the counter. Thin, hunched, a face like he'd forgotten how to smile. He didn't look surprised to see my mom, just irritated she existed. But my sister later insisted she saw a younger guy, dark hair, tense, like he was annoyed and nervous at the same time. And Ethan said he saw someone else entirely, a middle-aged man with a beard who looked bored, like he couldn't care less about anything. Same moment, same window, 3 totally different people. My mom came out like she'd made a decision before she even stepped outside. She waved Ethan forward, and we parked in front of 2 rooms next to each other. She told us, "Only grab what you absolutely need. We're leaving early." We all agreed way too quickly. Inside, the room felt wrong. That's the simplest way to put it. The air smelled stale, like damp carpet and old cleaning chemicals that didn't quite do the job. My mom and I looked at the beds, and I guess my face gave me away because she said, almost quietly, "You don't want to touch them either, do you?" And I remember this weird little moment where I felt relieved, like, okay, it's not just me imagining this. My sister asked to shower, and my mom went to help her, but the water wouldn't turn on. So my mom called Ethan and asked if my sister could use their shower instead. A few minutes later, Ethan came back to our room fast, like he'd run. He pushed the door open too hard and startled both of us. He didn't even explain at first. He just said, "Pack up, right now. Mom, come here." My sister came in behind him looking pale and shaky, like she was trying not to cry. I asked her what happened, and it took her a second to force the words out. "There was blood," she said, "in the shower. Not like a tiny smear, enough that it registered. Enough that she backed out and called Ethan, and Ethan called my mom. My mom didn't argue. She didn't go complain. She didn't ask for a refund. She just said, very calm and very firm, "Put everything back in the car. Get in." We loaded up and left immediately. We drove back through town toward the highway, and the second I saw those orange lights again, I felt that same awful certainty. We're not supposed to be here. But Ethan needed gas. Right at the edge of town, like the town was already shrinking behind us, there was a gas station. Bright lights, open sign, the whole thing. Still no cars, no employee vehicle, nothing. Ethan pulled up to the pump, and my mom pulled in right beside him. We all went inside together once he started pumping, grabbed drinks and snacks, paid, everything normal for about 30 seconds. And then we walked back out. I was walking next to Ethan, and I remember we were trying to laugh, talking about something dumb just to break the tension. Ethan finished pumping. He was putting the nozzle back when something moved across the far side of the lot. Both of our heads snapped up at the exact same time. There was a shed in the back corner of the station lot, half-shadowed, and behind it were trees, tall, dense, and black like a wall. Two figures darted behind the shed. Fast. Too fast to be casual. Ethan's whole posture changed instantly. He didn't turn to look at me, just said, low and sharp, "Get in the car." And then, like the night itself leaned forward, 3 pairs of glowing eyes appeared above and beside the shed. Yellow amber, bright, fixed on us. And they weren't low to the ground. They were high, higher than the shed line. Like whatever they belonged to was tall enough that the eyes sat above the roof edge. Ethan shouted, not a normal shout, a panic shout. "Get in the car! Now!" I ran. I jumped into the SUV so hard I think I slammed the door. Ethan dove into his car, and my mom peeled out right behind him the second she saw us moving. My mom kept asking what happened because she hadn't seen the eyes from her angle. But my sister had. She was pressed to the window, shaking, telling her through tears what we'd seen. Ethan confirmed it over the phone while he drove. Eyes. 3 sets. By the shed. Too high. No one spoke for a few minutes after that. Just road noise, breathing, the sound of fear settling in your chest. We drove to the next town we recognized, an actual town with normal lights and cars, and checked into a Holiday Inn. Bright lobby, families, vending machines, all of it. Like reality had snapped back into place. And we stayed up for a while in one of the rooms, going over it again and again, trying to make it make sense. The next morning, we tried to look up the town. We couldn't find it. We tried older maps. We asked locals about a town a little ways back on that route. People looked at us like we were confused. They told us there wasn't anything out that way for miles. And that's the part that still sits with me years later. Not just the motel, not just the blood, not even the eyes. It's the way that town felt like it wasn't supposed to exist, and the way its name slipped out of all our minds like it had never been there in the first place. We don't talk about it constantly, but every so often someone will bring it up. Usually Ethan, usually with this quiet look on his face, and we'll all get that same little chill. Because whatever that place was, it left a mark on all of us. So I've always been a weird sleeper in this one specific way. Unless I'm completely out cold, I'm usually aware that I'm asleep. Like, I can still sense the room. I can still feel when something shifts. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it's been true for me forever. This happened a couple years back, and I still don't have a clean explanation for it. It was late, properly dark, and I was in my room asleep when I got this sudden, heavy feeling. Like that instinctual drop in your stomach when you know someone is looking at you. I'm the kind of person who trusts that feeling because it's almost always right for me. I remember my eyes opening really slowly, like my body was bracing itself. And at the end of my bed, there was my mom. Except, okay, her name's Elaine in this story, because even now it feels unreal, like it happened to someone else. Elaine was standing right there at the foot of my bed, in the exact same soft t-shirt and pajama bottoms she'd been wearing earlier. My eyes adjusted fast enough that I could see her clearly, and what got me immediately was that she wasn't moving. Not shifting her weight, not breathing in a way I could notice, not doing that normal little human movement people do without thinking. And the vibe coming off her was wrong. Her posture looked normal at first glance, but the longer I stared, the more it felt like she was being pulled down, like her body was too heavy for itself. And her face, she had my mom's face, sure, but it didn't feel like it was her behind it. Her eyes were the worst part. They were the right color, the right shape, the right everything. But the feeling they gave me was like someone had copied her features perfectly and forgot to put the person inside. Like something was wearing Elaine the way you'd wear a coat, and it was doing a pretty good job, but not good enough to fool you up close. I genuinely thought, for half a second, maybe she was sleepwalking, or maybe she was standing there and zoned out. So I whispered, "Mom?" And then a little louder, "Mom! Mom!" Nothing. No blink, no reaction, no softness, just that empty, locked stare like she was waiting for something. My bedside lamp was on the little table to my right, and the door is basically right there too. Like, if someone wanted to leave quickly, I would have heard it. But my brain was scrambling for logic, so I reached over and flipped the lamp on. I swear I looked away for the shortest moment, like 1 second, maybe less. And when I looked back, she was gone. Just gone. Like she'd never been there at all. And that's when the fear really hit. Not the nervous, jumpy kind. The kind that makes your whole body go cold, because your mind stops offering explanations and just goes, "No, that wasn't normal." I shot out of bed and bolted down the hall to her room. I didn't even stop to think about how ridiculous I probably looked. I just needed to know. Elaine was in bed, dead asleep. Not just lay down asleep, like fully asleep. The kind where her breathing was deep and steady, and she was doing that little snore she gets when she's really out. And I know my mum, she takes forever to fall into that kind of sleep. She doesn't drop off instantly. I stood there for a second, staring at her, trying to get my heart to slow down. And then I finally woke her up because I couldn't hold it in. And she blinked at me, all confused and groggy, and went, "What? No. What are you talking about?" And that should have made me feel better, but honestly, it made it worse. Because it confirmed what I already knew. Whatever I saw wasn't her. The whole thing couldn't have been longer than maybe 10 seconds, 15 at most. But it felt deliberate. Like it wanted me to wake up. Like it wanted to be seen. And I still don't know what it was. I don't know if it was there to scare me, or test me, or just watch. I don't know if it was trying to hurt me, or if it had already done what it came to do, and I just never realized. All I know is that I've never forgotten the feeling of those eyes. Her eyes. But not her eyes. So, for a long time, I kept hearing this noise. Just this low, shapeless sound in the background. Like the kind of thing you ignore because you assume it's nothing. The fridge, the pipes, the neighbors, whatever. But one afternoon, a few weeks back, I was home from work, stretched out on the couch, waiting for the time I needed to go pick up my kid from school, and I noticed something. It wasn't just noise. It sounded like a radio, like actual radio static. That thin, dusty shh sound, and then the weird little shifts like someone slowly turning a dial. At first I thought my brain was just playing tricks on me because I was tired. But then, the more I let myself relax, the clearer it got. Like the calmer I became, the more it tuned in. And then, I started hearing songs. Real songs. Different genres, different voices. Sometimes something that sounded old. Sometimes something that sounded brand new. The static never went away though. Always that analog hiss underneath. Like the signal was coming from somewhere slightly off. Here's the part that messed with me. Some of the songs were completely unfamiliar, but I could catch lyrics, just little lines, and I'd write them down and search them later. And a bunch of the time, the songs were legit. They existed. Not stuff I knew. Not stuff I'd ever played. Just Songs I somehow heard through this invisible radio-sounding thing in my room. But there was one song, one specific one, that I couldn't find anywhere. I tried everything. Different lyric searches, different combinations, humming it into apps, even searching the vibe and genre like a maniac. Nothing. It was like it belonged to nothing, and it got stuck in my head for days in a way that felt invasive, like it had roots. Then, a few nights later, I woke up because the music was loud. Not, oh, the TV is on. Not, someone left a speaker running. I mean, it was like my entire room was filled with it. Like the sound had no direction. It was everywhere at once, pressing against the walls, under the bed, in the air. And it was this old track I hadn't thought about since I was a teenager. Like one of those songs you forget exists until you hear 2 seconds and your whole past snaps awake. In my version, it wasn't Knocking Boots. It was Backseat Rhythm by some late 90s artist I swear I haven't heard since I was 14. And the creepy thing is, I never knew more than the hook back then. But that night, I knew whole lines. Like I'd been singing it forever. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even panic right away. I kind of enjoyed it. Because the feeling in my body wasn't fear. It was this heavy, blissy calm. The kind of calm where you could sit up if you wanted to, but you don't, because you feel so relaxed it's like your bones are melting into the mattress. Which is weird, because I've dealt with sleep paralysis since I was little. Normally, when that hits, I get the classic stuff. Pressure, trapped feeling, this sense that something is in the room with me. Terror, basically. But this is different. It resembles sleep paralysis in the my body isn't doing what I want way, but without the crushing dread. It's like I'm sedated, softly pinned, and I realized something that scared me later. I can only hear it when I'm relaxed. The more relaxed I am, the louder it gets, the clearer it gets. If my mind starts racing, it fades back into static. If I surrender into calm, it sharpens into music, like I'm the tuner, like my nervous system is the dial. So of course I did the rational checklist, and I know how this sounds, but it feels slightly paranormal, like sleep paralysis always has, for me. Except this time it's not just dread. There's a signal. There's content. There are songs with structure and lyrics and emotion. And it makes me feel like, I don't know, like maybe there's a seam in reality, like I'm hearing through a crack. And I keep thinking, why is it always when I'm alone? That's another thing. My sleep paralysis episodes, my worst ones, almost always happen when I'm alone. Not at work, not in public, not when I'm out doing normal life. But if I'm alone at home, or alone in a quiet room, it's like my body decides, yep, time to freeze. And then the fear comes, and it feels like a presence, like something noticing me. I've done the sleep study thing. I've done the mental health evaluation thing. I've had professionals nod at me and give me the most reasonable explanations. And I've tried so hard to swallow them, because I want to be a person who believes in boring answers. But this music thing, it's been pleasant mostly. And that's almost worse, because now I'm questioning myself. Like, am I being lured? Is it harmless? Is it trying to make me comfortable on purpose? And I keep circling the same questions in my mind. Do I engage with it? Do I ignore it? Do I try to make it stop? Could it be malevolent? And I probably should have started with the backstory, because this didn't come out of nowhere. Astral projection is something I've tried to avoid for years. Even saying that makes me feel ridiculous, but I'm being honest. Because with sleep paralysis, sometimes it doesn't just feel like I'm stuck. It feels like something is tugging at me, like a force trying to pull me out of myself. And right before the music started, I had this experience that I keep replaying. I was in bed. The paralysis hit. That familiar click where your body goes offline. And then I slipped out. Not metaphorically. I mean, I felt myself fall out of my body like my consciousness rolled off the bed. I turned and saw myself lying there. My own body, my own face. Still, sleeping. And then I heard voices in the hallway outside my room. A man's voice, low and urgent, like he was talking to someone else who wasn't quite human, or maybe just wasn't quite here. And I heard him say something like, "Keep her contained. She's not from the inner side. She could be a problem." And I swear to you, my blood went cold. Except I didn't have blood, not in that moment. I was just awareness, panicking. Then it felt like someone came into the room. A woman presence. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her like a shift in pressure, like the air got heavier. And I was freaking out because I couldn't make my body move and I couldn't see what was in my room. And then, this is the part I can't stop thinking about. She turned on 2 radios. 2. Except I couldn't see them either. But I heard them click on, and suddenly there were 2 songs playing at once, layered over that static. And instead of making it worse, it calmed me down. It was like she did it on purpose. Like she knew I was panicking and she was trying to soothe me, the way you'd put on music for a kid having a nightmare. And I remember thinking, why would something evil try to calm me down? And then immediately thinking, unless that's exactly how you get someone to stop resisting. I remember trying to get out. I remember floating to the door, grabbing for the knob, trying to yank it open, and my hand kept sliding through it, like it wasn't solid, like I was trying to hold smoke. Eventually, I went back to my bed and kind of laid myself down on top of my body, like matching my shape to it. And as soon as I relaxed enough, I snapped back in. I sat straight up, gasping, heart pounding. The next day, I wrote it down. I told my therapist. Then life moved on, and I shoved it into the strange brain stuff folder and tried to forget about it. And now this music is happening. Now it's like, whenever I get relaxed enough, especially at night, it's back. The static, the tuning, the songs. Like that night left a door cracked open, and now the sound leaks through. So I'm asking you like I'm sitting across from you, elbows on the table, eyes a little too wide. Am I the only one who has experienced something like this? And what do you think it is? Is it just sleep paralysis evolving? Is my brain building sound out of nothing? Or is there actually something, somewhere, broadcasting through whatever layer I'm slipping into when my body goes still? And if it is something, what do I do? Because the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Not because it feels bad, but because it feels real. Real enough that it makes me wonder if the world is thinner than we pretend it is. Like there's another world pressed right up against ours, separated by a veil you can accidentally breathe through when you're too calm, too alone, too quiet. Do I listen closer? Or do I stop relaxing and keep my hands on the wheel? Because whatever this is, might notice that I'm noticing it. Okay, so let me tell you about this place, because even now, thinking back on it makes my skin go a little tight, like the air itself is remembering. There's this small town called Marrowbrook, the kind of town where everyone waves, everyone knows your business, and every harmless old story gets repeated so many times it starts sounding like fact. And on the edge of it, just beyond the last few streetlights, there's an old estate people don't talk about unless they're trying to scare you on purpose. They called it the Renmore House. It was this towering Victorian mansion with sharp gables and a wraparound porch that sagged like tired shoulders. Ivy had crawled all over the brick for years, thick as a blanket, and the trees around it leaned in close like they were keeping a secret. The house had been empty forever, decades at least. The windows were dark, the gate half swallowed by weeds, and still, folks acted like it was listening. Then a couple moved in. Not James and Clara, different pair, Elliot and Mara. Young, hopeful, the kind of people who see rot and dust and think, we can bring it back. They bought the place cheap, and you could tell they were proud, like they'd rescued something. The first night they slept there, Mara told me the lights started acting strange. Not just flickering like bad wiring. No, it was patterned. Like somebody was tapping out a slow little code. Bright, dim, bright, bright, dim. Pause, and then again. Elliot, of course, did the practical thing. Old house, he said. Old electrical. He even laughed, like he was trying to shame the fear out of the room. But Mara couldn't shake the feeling that the house was doing it on purpose, like it wanted them to notice. And then came the smells. That's the part that gets me the most, honestly. Because you can explain a draft. You can explain creaky floors. But a scent, strong enough to fill a room, appearing out of nowhere? That's different. One minute, she'd be unpacking dishes, and suddenly the kitchen would reek of honeyed roses, sweet and thick like a funeral arrangement left too long in heat. Then it would vanish, and a few hours later she'd catch the sharp, bitter sting of burnt bread, like someone had forgotten toast in a dark corner. Sometimes it was wet soil, that cold garden smell, like freshly turned earth after rain. And once, she swore it was smoke and myrrh, like incense drifting through a church that wasn't there. It wasn't constant. That was the thing. It came like a visitor. And it always seemed to happen when Mara was alone. One evening, Elliot drove into town to pick up supplies. Paint rollers, wood filler, all that restoration stuff. Mara stayed behind in the parlor with a book, trying to ignore how enormous the house felt at night. She said she was reading the same paragraph over and over because the silence was too loud. Then the temperature dropped. Not slowly, instantly. Like someone had opened a freezer door inside the walls. She looked up, expecting maybe a window had slipped open, but the curtains weren't moving. Still, a gust ran through the room, curling around her ankles and up her spine, and she felt this soft touch. Like lips. Not a peck, not something playful, just a delicate brush against her cheek, so gentle it was almost tender. After that, it escalated. The smells became more frequent, stronger. The lights began to pulse even when no one was near a switch. And Mara started waking up at night with the strangest sense of being watched. No, not watched. Waited for. Then came the night she woke to the feeling of a kiss. Right on the mouth. Warm, unhurried, almost affectionate. She sat bolt upright so fast she nearly knocked the breath out of herself. Elliot was asleep beside her, mouth slightly open, dead to the world. The room was still. No footsteps, no movement. Just the lingering sensation, like somebody had been there and only just left. The next morning she tried to laugh it off. Stress dream, she said. Old house nerves. But her eyes didn't match her voice. So they did what people always do when something doesn't make sense. They looked backward. They dug into history. They found old records at the library, deeds, yellowed newspaper clippings. A family that had once lived there, the Holloways, reclusive and wealthy and by all accounts, deeply unhappy. One by one, things happened to them. A fall down the grand staircase, a drowning in the estate's pond despite being an excellent swimmer, an illness that arrived too quickly and left too cleanly. Every death filed neatly under tragedy, yet the whispers in town always used a different word. Curse. And then, in the oldest local paper they could find, there was this half-forgotten story, more folklore than fact. A legend about something hungry that lingered in Renmore House. Not a single ghost, not one angry spirit, but a cluster of presences, like shadows wearing different faces. People didn't call them demons exactly, not at first. They called them the lingering ones, the unseen guests. But the descriptions were always the same. The flickering lights, the sudden scents, the intimate touches. as if the house wanted to confuse you with comfort, as if it wanted you to mistake invasion for affection. Mara told me she hated that part most, the tenderness of it, because it made her second-guess her own fear. Then came the storm. You know those nights where the sky doesn't just rain, it punishes? Wind clawing at the roof, thunder shaking the windows, the whole world sounding angry. That was the night everything broke open. The lights went mad, not flickering, strobing. Hallway bulbs flashing like a warning. Lamps in the parlor brightening until the shades glowed, then plunging into darkness. The smells poured in all at once. Roses and smoke and damp earth and burnt bread, layered so thick Mara said she tasted them on her tongue. She tried to call Elliot's name, but the house swallowed her voice. And then she did something she swore she'd never do. She spoke to it. Not to the house exactly, to whatever was inside it. She stood in the middle of the parlor, shaking, with rain battering the windows, and she said, out loud, "Please, please stop. We didn't come here to disturb you. We just want to live. We just want peace." There was a long, awful pause, and then everything went still. The lights steadied, the air settled. Even the storm outside seemed to hold its breath for half a second. Mara said she started crying, not loudly, just tears slipping down her face, because for the first time, it felt like she'd been heard. And that's when she felt it. A kiss, soft, lingering, placed right on her forehead. Not mocking, not hungry. The next morning, the house was quiet. Not the uneasy kind of quiet where you're waiting for the next sound, just normal, peaceful even. The lights behaved. The air smelled like old wood and dust and lemon cleaner. No roses, no smoke, no damp earth drifting through closed rooms. They stayed after that. They kept restoring the place, sanding floors, repainting trim, opening curtains that hadn't seen daylight in years. But Mara told me something changed in them. Because once you've lived in a house that touches you back, once you've felt something unseen lean close enough to kiss you, you don't ever fully forget it. Renmore House became their home. But it was never just their home. And sometimes when Mara talks about it, her voice gets softer at the edges, like she's careful not to offend something listening from the dark corners of memory. Like whatever lived there didn't leave completely. It just stepped back, out of sight, not far. Okay, so I've got to tell you about something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. This happened one night when I was driving home with my daughter, Maya, and her boyfriend, Eli. Maya was 16 at the time, and I'd been teaching her how to drive, so she was behind the wheel. I was in the passenger seat doing that classic parent thing, trying to look calm while silently watching everything, and Eli was in the back seat, half on his phone, half watching the road. It was late, maybe around midnight, give or take. Not dead quiet late, but late enough that the city had thinned out. A few cars here and there, streetlights humming, that kind of mood. We were heading along this stretch where the road starts to rise and turns into an overpass, with freeway on-ramps and off-ramps branching nearby. If you know the area, you know it has this weird, open feeling, like there's nowhere to hide, but also lots of shadow. We're coming up on the base of the incline, maybe 100 feet away, when we see something move across the road. At first I think, oh, some big dog. But the second my eyes really catch it, I get this instant, wrong feeling. It was large, like wolf-sized, but too skinny. And the way it ran, this is hard to explain unless you've really watched animals move. But I could see the front legs lifting, tucking under, touching down, and then the back legs following. Like a dog's gait, totally four-legged. except something about it looked unnatural. Like the proportions weren't quite right, or the motion was almost too smooth. I didn't say anything out loud because I didn't want to freak Maya out while she was driving, but I glanced over at her, and she glanced at me at the exact same time. That's the part that gets me, because we both had the same face, that confused, uneasy, "Did you just see that?" look. No words, but total silent agreement. The thing makes it across the street, heading toward our side, and we keep rolling forward. Then we hit a red light, and now we're sitting there, waiting. I remember thinking, okay, it's going to come along the sidewalk and pass in front of us, any second now. There weren't pedestrians, no one walking, no group of people, just the three of us and a few distant headlights. So I'm watching that edge of darkness where it should appear. And then it does. Except, it's not a dog. It's a man. This pale-faced man comes out of that dim patch like he'd been there the whole time, except that makes no sense. He's riding a bicycle, slow and steady, like this is the most normal thing in the world. And his face, listen, his face is what made my skin go cold. His eyes looked like two dark vertical slits, not normal eyes. Not like, oh, his pupils were weird, like genuinely wrong. And then he had this wide grin, stretched too far, like someone trying to imitate a smile without understanding how a real one works. He rides right past the front of our car. And then, this is the moment I can't shake. He turns his head toward us. Slowly, deliberately, like he already knew we were watching. And the feeling that came off him, I don't even know what word fits. Heavy, ominous, like a warning, like standing too close to something you're not supposed to notice. I didn't even have to speak at first. I looked at Maya and she looked at me, and I could tell she felt it too. Her whole posture changed. Finally, I go, quietly, "Maya, you saw that, right?" And she nods, eyes still forward, stiff as a board. "Yeah." I swallow and say, "And you saw what ran across the street a second ago?" And I'm like, "Okay, good. That's what I saw too." And then she hits me with the question that made my heart sink all over again. But if it was a dog, where did it go? And where did that man come from? And I just sat there, staring ahead, because I didn't have an answer. That animal was big, Great Dane big, maybe bigger, tall at the shoulders, long body like a shepherd or husky type. And I swear to you, I saw all four legs moving. It didn't dart into an alley. It didn't slip behind a parked car. There was nowhere for it to vanish to. On that side of the road, there was a concrete barrier and this sloped area leading up, plus fencing and a sound wall, just open, exposed space. No bushes, no doorway, no corner, nothing. And yet, somehow, what crossed as an animal did not come out the other side as an animal. What came out was that man on the bike, with that face, with that grin, with that awful, crushing feeling in the air. The light turned green and Maya drove on, and none of us talked for a minute. Even Eli got quiet in the back, like the whole car had decided to hold its breath. We made it home. Nothing followed us. No dramatic ending. Just that one moment that doesn't fit anywhere in my brain. But I'll tell you this, even now, years later, if I drive near that overpass late at night, I catch myself scanning the road, half expecting to see something run across again. And I still don't know what we saw. I just know it started as one thing, and then it wasn't. And whatever it was, it felt like it wanted us to feel afraid. So, I work nights at a small residential home where we support adults with autism and other intellectual and developmental disabilities. It's usually pretty quiet, honestly. When I first started, I only had 2 residents on my shift. Both of them were calm, easy to be around, predictable. The kind of nights where you make coffee, do your checks, and it's peaceful. Then we took in a third person. I'll call them Marin. Marin was different. Not in a hard-to-manage way at first, more like you could tell they carried a lot. Physically, Marin needed a lot of support. Power chair, limited mobility, help with basic things. Mentally, though, they were actually pretty sharp, high-functioning in a lot of ways. But there were definitely mental health pieces going on. The first few days, Marin tried to be social. They'd ask to hang out, sit in the common area, try to join conversations with the other 2 residents. But over time, that faded. They started spending more and more time in their room, and eventually it became very clear. They wanted to be alone. Like, really alone. They didn't want anyone coming in unless they specifically asked. And then there was the talking. Marin would shout at people that nobody else could see, like full-on arguments, late at night, as if someone was standing right in front of them. They said it was family members. They said they could communicate with them telepathically. Sometimes it sounded almost normal, like bickering. But other times it would get dark fast. I remember standing in the hallway during one of my rounds and hearing Marin say something like, "If I could hurt them, I would." And then a pause, like they were listening, and then, "I can't control my body. If you took over, you could do it for me." That stopped me cold, because they weren't joking. It didn't feel like they were trying to scare anyone. It felt like they genuinely believed they were in some kind of negotiation with someone. It was unsettling in a way that's hard to explain, because I've worked around all kinds of behaviors, and I'm not easily shocked. But that, it made the house feel different. Like the air got heavier. One night, Marin asked me if we had a Bible in the home. I did. It was one of those things we keep around because it's comforting for some residents. So I handed it over without thinking much about it. An hour later, I went to check on them. Pages, everywhere. They'd ripped out chunks, like handfuls of pages, just torn right out. I asked, "Hey, what happened?" Marin looked at me like it was obvious and said, "I was reading it. It made me mad." Then they asked me to take the cross necklace off them, the one they'd been wearing since they arrived. I asked why, and they shrugged and said, "I don't want it anymore." After that, Marin's vibe changed. They'd stare off into space like they were watching something just out of view. And sometimes I'd catch them staring at me. Not just looking, staring like they were trying to figure me out. And then I'd hear it, under their breath. Quiet, sharp, nasty little words. Stuff like, "You're so disgusting," or "I hate you," or just really cruel things. Every time I'd go, "What did you say?" Marin would snap back like they'd been woken up. Their eyes would refocus, and they'd say, "I didn't say anything," or "I'm just talking to myself." And I'm telling you, it didn't feel like a typical outburst. It felt like something slipping in and out. Like there were moments where Marin wasn't fully there with me. Eventually, Marin decided they wanted to transfer to another home. They said they were tired of one of the roommates messing with them. So the move happened. And you'd think that would have been the end of it, but it wasn't. There's this spot in the hallway, right outside a closet, where I swear it feels like something is standing there. Not like I see a person. It's more like, you know when you walk into a room and immediately feel like you're not alone? Like your body reacts before your brain can explain anything? That's what it's like. During the day, it's fine. Bright, normal, no big deal. But at night, I won't go down that part of the hallway without turning the light on first. Even with the light on, I still rush. I don't linger back there. I don't want my back to that closet. It makes my skin prickle. And here's the part that really messes with me, because it's not just me. One of the residents, Drew, used to never care about doors. He'd wander out to the living room half asleep, leave doors open, didn't matter. Now, he closes everything. He wakes up and the first thing he does is go around shutting doors like it's part of some routine he can't skip. Bathroom door, bedroom doors, closet doors, and especially the room Marin used to stay in. Drew keeps that door closed like it's a rule carved into stone. He'll literally walk behind me and check that I shut doors all the way. If I leave one cracked, he fixes it. And he'll go into his own room and his roommate's room without hesitation, but he won't go into Marin's old room. Not to hang out, not to look around, only to push the door closed again, like it needs to be sealed. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I've thought about cleansing the place, like sage, prayer, whatever people do when a house feels off. But I hesitate because Drew is sensitive, and I don't want to bring in something that could upset him, or make things worse, or even just scare him. And there's one more thing that still bothers me, even separate from all the present stuff. Marin's background made no sense. Between agencies, multiple people trying, nobody could trace where they actually came from. They had a birth certificate, but the mother listed on it, it was like she didn't exist. No records, no trail, nothing. The birth state didn't match anything anyone could verify. And Marin had clearly had surgeries in the past, scars, medical needs. Yet there were no hospital records anyone could find. No next of kin, no relatives, nothing. To the point where the company had to go through a whole process to get them issued an ID number and basic documentation, like they were a person who somehow slipped through the cracks of every system. And I know how that sounds. I do. If someone else told me this story, I'd probably raise an eyebrow. But I was there. And now I'm the one walking that hallway at 2 a.m., lights on, heart beating a little too hard, while Drew quietly moves behind me making sure every door is shut, especially the one Marin used to sleep behind. And every night, when I pass that closet, it feels like something is waiting in the corner, listening. So, this happened when I was a kid, around 2012, I think. I was maybe 10 or 11. My mom, Tanya, had been dating this guy named Rick for a couple years, and eventually she decided we were all going to move into his place. And it's weird because I don't remember a lot of houses from when I was growing up. Like, most places are just blank. But that house, I remember it way too clearly. The layout, the lighting, the feeling of it. Like it left a thumbprint on my brain. I was one of those kids who loved spooky stuff. I'd stay up watching ghost shows and anything paranormal I could find. But I wasn't the kind of kid who expected something to actually happen to me, you know? I wasn't walking around scared all the time. But about 2 weeks after we moved in, I started feeling off. Constantly. Like this low-level anxiety I couldn't explain. Not, I think I saw something fear. More like my body was reacting before my brain could make up a reason. Just this steady uneasiness, like the air in that house was heavier than it should have been. After a month or so, we got into this routine, weekend movie nights. We'd all pile into the living room, watch something late, and I'd always fall asleep on the couch. I didn't have my own room yet, so the couch was basically my spot. And every single time I woke up in the middle of the night, the TV would be off, the room would be pitch black, and I'd realize my mom and Rick had gone to bed without waking me. It sounds normal, but the second I opened my eyes, I'd get hit with this intense fear, like my stomach dropped and my skin tightened, like something in the dark was present, not visible, just there. I'd end up sneaking into my mom's room and whispering, asking if I could sleep next to her because I couldn't calm down. And she'd let me, but I could tell she didn't fully get why I was so freaked out. Then one night, this was the last time I ever slept out there. I woke up and it was darker than usual. No TV glow, no hallway light, nothing. And Rick's cat, this gray cat named Miso, was perched on the back edge of the couch right beside me. The second I saw her, this wave of "something is wrong" hit me so hard it was like I'd been slapped awake. And then Miso's whole body changed. She shot upright, her fur literally lifted, like it stood on end, and she started doing this deep, low growl I had never heard from her before. Not a hiss, not playful. This was serious, like warning level. And she was staring, locked in, toward the kitchen. Toward this one area I'd been avoiding without even realizing I was avoiding it. I didn't think. I just ran. Like full sprint, bare feet, heart banging, straight into my mom's room. I remember almost tripping because I was going so fast. And I begged her, actually begged her, not to make me sleep in the living room again. I was shaking so badly she could tell it wasn't me being dramatic. She believed me after that. About a week later, my cousin Jade came to visit. She was older, maybe 15 or 16. Since she was there, Rick said we could sleep in his son's old bedroom, the one that hadn't been used in years. So we're in this room that feels kind of stale, like it's been shut up for a long time. Jade sleeps on the side closest to the door, and I'm on the inside, facing the wall. And in the middle of the night, I wake up and I really have to pee. Like, bad. But I'm still messed up from that couch night, so I decide I'm not going alone. I roll over and start tapping Jade's back, whispering her name. Nothing. I tap harder, say her name again. Still nothing. She doesn't move an inch, just sleeping, facing away from me. I froze. And I remember thinking, nope, I'll hold it. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere. So I start turning back toward the wall, trying to make myself smaller, trying to just go back to sleep. And as I turn, my eyes land on the foot of the bed. There's someone sitting there. Not on the bed, like sitting the way someone sits on a chair. But there was no chair. They were upright, perfectly still, posture straight like a mannequin. At first, my brain can't process it. It's dark, and my eyes are trying to adjust, and I'm thinking maybe it's a jacket on something. Maybe it's my imagination. But then the shape becomes a person, and I realize it looks exactly like Jade. Same hair, same face, same outline, except wrong, because the Jade beside me is still asleep, breathing evenly, not moving, and the one at the foot of the bed is turned toward me, smiling. This wide, calm smile like she's posing for a photo. Her face was clear, and her body looked almost lit from the inside, like she was softly glowing in the darkness. And at the same time, she looked thin, not like skinny, like transparent, like if you stared long enough you could almost see through her. I have never felt fear like that. Not "I'm scared" fear, not "I saw something creepy" fear. This was primal, like my body decided, you are not safe right now. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just stared for a second that felt like a year, and then I yanked the blanket over my face and curled up as tight as I could. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, just listening, waiting, praying I'd fall asleep. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember is morning light. I was desperate to tell them. I told my mom, I told Jade, and Jade, being Jade, just laughed and messed with me, like, "Oh yeah? Well, I saw you crawling on the ceiling last night," and she cracked up like it was hilarious. And after that, I stopped talking about it for a long time. Years. Because part of me was like, maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was a kid. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe my brain made it up. But deep down, I never believed that. not really, because I can still see it in my head. I can still feel what it felt like. And then, more recently, I brought it up to my mom again, and she didn't brush it off. She got this look on her face like she'd been waiting for me to say it. She told me that house freaked her out too, that she always felt uncomfortable there. That honestly messed with me even more, because it made it feel real, like it wasn't just in my head. And now, every time I learn something new, like people talking about astral projection, or stories about mimics, things that copy someone you know, I think back to that night. Because I still don't know what I saw. Was it Jade, like some weird out-of-body thing? Or was it something pretending to be her? All I know is, it's been more than a decade, and I still get chills when I picture that smile at the foot of the bed. Okay, so let me give you a little context first, because the way school worked where I grew up matters. I'm from Malaysia, and back when I was in secondary school, we didn't do that American thing where you switch classrooms every period. We basically lived in the same classroom all day, and the teachers rotated in and out. So your classmates were your people. Same faces, same seats, same everything, every single day. All right, so this happened in 2018, and I was 16. And honestly, the reason I skipped school is so embarrassing. I wasn't sick or anything. I just woke up late, stared at the clock, and went, nah. Like full-on teen logic. I stayed home the entire day, in my room, scrolling on my phone and rotting in bed. Then around lunchtime, I got this call from my friend Ina. She was our class monitor, the one who took attendance. And the second I answered, I could hear it in her voice. She sounded panicked. She goes, "Are you in school today?" And I'm like, "No, I've been home. Why?" Silence. And then she just loses it, like she genuinely freaks out. Because apparently when she was counting heads earlier that morning, she looked up and saw me sitting at my desk, like in my seat, and she marked me as present. She even told me she counted the full class, 26 out of 26, including me. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe she just counted wrong. But then she says, "No, other people saw you too." And that's when my stomach did this weird drop. She starts listing names. Nadia swore she saw me in the hallway right before the first teacher came in, like I was just standing there, waiting like normal. Farah said she saw me walking up the stairs to the second floor, like I was coming from the canteen area. And then Joanne, this one still creeps me out. Joanne said she saw me walking beside Hazik, like I was literally right next to him, heading toward our classroom. So when the first class started, the teacher asked, "Where is she?" And Ina, being totally sure I was there earlier, told the teacher I probably went to the toilet, or maybe the office. Because in her mind, I was definitely in school that day. But time passes. I don't show up. The seat stays empty. And that's when she starts to get that awful feeling, like something is wrong, and she calls me. And I'm not gonna lie, when I heard all of that, I felt cold, like actually cold. Because if it were just one person, I could shrug it off. People mistake faces all the time. But multiple people, different places, someone even counted me like I was physically there. It started to feel less like a misunderstanding and more like, I don't know, like something was wearing me for the morning. And here's the thing, my school was old, like properly old, more than a century. You know the kind of place where the hallways always feel a little dim even in daylight? The kind of building that's been through wars, evacuations, who knows what. And people had stories, of course they did. There was even this one incident people used to talk about. This girl who supposedly got possessed and started writing words in Arabic, even though she didn't study it. stuff like that. You'd hear it and laugh, but it still sits somewhere in the back of your mind. So after that day, I kept spiraling between two thoughts. Either my classmates were all just weirdly mistaken at the same time, or something was copying me. And the creepiest part is, this wasn't even the first time something like that happened in my life. But she didn't switch on any lights. And that felt odd, because my mom is not the type to walk into a dark room for no reason. So I got curious, right? I thought, what is she doing in my room? So I follow her. I walk into my bedroom, and it's pitch black. And there's nobody there. No mom, no movement, nothing. Just me standing alone in the dark, with my heart suddenly hammering like I'd run upstairs. And I remember thinking, no, I saw her. I saw her like a real person, not like a ghost in movies, nothing see-through, nothing floaty. It looked exactly like my mom, solid, normal. That realization messed with me for a long time. And then later, years later, my younger sister told me she saw me in my room once. Except here's the thing, I wasn't even in the same city. I was away for school at the time. So, yeah. Sometimes I wonder if it's just coincidence stacked on coincidence. People mixing up faces, shadows in old houses, your brain filling in blanks. But other times, I don't know. It feels like there's something that likes to imitate us. Like it watches, memorizes, and then tries on your shape when it feels like it. And honestly, even now, I still don't know which explanation is worse. So, this is one of those stories I still feel in my chest when I talk about it. Back in 2017, I was 19, and I'd never really lived away from home before. Then, suddenly I'm hauling bags up a stairwell and moving into this student flat in Sheffield with my girlfriend at the time. Her name was Maya. It was one of those places that had clearly been done up to look fresh. Gray walls, shiny fittings, that faint smell of new paint that makes you feel like you're starting a brand new chapter. And honestly, parts of that time were great. We laughed a lot. We had friends over, did the whole student life thing, walked around the city like it belonged to us. But that flat was the most terrifying place I have ever lived. I can't even tell you when it started exactly. It just crept in. Little things at first. The weird part was, we were on the top floor, and the windows barely opened, like the building was sealed shut. Yet, things moved like there was a gust tearing through. A magazine would slide right off the table like someone had flicked it. The TV remote would end up on the floor when I swore it had been sitting on the arm of the chair. Sometimes the television would switch itself on, go black, then come on again. Like it was trying to get your attention and then pretending it hadn't. But that wasn't even the worst of it. The worst part was the feeling. You know when you can sense someone behind you? Like your body just knows? Imagine that, but turned up to 100. No matter where I stood in that flat, kitchen, hallway, bedroom, it felt like something was right behind me. Close, breathing close. And not just a presence, not something neutral, something mean. I'm not being dramatic. My skin would prickle. The hairs on my arms and neck would stand up and stay that way. For weeks, months. I started dreading going back after classes or work, and if I knew I'd be alone there overnight, I'd drink enough to knock myself out, because being awake in that place by myself felt like volunteering to be hunted. It felt like I was being watched by something that wanted me scared, something that enjoyed it. I'd turn, fast, to catch it. Nothing. Then that sick feeling would slide right back behind me again, like it was playing some horrible little game. You can look, but you'll never see me. And then, one completely random night, everything boiled over. It was about 1 a.m. Maya and I were in bed, fully sober, just trying to get warm under the covers because that flat was always freezing no matter what we did. We'd turned the lights out. We were settling, that slow drift towards sleep. Then, right as my eyes closed, I heard something in the next room. And I mean, it wasn't a creak. It wasn't the building settling. It sounded like someone had exploded into the living room and started throwing the place around. Like furniture was being dragged, slammed, shoved. The chair, the sofa. Heavy, violent movement. The kind of noise that makes your body go rigid before your brain even catches up. It lasted only a few seconds, and then it stopped. Dead silence. And in that silence, you do what you always do, don't you? You try to save your own sanity. You tell yourself, maybe I dreamt it. Maybe I'm half asleep. Maybe it was outside. But then Maya, in the dark, whispered, "Did you hear that too?" And the moment she said it, my stomach just dropped. Because if she heard it, it was real. I didn't even know what else to do. I started praying, quietly, like if I spoke too loud, I'd invite whatever it was closer. After that first outburst, the noises kept coming in little bursts, softer but unmistakable. The click of something hitting the floor, the faint thud of a pen dropping, slow footsteps where footsteps shouldn't be, like something was moving around out there, calm now, taking its time, because it knew we'd heard it. We stayed a few more months after that, and, weirdly, nothing ever got as intense as that night again. But the feeling never truly went away. It was like the flat had shown us what it could do, and after that, it didn't need to prove anything. Then one late evening, I was walking home from work, around 11:45 p.m., and I noticed a small group gathered near the entrance to our building. I remember thinking it was just a bunch of rowdy teenagers hanging around. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't that at all. It was a ghost tour. And I slowed down just enough to hear the guide say something like, "You're standing in one of the most haunted parts of Sheffield city center." I actually laughed, this short, stunned laugh, because it felt so ridiculous and yet so perfectly, horribly fitting. After that, I went down my own little rabbit hole. Turns out we've been living in a building off Blackwell House, right by Blackwell Square. And that square, historically, was tied to public punishments and executions. Centuries of it. The kind of history that doesn't just disappear because someone paints the walls and installs modern lighting. And I don't know what I believe, truly. I'm not someone who goes looking for ghosts, but I know what that flat felt like. I know what we heard. And I know I never, ever want to step foot inside that place again. I've got a couple other stories too. Nothing like this one, thankfully. Those are actually kind of nice. So, this was about 3 years back, when I was living in Valencia, Spain. I'd just come off this long stretch of summer nights, too many parties, too many drinks, and I'd made this promise to myself. 1 full month sober. No just one, no exceptions. Clean reset. Now, I've always had this odd little thing happen sometimes. Not often, like not even monthly, but every once in a while I'll walk into a place and get this instant sense that I don't know how to explain it, that there's something else there, like a shift in the air. Usually it's an uncomfortable feeling, like my body clocks it before my brain does. But here's the funny part. In all the time I'd been in Spain, I never got that feeling. Not once. I'd lived there long enough that it started to feel like a non-issue, like maybe I'd grown out of it. Until that night. It was late, maybe around 12:30 or 1, and I was in bed reading, totally sober, just quiet and settled. And out of nowhere, I got that familiar sensation. Someone else is in the room. Except this time, it wasn't scary. It was actually kind of warm. Like the feeling you get when you realize you're not alone, but it's someone you trust. I remember pausing, looking up from the page, and sort of listening to the silence. And then I just went back to reading. Like, okay then. No big panic, no dread, just this calm awareness. Eventually my eyes started to blur, so I shut the book, clicked off the lamp, rolled onto my side, and tried to fall asleep. And then, honestly, I swear to you, a hand slapped my thigh. Not hard enough to hurt, not playful either, just a slap. A very clear, physical thwack, like someone was right there next to me. I shot upright so fast my heart felt like it punched my ribs. I flicked the light on immediately, fully expecting to see someone standing at the foot of the bed, or maybe some shadow in the corner. Nothing. The room looked completely normal. Door closed. No movement. No weird sounds. Just me, breathing like I'd sprinted. I remember sitting there for a second, rubbing my leg like I was trying to prove to myself it happened. And I was definitely creeped out, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't terrified. It was more like I didn't know what category to put it in. So I did this really stupid, very human thing where I sort of shrugged to myself like, right, sure, okay, and I went back to sleep. The next day I was just hanging around, and my phone rang. It was my older brother, Declan, calling from home in Ireland. And that alone was weird, because Declan and I weren't exactly the kind of siblings who called just to chat. We were close, sure, but more in that send a meme, see you at Christmas way. So when I saw his name pop up, I actually sat up like, is something wrong? I answered, and he was totally normal. Just chatting, asking how work was, how I was doing, what I'd been up to, like a casual check-in. We talked for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and then his voice shifted a little, like he was about to tell me something he wasn't sure he even believed himself. And he goes, okay, the strangest thing happened to me last night. I swear, the blood drained out of my face. I'd almost pushed my own experience aside by then, like I'd filed it away as some half-dream, some weird muscle twitch, something my brain made up. But the second he said that, I just knew. I told him, all right, tell me. And he says, last night, I was lying in bed, must have been around 2 a.m, and I felt a hand, like, squeeze my thigh. And there was this long pause, like we were both suddenly listening to the silence on the line. I remember my skin prickling, arms, neck, everything. That horrible electric goosebump feeling when something is too specific to be a coincidence. Because what are the chances? Not just that we both felt it, but that he called me at all, out of the blue, the day after, to mention something so strange, so random, so personal. After that, I told the story a few times to friends and family. People had theories. Most of them said it was our gran, who'd passed away not long before, maybe a couple of months earlier. Like a little check-in. A strange, clumsy way of saying, I'm still here, I'm okay, and you're okay too. And honestly, that's the version that sits best in my chest. I can't prove it. I don't know what it was. But if it was her, it makes it feel less like something creepy and more like something oddly affectionate. Like someone trying to get your attention the only way they can. Still, every time I think about it, I get the chills all over again. So, what do you think? Coincidence? Some weird shared timing thing? or something else entirely? So, I'm going to keep names and places vague, just because it still feels a little too close to home. A few years ago, I started having this recurring nightmare. It wasn't complicated either. It was always the same image, a dark tower hanging over everything in my life. Not like a normal building, more like a presence, like it hovered there, and no matter what I did, where I went, what I tried to focus on, I was doing it under that shadow. And the feeling that came with it was wrong, heavy, mean, like the tower was watching. Not long after those dreams started, I finished college, information systems technically, and I started hunting for a job. I lived just outside a town where gambling was legal, close enough that it wasn't weird to drive through it on the way to grab groceries or head home from somewhere. One afternoon, I was driving back and I noticed the first casino on the edge of town had this big banner out front, "Now hiring." It was so close to my apartment that the commute would have been laughable. I checked their site that night, and sure enough, they needed entry-level IT techs. I applied without thinking too hard, and 2 weeks later, I was badge in, radio on my belt, learning where all the network closets were. And here's where it gets unsettling. Almost immediately after I started, the nightmares shifted. They didn't go away, they got specific. I started dreaming about tragedy happening there, like the casino collapsing, or the ground opening up underneath it, like this giant sinkhole swallowing the whole building. I'd wake up with my heart racing, and the images would stick with me even after I'd brushed my teeth and tried to act normal. One day, trying to talk myself down, I asked my manager. His name was Dale, real down to earth, one of those guys who always had a story and always knew where every wire ran, what the land used to be before the casino. I was expecting something simple. Old utility lines, maybe an abandoned foundation, something explainable. He didn't even hesitate. He just kind of nodded toward the hillside outside and said, "Used to be a cemetery." I laughed, like a reflex laugh, because what else do you do? And Dale pointed up the hill again, like he was indicating a landmark, and he goes, "They moved the graves up there when they built all this." The way he said it wasn't spooky or dramatic. It was just a fact. Like he was telling me where the employee parking was, and that almost made it worse. The thing is, I loved the job. I really did. I loved the problem solving. I loved the sense of being part of something big, especially because they were building a new hotel tower attached to the casino, and there was always some new system going in. Access control, cameras, network upgrades, all this infrastructure most people never think about. I didn't touch the slot machines or gaming systems. That was a different department with their own rules and their own locked doors. But I handled all the other IT odds and ends that make a place like that run. But the building itself, it had a vibe. The worst spot was in the basement, at one far corner, like the building's blind spot. I can't explain it any better than this. When I walked down there, sometimes the back of my neck would prickle like I'd stepped into a cold draft, even if the air was still. Nothing ever jumped out at me. Nothing ever physically happened. But it felt like a place you weren't meant to linger. People swapped stories about seeing translucent figures down there, old-time workers, like miners with lamps. I never saw them, but I heard it often enough that it became part of the background noise of the place. There was one evening, late summer, still light out, when my supervisor radioed me to fix a printer in the count room area, where the cashiers and accounting stations were. I headed that way, weaving through the casino floor, and when I got to the entrance, they stopped me because it was slammed busy. So I turned around, walking back past this long line of gamblers waiting for a cashier, and halfway down the line, I felt it. That sharp little sensation like someone is staring into the side of your face. I looked over. There was an older woman, Asian, maybe in her 70s, standing there, not moving, not blinking, just watching me like she'd been waiting for me to turn my head. And what hit me first wasn't her expression. It was her eyes. They were black. Not dark brown, not shadowed. Black, corner to corner. No visible white, no visible iris. Nothing that looked human in the usual way. Like two smooth pools of ink in her face. And the strangest part? Nobody else reacted. People around her were chatting, checking phones, complaining about the wait. It was like I was the only one who could see that something was off. I didn't say anything. I didn't freeze. I just kept walking. Like if I acted normal, it couldn't follow me. Later, when the hotel tower was almost ready to open, one of the valet guys, Rico, caught me near the employee entrance. He was pale, jittery, like he'd been holding something in all day. He told me he'd gone up into the tower when it was supposed to be empty. No crews, no events, no guests. He had a video on his phone. In one of the banquet rooms, there was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. And in the video, the chandelier was shaking gently, like someone had bumped it. You could hear the beads clicking, that tiny glass-on-glass sound. But nobody was near it. Nobody touched it. No airflow strong enough to do that. Just movement. Then the tower opened. A while after that, my team got told we needed to clear out a storage space in the tower. Old equipment, boxes, random IT leftovers that had been shoved into a room to deal with later. So we loaded up carts and hauled them to the elevator lobby on one of the hotel floors. I ended up standing there alone for a minute with 3 carts piled with gear, waiting for someone to radio back that they'd found us a room. The hallway was quiet in that specific way hotels are quiet, like the building is holding its breath. And then one of the carts, just one, started to roll. Slowly, smoothly, right toward me. I stared at it, and I swear my brain tried to make it normal. Maybe the floor tilted. Maybe my hands hadn't locked the wheels. Maybe... But it kept rolling. So I did the dumbest thing, because sometimes humor is the only shield you have. I half laughed and said, loud and sharp, "Okay, knock it off." And the cart stopped. Not gradually, not like friction took over. It stopped like someone put a hand on it. I quit a couple years later, but not because of any of this. Honestly, it was plain human workplace stuff. Management changes, personalities, the kind of thing that wears you down anywhere. But even after I left, the place didn't really leave me. Because the dreams came back. Not the little stress dreams. The original one. The tower. I dreamed I was standing outside, looking up at this towering hotel, and people were inside screaming and pounding on the windows like something catastrophic was happening, like the building was turning into a trap. And in the dream, I had this horrible, sinking recognition as I looked up and realized, that's it. That's the casino tower. That night, my husband, Evan, jerked awake so suddenly he woke me up, like he'd heard something. He didn't even say anything at first, just sat there, breathing hard. And I was groggy, so I rolled over and went right back to sleep. And I dreamed I heard an agonized scream, far off, carried on the air, from the direction of the casino. It's still standing. I drive past it all the time. Nothing's collapsed. The tower's still there, lit up like it's proud of itself. But I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic. Something about it feels wrong. Like it's still watching. Like it always was. Hello friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How was your day? Drop a comment below and let me know. I'm a little tired today, But the moment I sat down and got ready to share my spiritual experiences from around the world with you, I instantly felt better. Thank you so much for all your messages. Now, let's get cozy, put on our headphones, and dive into today's story. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay. I'm not totally sure how to start this, but I've carried it around for a while and I just need to say it out loud to someone who will actually listen. So, a bit of context. There's this old mountain spot people talk about, an old lodge that burned down ages ago. What's left is mostly brick walls, broken rooms, and these open edges where you can look straight out over the mountainside. People still hike up there and throw parties, raves, bonfires, whatever you want to call it. I'd heard vague stories after the fact, but before I went, I honestly had no clue what kind of reputation it had. If someone had told me it was the kind of place people had been whispering about for over a century, I might have thought twice. I got invited by this guy named Mason. Not a big name in the scene, more like someone trying to become one. He was talking about starting a collective, building a community, all that. I'd run into him a couple times before, so it didn't feel sketchy, just a random invite to a random night. The hike up took maybe an hour. You know how it is. Music faint in the distance at first, then louder as you get closer, like the mountain is hiding it until the last second. And when we got there, it was eerie, beautiful in a strange way. A hollow shell of a building, like it was holding its breath. Brick skeleton, blackened corners, empty windows staring out at the fog and the drop below. At first, the night was genuinely fun. Lights, people dancing, that feeling like you're part of something secret and temporary. I did take some stuff, more than I usually would, but nothing I hadn't handled before. I was pretty confident I could ride it out. Then, I wandered into this side room. No lights, like pitch black. And in the far corner, there's this one guy, alone, playing a single hand drum. A bongo, I guess. Just him and the sound. It didn't feel scary in the moment, not at first. I remember thinking, damn, he's actually really good. I stood there listening, barely able to make out his outline, just letting the rhythm hit my chest. But looking back now, I don't know. I get chills thinking about it. The way it felt less like music at a party and more like a thing happening. Like the room was being tuned to something. Later on, I went back into the main area and sat down near a corner because I was coming up hard. My thoughts were sprinting. I figured I'd roll a cigarette and ground myself for a second. And that's when I saw the cat, just sitting there in the corner like it belonged. I leaned down, reached out to pet it, really clearly, like I could feel how real it was about to be. And then I looked up for a split second and it was gone. Not ran away, not hiding, just gone. That was the first time in my life I'd ever had a hallucination that clean. It freaked me out because it wasn't dreamy or vague. It was like something snapped into existence and then got yanked out again. I tried to laugh it off. I told myself, okay, you're high, you're tired, it's a weird place. Everyone around me was still partying like nothing was wrong, so I forced myself to keep moving. But then I looked up, and I saw something that absolutely broke me. I swear to you, I saw a man standing on a stage, like an actual stage that hadn't been there before, wearing a bright white shirt, holding a microphone like he was about to speak or sing. And the thing is, there was no microphone set up, no speakers, no stage. I'd been in that room all night. I knew what it looked like. This wasn't a maybe. This was my brain insisting something impossible was happening. From that moment on, nothing felt right. Not just I'm too high, but like the place itself wasn't neutral. Like it didn't want you there, or it wanted something from you. By the time morning rolled around, maybe 6:30, 7-ish, the fog came in thick. Not misty, not pretty sunrise fog, like someone poured milk into the air. We started hiking back down, and we lost the trail more than once, at least twice, maybe 3 times. It's hard to count because it felt like time was skipping, and both times we got properly lost, this stranger appeared. A guy named Elias, or at least that's what he told us, just stepping out of the fog like he'd been waiting. Calm, almost too calm. He didn't act confused about where we'd come from, didn't ask questions, just pointed us back, walked with us for a bit, and then disappeared again when we got to safer ground. The part that haunts me is how impossible it felt. How did he find us twice in that fog, on that mountain, at that time? It felt like the kind of coincidence that doesn't really feel like coincidence once you're living inside it. I wasn't religious back then, like, at all. I would have called myself practical, skeptical, whatever. But that morning lodged something in me. This feeling that I'd brushed up against something I didn't understand, and then something else had stepped in and made sure we left. And then, not long ago, maybe 6 weeks back, I'm in a shopping center and this older Dutch guy stops me. Polite, gentle, not aggressive. Just looks right at me and goes, "Do you believe in God?" I said no, kind of awkwardly, and kept walking. But it stuck. It got under my skin for some reason. Then, about a week later, I'm getting ready to go out again, and I can't stop thinking about that mountain lodge, like it's looping in my head all day. That night, the rave we were going to got canceled, so we changed plans and went to the beach instead. I ended up telling a couple friends the story, people I'd never told before. Just laid it all out, trying to make it sound normal, trying to make it make sense. A few hours into the night, this random guy comes up to us. Asian guy, maybe in his late 20s or 30s. Not much English, but friendly. We chat a little, and out of nowhere he says, dead serious, something like, "I go Hellfire Club, very bad, make my soul go boom." Not haunted, not creepy, not bad vibes. He said it like he was describing an injury, like something had actually happened to him. And I just froze, because I hadn't mentioned that name. I hadn't even been thinking of it as a name anyone else would know. And hearing it out loud like that, on a random beach night, from a stranger who barely spoke English, made my whole body go cold. So yeah, that's it. That's what happened. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just telling you I went to a place I didn't understand. I saw things I can't explain, and since then, it's like the world hasn't felt as simple as it used to. And honestly, sometimes I still don't know if I'm more scared of what I saw or of how real it felt. So, a little bit about us before I get into the weird stuff. I live in an apartment with my older sister Marissa and her husband Evan. Marissa's really rooted in her faith, not in a scary, pushy way. She just genuinely loves church, worship music, sunny mornings, that kind of thing. Me? I believe in God too, but I'm more free-spirited. I'm the one who collects spooky little trinkets, watches horror movies for comfort, and treats Halloween like a personality trait. We've always been opposites. Same mom, different dads, and we're 16 years apart, with me being the younger one. My mom used to laugh and say, "My girls are night and day." And yeah, I'm definitely the night. Okay, now the reason I'm even telling you this. For about the last year and a half, we've had these little moments that kept stacking up. At first it was easy to brush off, like knocking sounds coming from the wall by the bathroom or the kitchen. You know how apartments are. Pipes, settling, maybe something in the walls. Annoying, but not exactly paranormal, right? But then it started getting personal. The first time, I was in the shower. I clearly heard the front door open, footsteps, and then what sounded exactly like Marissa's voice, bright and casual, go, "Hey," like she'd just come home. So I hurry through thinking, oh, she's on break. I'll talk to her for a second. I get out a few minutes later and the apartment is empty. I told myself maybe she swung by quickly. She works like 5 minutes away, grabbed a drink, left again. Totally possible. Later, when she actually got home, I was like, I tried to catch you earlier when you came in. She just stared at me and went, "What are you talking about? I didn't come home." And I was like, "Marissa, I heard you. I heard you walk in and say hey." She swore up and down it wasn't her. And the way she said it, no joking, no teasing, made my stomach drop a little. Because she wasn't playing. She was freaked out too. Then about 3 weeks later, it happened again. But this time, I was the one being blamed. It's around 10:15 at night, and we're all in our rooms, lights out, winding down. I get a text from Marissa. "Hey, what did you need?" I'm like, "What?" So I text back, "What do you mean?" And she goes, "Evan said you called my name." I literally sat up in bed like, nope. I hadn't said a word. I was scrolling on my phone in complete silence. I told her, "I didn't call you." And again, same feeling. Not dramatic, not funny, just this quiet, unsettled little pause where you're both thinking the same thing, but neither one wants to say it. Then another night not long after that, same kind of setup. Everyone's in bed, it's late, and Marissa texts me again. She tells me she sat up and said out loud, "What did she say?" Because she heard me call her name and say something else, like a sentence or a phrase, but she couldn't catch the rest. Evan, half asleep, was like, "Huh?" And she goes, "Ang, called my name. What else did she say?" And he's like, "She didn't say anything. I didn't hear anything." So Marissa texts me, and I just reply, "I swear to you, I didn't." At that point, it wasn't just, maybe pipes, anymore. Because pipes don't sound exactly like your sister. Pipes don't call your name when you're asleep. And then, a few nights ago, something happened that made my skin go cold. It was just me and Marissa home. Evan was out. The apartment felt normal, calm, cozy. We had the TV on low and we were just talking about something random. Our 2 cats were curled up and asleep nearby, and our dog was knocked out too, like fully relaxed, deep sleep. And out of nowhere, we heard this deep, guttural growl. Marissa is not someone who swears unless she's genuinely scared. She grabbed the remote, shut the TV off fast, and just looked at me with wide eyes and went, "What the hell was that?" And I didn't even answer right away, because I didn't want to influence what she thought she heard. I asked her, "Tell me what it sounded like to you." And she didn't hesitate. She said, "It sounded evil, like an evil growl." When Evan called on his way home, she told him immediately. He tried to be logical, like, maybe it was a raccoon or something in the walls. But both of us knew. We both just knew. It wasn't scratching. It wasn't scurrying. It wasn't an animal sound you hear and go, "Oh, that's gross." This was the kind of sound that makes you stop breathing for a second. And Marissa told him, "No, that's not what it was. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded angry." We've had smaller things too, like little puzzle pieces that don't make sense on their own, but together they start to feel like a pattern. One time, a cat toy ball rolled across the floor toward Marissa, stopped like it hit an invisible wall, then rolled back the other direction like it changed its mind. No windows open, no air on, nothing vibrating, just movement. Sometimes the pets will all just stare into the kitchen like they're watching something pass through. And our dog will sit up and do this low bark, then a growl, like he's warning something away, not playing. A couple times we've opened a cabinet and found small dishes neither of us recognizes, like they just showed up. Marissa and Evan don't know where they came from, and I don't either. It sounds silly until you're holding a plate you know you didn't buy. And I have this little lamp in my room that will turn itself on or off at random times. I've tried to blame it on the bulb, the switch, the outlet, anything. But it's inconsistent in a way that makes it hard to shrug off. So yeah, that's basically where we're at. I don't know what it is. I'm not trying to claim I've got some haunted apartment situation for attention. If anything, I'd love for it to be boring. But when you start hearing your sister's voice when she isn't there, and then she starts hearing yours when you're dead quiet, and then something growls in your living room with that kind of rage, it messes with you. And the more I've read, the more one word keeps circling back in my head. Something that imitates, something that copies voices. A mimic. And honestly, I hate even saying that out loud, because once you name something, it feels a little more real. Okay, so I've been debating whether to even tell this story out loud, because the second you do, you can hear how it sounds. But I genuinely want to know what other people think, because it's gotten to the point where we've run out of normal explanations. So I live in this apartment with my sister, Hannah, and her husband, Mark. Rent around here is unreal, so we're doing the teamwork makes the dream work thing, splitting costs, sharing space, helping each other out. It's actually been nice, except for the part where the apartment has started doing things that make you stop mid-sentence and go, no, wait, what? It started small, like sounds. There's this weird knocking noise that comes from the kitchen, but it's not consistent. It'll go quiet for days and then randomly happen again. The best way I can describe it is, imagine someone stirring a spoon in a glass mug. That little clink, clink, clink. At first we were like, okay, pipes, old building, whatever. But it's just oddly specific, like it has a rhythm. Then the voices started. And when I say voices, I don't mean muffled neighbors through the wall stuff. I mean we'll hear each other. Like I'll be folding laundry and I'll hear Hannah say my name, clear as day, from the hallway. Then I'll call back and she's not even home. Or Hannah will swear she just heard Mark talking in the bedroom, but he's in the parking lot. The creepiest part is it's never all of us hearing it together. It's always one person hearing it alone, which makes it worse because you're standing there like, do I trust my own ears right now? But the worst sound, the one that made our upstairs neighbor text us in all caps, was the banging. I'm not exaggerating when I say it sounds like someone inside the walls just hammering, like heavy, angry pounding. The kind of noise that makes your stomach drop because it feels too human. Our upstairs neighbor, Linda, has texted Hannah more than once like, are you guys hearing this? And it's almost always super early, around 1 to 2 a.m. That's the time window, like it's on a schedule or something. And then there are the footsteps. This one is personal because it happens when I'm in the shower. I'll be rinsing shampoo out of my hair and I'll hear steps come down the hall, slow and steady, and then stop right outside the bathroom door. Not pacing, not passing by, just stopping, waiting. The first few times I tried to be rational. Hannah must be home for lunch, or Mark needs something. But I'd get out, wrap a towel around myself, swing the door open, and nobody's there. And they both swear it isn't them. And okay, here's the part where I know people are going to have opinions, because this is the moment that made me fully sit up and go, something is wrong. One night, Hannah and I were in the living room just talking. Normal conversation, nothing scary, nothing weird. And we have pets, so there are toys scattered around. This little cat toy, small, lightweight, just rolled across the floor toward Hannah's couch. Like someone gently pushed it. It stopped for a second, and then rolled back the way it came from. No AC running, no fan, no draft, no slanted floors. Our floors are level. And even if there was air moving, it wouldn't stop in reverse direction like it changed its mind. Hannah literally froze mid-sentence and just stared at it, and she goes, "How did that just happen?" And I'm sitting there, heart pounding, like, I genuinely have no idea. The pets make it worse too. Then there's the smell thing. This is one of the weirdest ones because it's so specific. Back in March, I had a car accident. Nothing horrible, thank God. I swerved to miss a dog that ran out, ended up stuck in a ditch, and I called Hannah to tell her I was okay and that my uncle was coming to get me. We hang up. Fine. She tells me a little while later, she and Mark suddenly smelled my perfume strong, like someone had sprayed it right in front of their faces. It lasted a few seconds and then vanished. No reason for it. No bottle spilled. Nothing. And recently, we've started smelling cigarette smoke, like heavy, fresh smoke. Except none of us smoke, and as far as we know, neither do our neighbors. Hannah was the first one to smell it, and then it started happening to me too. It's the kind of smell that makes you automatically look around for a person. And the lights. Oh my God, the lights. I have this little galaxy projector light in my room, one of those that makes stars on the ceiling, and it will randomly turn itself on and off. But it's not random in the normal bad wiring way. It almost feels timed. Like it turns on right when I'm thinking, okay, I should go to bed. Like it's nudging me. And when I wake up, it's off again. Also, I've walked out of rooms, totally alone in the apartment, and found lights turned on that I know I didn't touch. We even had this lamp that started flickering and clicking on and off. We assumed it was a cheap lamp, so Hannah got annoyed and threw it out. Bought a brand new one. Nothing fancy, just a regular lamp. And a week later, it starts doing it too. She was so mad because she was like, "So I threw away a perfectly good lamp for nothing." She even put in a maintenance request. They came, checked the outlet, said it was fine. And yet, the lamp still acts up sometimes. And then there's just stuff moving. Not like full poltergeist, chairs across the room drama, but little things. Keys not where you left them. Small objects showing up in places that make no sense. You do that thing where you try to convince yourself you just forgot, until it happens again and again. Last week, I heard something that still makes my skin crawl. I was sitting quietly, and right by my ear, like right beside me, I heard this little sound like... Not a word, just a sharp, close noise. I sat there frozen, thinking maybe it came from outside. Maybe it was a bird or someone in the hallway, but it didn't feel distant. It felt next to me, like something leaned in and made a sound just to see if I'd react. And then this morning, this is what finally pushed me into telling somebody else. I took the dog out, came back in, used the bathroom, and then grabbed my keys because I needed to move my car. I closed the bathroom door, and I know I closed it all the way because we're strict about that. The cats are obsessed with shredding toilet paper like it personally insulted them. And my cat Miso, sweetest demon alive, loves pulling towels off the rack. Nothing like stepping out of a clean shower and finding your towel on the floor like a tiny crime scene. So I closed the door, fully, no question. A few minutes later, I walk back down the hall and the bathroom door is cracked open. Not wide open, just open enough to notice. Like someone didn't want to be obvious. Like someone just wanted to remind me, yeah, I can do that. And look, I know grief and stress and life can mess with your head, so I need to tell you this part too. We've had loss. Our mom passed away a few years ago. Hannah also lost her dad not long after. And I lost a cat I'd had basically my whole life, then another older pet the next year. So yeah, we've been through it. We're close though. Hannah and I are really different, but our bond is solid. And me? I'm the odd one out. I love creepy stuff. Horror, mysteries, true crime. I collect weird little oddities, old antiques, spooky memorabilia, the kind of things people side-eye you for. I also have a ridiculous book collection, like to the point where it's becoming a storage problem. I've loved reading since I was a kid, and it's my comfort. So part of me wonders if I brought some kind of weird energy into the space, or if our grief left a door cracked open, or if it's all just a series of explainable things that happen to line up in the creepiest way possible. But then I think about the footsteps stopping outside the bathroom, the voices calling when nobody's home, the banging in the walls at 1:30 in the morning that even the neighbor hears, that toy rolling across the floor, stopping and rolling back. And I'm left with the same question every time. What is happening in our apartment? And why does it feel like it's getting bolder? Hey, so let me walk you through this, because it's not just one creepy moment. It's years of little things that slowly added up, and I still don't quite know what to make of it. I grew up in the southern part of Tasmania, way out rural, like properly rural. The kind of place where you don't get random visitors, and the road leading in isn't even properly sealed the whole way. My parents have lived in the same house for about 2 decades now. They moved in when I was a teenager, and during those early years, my dad was often away. He was in the Navy, deployed for long stretches at a time. It was mostly just Mum, me, and the quiet of the bush. And the first time it happened, I was still pretty young. We were driving away from the house, Mum at the wheel, and I remember glancing back through the rear window toward the front yard. And there he was, a man, just standing near the front door, like he belonged there, like he'd been waiting. It made absolutely no sense. There wasn't a neighbor who'd casually wander over, and we didn't have visitors who'd show up without calling, especially not out there. I stared hard at him, trying to make my brain name him, place him, explain him. And then I blinked, and he was gone. I told Mom as soon as I could, and she just sort of brushed it off in that gentle, practical way she has. She said something like, "Maybe it was your dad checking in on us." I think she genuinely thought I'd imagined it, or maybe she didn't want to entertain anything stranger than that. But the thing is, I didn't stop seeing him. Not constantly, not every visit, but often enough that, as the years rolled on and I got into my 20s, I started to accept he was part of the house, the same way the wind rattling the gutters was part of the house. At first it was small stuff, things not being where I left them, the odd sound that didn't quite match the settling of timber. Moments where you pause and go, wait, did that just happen? And then you talk yourself out of it. Until one day, I couldn't. I was in my mid-20s, staying there on my own for a bit. It was just me and the dogs, 2 of them at the time. One was a big male mastiff mix named Hugo, and the other was a little stocky staffy called Mabel. And they were loud, right? Like, aggressively loud. If a leaf fell wrong outside, they'd announce it like it was a crime. So I'm in the shower, and everything's normal. When I get out, I'm towel drying and half-dressed, and the bathroom has this frosted window that faces the path leading up to the front door. And I see someone pass the window. Not a shadow, not a vague blur that could be anything. An actual adult man walking by at normal speed, close enough that I could tell he was pale-skinned, had short, dark hair, and was wearing a plain, long-sleeved shirt and dark pants. My stomach dropped because the dogs hadn't barked, not even once. That alone freaked me out more than the figure. I rushed to get dressed, moving fast, fumbling a bit, and it took me, a few seconds? I flew out toward the front door, listening, waiting for the dogs to lose their minds like they always did. Nothing. When I reached the big glass slider at the front, both dogs were there. They were staring outside, completely alert, but silent. Not growling, not barking, just watching like they were tracking something they didn't understand. And there was no one. No movement, no footsteps, no door closing. No place someone could have hidden in that time, not without me seeing them, especially out in the open yard. And there was no answer. After that, I stopped trying to talk myself out of it. Years later, more recently, I ended up living at my parents' place again for a while when I was doing my doctorate. Those months were long and quiet, lots of studying, lots of late nights where the house feels extra empty even when it isn't. One afternoon, I'm in my room staring at the line of novels on my desk. I'd been switching between books, undecided, running my fingers over spines, doing that thing where you want to read but can't choose. Eventually, I straighten them so they're neat, flush, and lined up. Then I go to the kitchen to make coffee. I come back, mug in hand, and one book has been pulled forward. Not tipped, not fallen. Pulled forward deliberately, like 3/4 of the way out, as if someone had hooked a finger over the top and tugged it. I just stood there holding my coffee, staring at it, feeling this odd pressure. Not threatening exactly, more like a strong suggestion. So I did something that probably sounds ridiculous, but in the moment it felt like the only polite option. I read that book. Like, okay, message received. And then, a few weeks after that, there was another moment. This one wasn't about objects or noises. This one was him. I was sitting in the kitchen dining area, focused on something, notes maybe, and I saw a man walk past me in my peripheral vision. Just the sense of someone moving through the space, right where people normally pass through. My brain instantly assumed it was one of my family members. But then I looked up, and everyone was still in the room the figure had supposedly come from. And there's no way someone could have walked past me from that direction without me seeing them earlier, without them having to pass my line of sight first. I felt this flash of shock, like my whole body went cold for a second. And then, it faded. Because here's the weird part. I've never felt afraid of him. Startled, yes. Confused, absolutely. But not scared. I've never had the sense that he's angry or malicious or trying to hurt anyone. He feels more like a presence with a routine. Like he's passing through because he always has. And still, it makes no sense. This house is remote. It isn't ancient. We know there were only a couple of owners before my parents, and as far as we know, everyone connected to the place is still alive. There's no family tragedy we can point to. No obvious story where you go, ah, of course, that explains it. For years, Mom and I barely talked about it. It was one of those topics you kind of keep folded away because saying it out loud makes it too real. But recently, we did talk, properly. And Mom admitted she'd noticed something too. That the walking past moments, especially near the front of the house, seemed to be happening more often. And that's what's been sitting heavy with me. Because we always treated it like, well, he's not hurting anyone. Let him be. Don't stir things up. Don't mess with anything you don't understand. I've stuck to that. I don't play with spirit boards. I don't invite things in. I don't experiment. That's always been my line. But now I keep wondering, what if this isn't just harmless background noise? What if it's someone stuck in a loop, or someone trying to get attention because something's wrong? What if the increase means distress? And I don't like the thought of that. I just know I don't want to ignore it anymore if ignoring it means leaving someone or something to suffer. Okay, so I want to start by saying this happened a few phones ago, back when we were using this old, kind of clunky security system. And I still get mad at myself for not saving the footage properly when we upgraded everything later. Because we had it. We had actual video. And knowing that makes this one of those stories I tell when I need to remind myself, like, no, I'm not imagining things. So this was about 5 years back. I was at work, just in the middle of a normal day, when I got a motion alert from the backyard camera. Nothing unusual, at least that's what I assumed. But I opened the clip anyway, and I swear to you, there was this dark, smoky-looking haze, like a shadow, but thicker. It wasn't fully solid, more like a transparent black mist, gliding across the top corner of our garage, over the back patio, and drifting straight toward the back door. And the weirdest part? It didn't just fade out like a shadow would. It looked like it slipped through the side of the frame, like it passed into the wall near the door and vanished. At first, I tried to be logical. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light, maybe a small cloud shadow. But it was way too localized, too small, and it didn't match how the sun hit that area at that time of day. Then I thought maybe it was a bug close to the lens, out of focus. Except it didn't move like a bug. It moved like something intentional. Slow, smooth, almost careful. Still, I shrugged it off. Because what else do you do, right? Meanwhile, my mother-in-law, Marisol, was at our house watching our little boy, Jonah. He was just over a year old then, still at that stage where he'd cling to you like a little koala and fall asleep anywhere as long as he felt safe. About half an hour after I watched the clip, curiosity started chewing at me, so I pulled up the indoor cameras just to see if anything else looked strange. And I catch Marisol in the kitchen, smudging. Now, she's the type who'll do that sometimes. She's always been spiritual. If a house feels off, she'll open a window, say a prayer, light the bundle, do her thing. So seeing that didn't freak me out right away. I just remember thinking, okay, interesting timing. But when I got home, the second I walked in the door, she didn't even let me set my bag down. She goes, "Something happened." And I could tell by her face she wasn't being dramatic. She looked shaken, like she'd been trying to hold it together for Jonah's sake, and now she could finally let it out. She told me she'd been sitting in our recliner in the living room with Jonah kind of sprawled on her, his little belly against her chest, just relaxing. The recliner sat right beside the open doorway to the bedroom, so you could see part of the room from that angle. And out of nowhere, Jonah pops his head up, like something caught his attention, and he stares into that bedroom. Then he starts crying. Not fussy crying, hysterical crying. The kind that comes from deep fear. She said he went stiff and grabbed at her shirt like he was trying to climb into her skin. So she sits up fast, turns toward the doorway, and she swears she saw this tall figure. Like a person made of shadow. Somewhere around 6 feet, maybe taller. It was pressed against the door frame, like it was trying not to be seen, and it was peeking around the corner at them, like it was watching. She said she could make out the shape of a head and shoulders, and this part gets me every time. She said it looked like it had one hand on the door frame, like an actual person would, leaning around. Marisol didn't freeze. She stood up immediately, grabbed Jonah tight against her and just let it have it. And she said the shadow didn't walk away. It just thinned out, like smoke sucked backward, like it evaporated into nothing. After that, Jonah calmed down pretty quickly once she carried him out of that area. but she told me her hands were shaking so bad she could barely light the smudge bundle. Still, she went room to room anyway, opened windows, prayed, smudged the whole house. So while she's telling me all of this, I'm standing there with that backyard video still in my mind, and I ask her, really casually, but my heart is pounding, "What time did this happen?" And she tells me, and it's the exact timestamp from the clip I got at work, the exact same moment. I didn't even say anything at first. I just pulled out my phone and showed her the recording. And the look on her face, it was like all the color drained out of her. We just stared at it together, then stared at each other, both of us realizing how impossible that coincidence was, because she hadn't known about the alert. She hadn't talked to me. She had no reason to be smudging unless she truly felt like something had happened. And I hadn't told her anything about the mist because, honestly, I hadn't even decided it was worth mentioning yet. That's the part that still gives me chills. That split second of proof. That moment where it wasn't just someone's story. It was two separate experiences lining up perfectly, like they were connected. And even now, I still wonder, why our house? What was it doing outside first? Why did it come in through the back, like it was sneaking in? And why would it peek around the bedroom door at a baby like that? I don't know. I don't have a neat explanation. I just know what we saw and how it felt. And I know, for once, I wasn't the only one. So, this is a true story from about 7 or 8 years ago, back when I was working security at this conservation area just outside the city. It was the middle of the day, bright, normal daylight, nothing spooky about it. I'm posted at the little gatehouse with a couple coworkers, and we're doing that classic standing around pretending we're busy thing. Then I see this one guy coming up the access road on a BMX, and I mean, he looked striking. He's completely shirtless, wearing black jeans and dark shoes, and his bike is black too. Like, everything about him is black. The whole vibe was intentional. He wasn't dirty, wasn't sweaty, didn't look roughed up at all. No tattoos, no scars, no sunburn, almost weirdly fresh. Skinny guy, maybe late 20s. He rolls right past the gatehouse, but instead of going into the entry lane like a normal person, he slips through the exit lane, basically bypassing the security arm like it's not even there. Just straight through, like he belongs. So I hop in my work truck and roll after him, because at the very least, I've got to get him turned around and back to the gate. I catch up a decent distance inside the park and pull alongside him, and I'm like, "Hey, pull over a sec." At first he ignores me completely, just keeps pedaling like I'm not even there. I try again, and eventually he stops. I'm talking to him from the truck window, keeping it calm, but he's immediately hostile, super belligerent, like I'm personally offending him by speaking. And then he starts saying this strange religious stuff. Not like casual, God bless stuff. More like intense, prophetic-sounding lines. I can't remember the exact wording anymore, but it was along the lines of warnings and destiny and messages, that kind of energy. He finally turns his bike around, still muttering, and I follow him out at a respectful distance just to make sure he actually leaves. We pass the gatehouse again, yep, right through the exit lane again, like he's committed to using it now. And we head down the access road. And this next part, I swear, it's one of those moments where you just blink and go, is this really happening right now? Partway down the road, he stops, gets off the bike, faces the sun, raises both hands up like he's about to receive a signal from space, and starts chanting. Not yelling, but like rhythmic. And then he does this little dance, just a subtle hip sway, almost ceremonial. I'm sitting there in the truck watching him like, half amused, half confused, not quite sure if I should take it seriously or not. It was funny in a what on earth way, but also just unsettling enough that I wasn't laughing out loud. Then he stops like someone flipped a switch, gets back on the BMX, and rides off. No fight, no escalation, nothing. Just gone. None of us got his name. Nobody at the gatehouse recognized him. And honestly, if that was the whole story, I would have filed it under weird dude doing weird dude things and never thought about it again. But later, I went to check the gatehouse surveillance. We had 3 cameras, one covering the front access road coming in, one pointed at the exit lane, and one facing the rear stretch past the gatehouse. This guy should have shown up on all of them, except he didn't. Not because he avoided the cameras, he went straight through their view. He should have been right there, clear as day. Instead, every single camera glitched at the exact moment he would have entered frame. And the thing is, those cameras saw cars and trucks ripping through all day, way faster than a BMX. We never had them do anything like that. Not before, not after. We tried everything. Rewound it, checked timestamps, checked for corruption, checked for system errors, whatever you'd normally blame. But the end result was the same. No image of him, not even a blurry frame. So to this day, I can't explain it. I don't know who he was, where he came from, or why the cameras all decided to fail in perfect timing like that. All I know is, I followed a shirtless guy on a black BMX out of the park in broad daylight. And somehow, according to the cameras, he was never there. So, my grandma passed away in October 2022, and ever since then, I've had a few dreams where she shows up in this really comforting way. Those kinds of dreams feel like a gift, honestly. But I've also had these other experiences, like sleep paralysis or astral projection, where something tries to look like someone you love, and it's not them. And this one still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV on, like the kind of sleep where you're not even trying to go to bed. Then suddenly I felt awake. Not normal awake, more like my mind clicked on before my body did. I could see my living room, but everything looked kind of smeared and foggy at the edges, like reality had a bad filter on it. And that's usually how I know I'm projecting. I turned my head to the right, toward the far corner of the room, and I saw 2 figures standing there. One looked like my grandma. The other looked like my aunt, Marisol. At first, my heart did that thing where it lifts, because you want it to be real. Even though they weren't totally clear, I heard Marisol's voice so plainly, like she was right there with me, saying, "Come on, come give your grandma a hug. She's been missing you." And without thinking too hard, I sat up, like I just got pulled by the invitation, and I started walking toward them. But the closer I got, the clearer they became, and the more wrong it felt. Because the woman that looked like my grandma didn't look like her anymore. Her eyes were too dark. Not like shadow makeup dark, like there was depth in them that didn't belong. Her face looked thinner, almost dried out, and there was this weight around her, this thick atmosphere that pressed into my chest. And it wasn't like a cartoon evil feeling. It felt like grief, like abandonment, like a loneliness so deep it had teeth. And that's what freaked me out the most, because my grandma was never like that. Even when she was sick, even near the end, she was still teasing people, still smiling, still finding some way to make the room lighter. This thing in front of me felt like the opposite of her spirit. So I stopped a few feet away, and I just knew, that sharp, clear knowing, that this was not my grandma. But here's the thing. I still felt so much sorrow coming off of her that it made my eyes sting. It was overwhelming, like standing too close to someone crying, except it wasn't sound. It was energy. And I thought, maybe it's confused. Maybe it's hurt. Maybe it's pretending because it doesn't know another way to reach someone. So I decided to hug her anyway. Not because I believed her, but because I couldn't stand the way that loneliness felt, like something that had been starving for a very long time. When I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her, she was colder than she should have been. Not icy exactly, just wrong. Like hugging something that didn't belong in a living room. And I leaned in and whispered into her ear as gently as I could, "I know you're not my grandma, but I'm hugging you anyway. I think you need it." And the second I said that, the second, everything flipped. She jerked back and her face twisted, and she started wailing like I'd stabbed her with words. Full on screaming, sobbing, this raw, furious sound. "I am your grandma! How dare you say I'm not your grandma?" And then she grabbed me. And then, out of nowhere, a bright white light started flashing around us. Not like a gentle glow, like strobe flashes. Fast, sharp, filling the room. The grandma stopped mid-scream and snapped her head around, terrified. And Marisol did too. Both of them suddenly scanning the room like animals hearing a predator. They looked scared, like they'd been caught. And right as that fear hit their faces, I slammed back into my body. I was suddenly fully awake on the couch, heart pounding, breath shallow, mouth dry. The TV was still on. The living room was normal again. But the corner, the exact corner where I'd seen them standing, where my LED strip lights are plugged in, those lights were flashing bright white. Violently. Rapid flashes, like the room was taking pictures. And here's the part that messed with me. I didn't even have the LEDs set to white. They'd been on deep blue earlier. They were never on white. I grabbed the remote immediately, panicked, and kept hitting buttons. Off, brightness, mode, anything. And nothing worked. The lights kept flashing like they were ignoring me completely. So I unplugged them. The second I did, the flashing stopped. I stood there for a moment, just staring, hands shaking. Then I plugged them back in, and the LED strip didn't turn on at all, like it was dead, like it had burned out in that moment. And it never worked again after that. I told my friend about it the next day, and he just stared at me and went, "Nope, that is straight up poltergeist stuff." Which did not help, obviously. But what really got me is this. I've had projection experiences before. Weird ones, intense ones, but never anything that felt like it bled into the physical world. And I keep replaying it, trying to make it make sense. Why did that thing react like that when I calmly called it out? Why did the white flashing start right when they looked scared? And why, out of everything in my living room, did the lights in that corner start flashing white like some kind of warning? And then die? I don't know. All I know is, I woke up to the same white flashing light I saw in that moment, and it felt like something stepped in, something pushed them out, and for a split second, my actual reality, and whatever that was, overlapped. And I swear, even now, when I look at that corner of the room, it feels different, like it remembers. So, I've always hesitated to talk about this because my dreams don't feel like the kind of spooky dreams most people mean when they say that. Mine are specific. And what really shook me is realizing that other people I've never met, describe the same kind of figure I've seen. A tall silhouette, a long coat, a wide-brimmed hat. And I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But I've seen him more than once, and both times the dreams had this shared DNA, like they were chapters of the same story. Okay, first one. In the dream, I'm with my family and a few friends, and we're having this little backyard get-together. Not fancy, just food, laughter, someone's music playing too loud. It's warm out, late afternoon, the kind of light that makes everything look almost golden. Our yard feels bigger than it is in real life, like it stretches further, like the dream is giving it extra space. And right in the middle of it all is this fence. Not on the edge of the property, no. It's built straight through the yard, cutting everything in two, like someone decided half the world didn't need to be seen. It's tall, made of old boards, and it shouldn't be there. But everyone else is acting like it's normal. They're chatting, passing plates around, totally fine. And I'm trying to be fine too, but I get this sick, rolling feeling in my stomach. Like the fence is wrong. Like it's hiding something that's been waiting. So I walk over to it. I put my hands on the boards. They feel rough and dry and a little loose, like they've been sunbaked for years. I look for a gap, but there isn't one. No knothole, no missing plank. Nothing. And that makes it worse. I climb. I hook my foot on one of the cross slats and haul myself up, and as I swing a leg over, one of the boards cracks with this sharp, splintering snap. The sound is way too loud, like it echoes. And suddenly, I'm sitting on top of the fence, balanced there, staring down at the other side. And the whole mood flips. The ground over there is covered in insects, thousands of them, like a living carpet. Not just ants, not just beetles, everything. Legs and wings and glossy backs, crawling over each other in a constant, restless tide. And the light changes. The sunny sky I was just under. It's still above me, but on that side it's like a storm moved in instantly. Thick gray clouds, heavy and low. The colors drain out of everything until it's all cold, muted, almost colorless. Then the bugs start pouring through the crack I made. They spill through the broken board in a fast, urgent stream, like water finding a hole in a dam. And that's when I see him. He comes into view at the far end of the yard, rounding the side of the house like he's been walking there the whole time. He's tall, taller than anyone should be in a dream. Broad shoulders, long dark coat that hangs straight down, and that hat. Wide brim, the kind that hides his face completely, so all you get is shadow where a person's features should be. He's not running, he's not hurrying, he's just coming. Step by slow step, directly toward me. I scramble down from the fence so fast I nearly fall, and I sprint back to my family, shouting that we have to go, that something's wrong, that we have to move, now. And the terrifying part is, they actually listen. Like they can feel it too, finally. And then, there he is again, crossing the yard. The bugs are everywhere now, spreading, swallowing the grass. He moves through it without reacting, like none of it matters. Like it's part of him. Like it belongs. I can't see his face, only the hat's shadow. Only that dark, impossible outline. And then I hear the front door of the guest house open. Not slammed, not forced. Opened, calmly, like he has every right. And right as the sound registers, right as my body tenses for whatever comes next, I wake up. But I don't wake up relieved. I wake up like I've escaped by inches. Now, the second dream, it's different on the surface, but it's the same feeling underneath. The same pressure in the air, like the world is holding its breath. I'm on the edge of a fjord, the kind you see in photos. Steep rock walls, dark water, everything dramatic and sharp. It's raining, not a gentle rain, but stinging sideways rain. Wind ripping at my clothes. The sea is violent, whitecaps smashing into jagged stones. To my left, a A rocky slope climbs upward, scattered with moss and a few stubborn trees. To my right, the water stretches out, and across it a massive cliff rises straight up, like a wall built to keep something in. And there's a road running along the shoreline, slick with rain. I'm running on it. I don't even remember deciding to run. I just am. My lungs burn. My feet slap the wet ground. And when I glance left, I see movement on the hillside. Shapes. A pack of animals, 10 or so, big bodies, heavy shoulders. Not exactly wolves, not exactly bears, but something with that same power. They're keeping pace up there, matching me, and the moment I notice them, they start charging down the slope. And the fear that hits me is pure and instant, like my body understands before my mind does. Then, right ahead on the right, there's this church. It's Gothic, all sharp angles and towering stone, but it's unreal in scale. The spire rises so high it disappears into the gray clouds, and the building itself looks like it's grown out of the sea. Waves crash against its foundation. Tall, pointed windows stare out over the water like dark eyes. And the only way in is from the shore. I don't think. I just run straight for the entrance and push inside. The second the door closes behind me, everything changes. The storm sound dulls, like the world has been wrapped in thick fabric. The air is cold and still. No candles, no lamps, no warmth. Just that weak, ashy daylight filtering through the high windows, washing the white walls in a kind of sickly calm. The ceiling is impossibly high, so high it makes me feel tiny and exposed. Empty pews line both sides of the aisle, perfectly neat, perfectly untouched, like no one has sat there in centuries. And at first, I'm relieved, because the animals aren't in here. The chasing stops at the threshold. But then I look toward the altar, and I see him. He's standing near the front, off to one side by the last pew, like he's been waiting. Hat, long coat, that same dark shape swallowing the light around it. His back is to me, and for a second I just freeze, because my brain is trying to pretend it isn't real. But it is. I feel it in my skin. He moves. Not suddenly, not sharply, just turns, like a slow hinge. He pivots to the right, then again, lining himself up with the aisle, and he begins walking down the center toward me. Steady, measured, like he's practiced this. To my side, there's a dark wooden door, the kind that leads to a tower staircase. I bolt for it, pull it open, and I'm taking the steps 2 at a time, spiraling upward. The staircase is narrow and old, the wood creaking under my feet, and I keep climbing until I can't climb anymore. I end up in a tiny room at the very top, tucked under the peak of the spire. The ceiling angles inward so sharply it feels like the room is closing around me. There's a small window, and through it I can see the ground far below. Outside, the animals are there. They're pacing and snarling in the rain, circling the church like they're trapped by some invisible boundary, like they're furious they can't follow. I slam the door shut, and for a moment I just stand there, shaking, staring at the handle like it's the only thing holding my world together. Then I hear it. Footsteps. Deep, muffled, slow. Not on stone, on wood. A steady thump, 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 like a clock, like a heartbeat that isn't mine. It reverberates through the walls as it climbs the tower, each step closer tightening my chest. The sound gets louder, closer. Then it stops. Silence for half a breath, just enough to make me hope, stupidly, that maybe he turned around. And then there's a softer sound right outside the door, like shoes settling on the floorboards, like someone taking their time. I stare at the handle so hard my eyes ache. The handle moves, It presses down, slowly, like there's no rush at all. And right before it opens, I wake up. So I live alone. Just me, my dog Milo, and my cat Juniper, in this little upstairs apartment that always has some kind of background noise. Pipes ticking, a neighbor's door shutting, the heater doing its dramatic on and off routine. You know how it is. And my pets. They're like most animals. Every now and then they'll stare into a corner or track something with their eyes like they're watching an invisible tennis match. I've always told myself it's probably just sounds I can't hear, or vibrations in the building. I'm not exactly the "it's a ghost" type. Anyway, this happened a few nights ago. I made myself dinner, carried the plate over to the couch, and flopped down to eat while watching some random show. I've got this big L-shaped sectional. I sit on the part pressed against the wall, and the other section sticks out toward the kitchen without touching anything, so it makes this little walkway behind it to the rest of the apartment. Milo was already bundled up on the couch, completely wrapped in a blanket like he pays rent. Juniper was in the kitchen finishing her food. A couple minutes pass, and right on cue, Juniper starts her usual routine for attention. She does this thing where she stands at the back base of the couch, where I can't see her, and scratches the leather a few times like she's knocking on a door. Then she jumps up, acts offended I didn't roll out a red carpet, and demands pets. So I hear the familiar scratch, 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 and then this impatient little chirpy meow, like, "Hello, I'm here." I smile, I lift my hand, ready to give her the royal treatment, and I hear it again. The exact same scratching sound. Same texture, same rhythm, same place. But here's the thing. Juniper was already in front of me, like right there, eyes bright, paws tucked in, claws not even out, waiting for me to scratch her cheeks. Milo's head pops up from the blanket immediately, and Juniper freezes mid-demand. Both of them turn their heads toward the back of the couch at the same time, staring straight at the spot where that sound just came from. And they didn't freak out. No puffed up tail, no barking, no bolting away like something just hissed at them from the shadows. Just alert, curious. Like they were both thinking, "Wait, that wasn't you?" And honestly, that calm reaction was the only reason I stayed calm too. Because if they'd been scared, I would have been scared. But they weren't. So I just sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth, staring at the couch like it owed me an explanation. I'm used to apartment noises. I can rationalize most things. But this wasn't vague creaking or a distant bump. This was cat claws on leather, that specific dry little rasping scratch that you can't really confuse with anything else. And I could pinpoint exactly where it came from, right behind the sectional, in that hidden spot Juniper always uses as her "excuse me, I require affection" launch pad. I sat there for a while just thinking, trying to recreate it in my head, trying to explain it. Maybe the leather settled. Maybe something brushed against it. Maybe sound bounced weirdly down the hallway. But it was so perfect. Like someone, or something, had just copied Juniper's signature move. And before you ask, no, I didn't feel dread. No cold rush. No sense of being watched. Just pure confusion. Like my brain kept trying to file it away into a normal category and failing. Still, every once in a while, I'll be sitting on that couch and my eyes will drift to the back corner where that sound came from. And I'll catch Juniper staring there too, like she's waiting for the couch to do it again. Okay, so let me tell you something that's been sitting with me ever since I heard it, because it genuinely rattled me in a way I didn't expect. A friend of mine, Nabil, was the one who told me this first story. It happened in Morocco, in the small town where his dad grew up. His dad was about 7 years old when it happened, and now he's, I don't know, in his early 50s or so. But the way Nabil described it, you could tell this wasn't just some random tale people repeat for fun. This was one of those town stories that becomes part of the place. So when Nabil's dad was a kid, he used to play outside with this little girl named Salma. She was a couple years younger than him, and their families knew each other well. Neighbors, basically. Normal childhood stuff. Then one day, Salma had an accident. She fell into a deep hole in the ground. Like, not a little ditch, a real hole. And she got badly hurt. Depending on who tells it, it was her leg, or her arm. But either way, she couldn't just go home right away. So for a few days, she stayed with Nabil's dad's family while she recovered, and while the adults figured out what to do next. And that's when the strange part starts. The very first night she's there, they hear this sharp clattering on the roof, like something small but hard hitting the tiles. At first they think it's an animal or kids messing around, so the adults go up to check. Nothing. No one. No footprints, no kids hiding, no birds perched up there. Just a few small stones on the roof, like they'd been dropped from above. Except there wasn't any above. It's a roof. And then it happens again. And again. For 3 days straight. Not non-stop, but enough that everyone in the house starts watching for it. They try to catch it in the act. They check the street. They check neighboring roofs. They accuse kids. They blame birds. They even suspect someone's playing a sick joke on an injured girl. But nobody ever sees a hand throwing anything. Nobody catches anyone running away. The stones are only ever seen mid-fall or after they land. And here's the detail that makes my skin go cold even saying it. The moment Salma finally leaves to go back home, it stops. Just stops. Like a switch flips. Of course the town talks. At first it's just whispers. Did you hear what happened at the Bouzid house? But pretty soon everybody knows. And the rumor becomes this. When Salma is around, stones fall. People start testing it too, because that's what people do. They watch her pass by, they wait, they listen. Some are curious, some are cruel about it. But no one can explain it. No one finds a culprit. Eventually, someone connects it back to the hole she fell into. Like, what if it wasn't just an accident? So men from the town go to the place. They climb down or lean in with lanterns, something like that. And what they find makes the story take a darker turn. Candle wax, pooled and hardened in places, and strange red writing on the walls. Not like a kid scribbling, like someone actually meant it. After that, they fill the hole in, completely, like they're trying to bury whatever it was. And Salma, this part is told kind of carefully, like people still don't like saying it out loud. They call in an imam, not just to pray, but to perform a kind of spiritual cleansing. An exorcism, basically, even if the word sounds different in an Islamic context. Nabil told me the village went quiet for a full week. Schools closed. Shops didn't open. Parents kept kids inside. Like everyone collectively decided, we are not going to tempt this. And then, it stops. No more stones. No more roof clattering. No more little rocks appearing out of nowhere around her. So that alone is creepy, right? But here's where it gets worse, because it didn't just stay as a story. A few days after he told me, I borrowed a book from Nabil's room. It was one of those old, slightly yellowed books that look like they've been passed through hands for decades. He said the whole bookshelf originally belonged to his great-uncle, so it had this dusty, family relic vibe. The book was in French, published in 1972, and it was about paranormal cases and theories. The title was Les Mystères du Surnaturel, and it was written by someone named Robert Tocqué. I wasn't even reading it because I fully believed anything. I was just curious, like, okay, if weird stuff happens, what kind of weird stuff has been recorded? And then I hit this one story. It's set in France, in a town near the coast, Arcachon, and there's a sanatorium there, the kind they used to have for tuberculosis patients. Long corridors, quiet rooms, that whole image. In this place, there's an older woman staying in one of the rooms, and the staff and patients start noticing something. Wherever she goes, little stones start falling nearby. Not crushing boulders, small rocks you could hold in your palm, but enough that it freaks people out. Then she leaves. A new patient moves into her room, a girl, around 17, and the same thing starts happening again. Same pattern. Stones appearing out of nowhere, falling around people, never quite hitting anyone. At first, everyone tries to explain it away. Drafts, loose gravel, someone playing tricks, but they can't find anything. They can't catch anyone. There's no source. And the most unsettling part is that the rocks aren't found stacked somewhere. They're only noticed as they fall. One day, when patients and workers are outside enjoying the sun, the stones start raining down again, right as that teenage girl comes out to join them. Like the air around her is the trigger. And then the exact same thing happens as in the Morocco story. When she eventually leaves the sanatorium, the phenomenon stops. So now I'm sitting there with this book open, and I'm realizing I've heard two stories. Different countries, different decades, totally unrelated people, and yet the details line up way too neatly. And these are the specific details that got under my skin. The stones only fell when the girl was nearby. The stones were never seen being thrown, only falling. They didn't really hurt anyone, almost like they were aimed to miss. And both stories were tied to a location, the hole in Morocco, the room in France. It sounds small when I list it like that. It almost sounds simple, but that's exactly what made it terrifying to me, because it wasn't chaotic, it wasn't random, it had rules. And when something like that has rules, something that shouldn't exist, behaving like it has a pattern, you start feeling like you're not just hearing a scary story anymore. You start feeling like you're brushing up against something that might actually be real. Okay, so I should probably give you a little background first, because none of this makes sense without it. My girlfriend, I'll call her Maya, she's had a rough start in life. Like the kind of childhood where the air in the house is always... Her parents split when she was young, and the fighting didn't really end after the divorce. If anything, it got uglier. Her dad would pull these manipulative moves that made Maya and her older sister feel like they had to compete for love, like he was trying to turn them against each other. And I swear, that kind of thing leaves marks on you, even when you're grown. And Maya, she carries stress differently than most people. She gets panic attacks sometimes, like the real kind, where your body feels like it's in danger even when you're safe. But what makes her situation different is what happens with the panic attacks. Ever since she was a kid, she's seen things. Not like little flickers in your vision. I mean full-on shadow figures. She described one that wears a brimmed hat, like this old-school silhouette that just stands there. There was another one she called the long-armed one, because it would be wedged in the corner of her room like it didn't belong in the geometry of the space. And then there was this woman-shaped presence that would peek out from her closet door, just barely enough for Maya to catch it if she glanced the wrong way. Sometimes it's not even a full body, it's just faces, like oval heads, big round eyes, a little open mouth, like a mask that doesn't belong to anyone. Once in a while she can sort of make out features, but most of the time it's just the idea of a face, like something trying to imitate what a human looks like. And here's the part that messed me up. When Maya gets really anxious, the shadows don't just stand there. She's told me they move. Sometimes they crawl. Sometimes it feels like they're coming closer. And she'll grab her stomach or her side and tell me it hurts, like pressure, like bruising from the inside. She's not saying, I imagined pain. She's saying, it hurts right now. I know how that sounds. I do. If someone else told me this a couple years ago, I'd probably nod politely and think, sleep paralysis, trauma, hallucinations, anxiety, all of that. And to be clear, I still think some of that could be part of it. But then, there was this one morning that didn't fit neatly into any box. Maya had a really bad night, panic attack, shadows, the whole thing. She finally fell asleep near morning. And the next day she texted me like, I don't want to scare you, but look at this. And she sent a photo of her thigh. There were scratches. Not random, not like, oh, I must have hit something. It looked like a symbol, like a messy star shape carved into the skin, with lines that were too deliberate to be accidental. And that was the moment I remember thinking, okay, either something is happening that I don't understand, or her mind and body are doing something terrifyingly real together. Either way, it wasn't something I could shrug off anymore. Now, here's my part in the story. I'm a Christian. Not casually, not just in name. I mean, I really believe it. And I've had my own weird experiences too. Not seeing figures the way Maya does, but feeling presences. Getting sleep paralysis. That trapped feeling where you can't move and you're convinced something is in the room with you. At first, it scared me. Like full-body dread. But then it started happening enough that my fear kind of burned out. It turned into irritation, then anger. Like, not again? Seriously? And I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic, but I started fighting it back in the only way I knew how. I'd pray. I'd say the name of Jesus out loud, or in my head if I couldn't move, and tell whatever it was to leave. So when Maya and I started dating, I didn't want to push my beliefs on her, because she's not religious like that. She's more open to ghosts, spirits, that kind of thing. But I did start doing one thing. I prayed for her at night. Every night. And what's wild is, over time she started seeing them less. Not completely at first, but noticeably less. And I kept wondering, is it because she's happier? Because she's less stressed? Because she finally feels safe with someone? Or is it something spiritual? I don't know. I honestly don't. It could be either, maybe both. But we learned something else too. If Maya talks about the shadows too much, or even thinks about them too long, it's like her brain turns the lights on for them. She'll remember, and suddenly she'll freeze mid-sentence and go, I just saw one. So we developed this rule without even saying it out loud. We don't talk about them. Because talking about them invites them back, whether that's psychologically or spiritually, or both. And then tonight, we broke the rule. We were on a video call, just being lazy. We ended up watching a horror movie, one of those newer, creepy ones. And I did that stupid curiosity thing where I was like, are any scenes like what you've experienced? And she paused and she was like, yeah, actually. And once it started, it didn't stop. The conversation just spiraled. She told me more details. She even drew them, like little sketches on paper, showing the tall corner figure and the face shapes. And as she was drawing, she kept doing that thing where her eyes would dart to the side of her room, like she was trying not to look directly at something. At one point she laughed, but it was the kind of laugh people do when they're trying to prove they're okay. Then she got quiet and said, there's one by the corner of my bed. And I could feel my stomach drop even though I couldn't see anything through the camera. Like the atmosphere changed just from her saying it. And I didn't want to feed it. I didn't want to turn this into a serious, fear-filled moment where she spirals. So I did something kind of dumb, but also kind of perfect. I was changing my shirt and I said, totally, oh, does it want to watch me change too? Maya blinked, and then she snorted, like really laughed. And she turned her phone toward the corner like she was introducing a friend and goes, "Just hanging out with my bestie." And I swear to you, the fear on her face loosened, like her shoulders dropped, like the room could breathe again. And she didn't say she saw it anymore after that. That moment made something click for me, because I've always believed fear is part of the fuel, whether these things are paranormal or whether they're manifestations of trauma and anxiety. Fear is what gives them weight. Fear makes them bigger. Fear makes them realer. So I started thinking, okay, how do I help her long term? Do we just never mention them again, because even talking about it triggers it? Or do I help her understand my faith, not as a lecture, but as a way of feeling protected, like truly protected? Or do we train her to meet them with annoyance instead of terror? Like, "Oh great, you again," instead of, "Oh my God, I'm in danger." Because I'll tell you this, part of why I'm not afraid anymore is because I genuinely believe God is with me. That doesn't mean I'm some superhero. It just means I don't feel alone. And if I'm not alone, then what is some shadow in the corner compared to that? It's like the way an adult doesn't feel threatened by a toddler throwing a tantrum. Loud, dramatic, scary looking for a second, but not actually in control. And when she finally drifted off, she looked peaceful, like genuinely peaceful. She's asleep right now as I'm telling you this, and I'm still here on the call, watching her breathe, hoping that tonight stays quiet. And I don't know what the shadows are. I can't tell you that. I just know what they've done to her, what they've tried to take from her, and how badly I want them gone. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Trying to protect her, trying to make her feel safe, trying to figure out whether the answer is silence, faith, laughter, or some mix of all three. But tonight I'll take the small win, because she's asleep, and the room feels calm. Hey, so I want to tell you something that still feels hard to say out loud, but I think I need to say it the way it actually happened to me. A while back, I ended up in the hospital after a suicide attempt. It got serious enough that they had to intubate me, something like 10 hours, maybe a little more, before I finally came back around. When I woke up, everything felt muffled, like my brain was wrapped in cotton. And not long after that, I was involuntarily committed. I'm telling you that part first because I don't want you to think I'm glossing over the mental health side of this. I live with another condition too, the kind that can tip me into psychosis, especially depending on meds and stress. So yeah, that's part of the picture. But I also don't want it used as an excuse to dismiss what this felt like. When they moved me to the psych ward, the place was exactly what you'd imagine. Fluorescent lighting, slow footsteps in the hall, that weird mix of boredom and tension hanging in the air. And there was this person there. Her name was Celine. She called herself a witch, openly, casually, like it was the same as saying she liked hiking. She had this really obvious tattoo, like a pentagram or maybe a star in a circle, right where you couldn't miss it. What stood out was that she'd gotten furious at someone one day, not me, and I heard her talking about doing a spell. She never said who it was for, and the thing is, she was genuinely kind to me, like unexpectedly kind. So I assumed naturally that whatever she was talking about, it wasn't aimed at me. But then one night, I fell asleep and had this dream that felt different from the usual hospital dreams. In it, I kept seeing these calendar pages, like paper cutouts floating against this black background. And the dates on them weren't normal dates. They were years, way out there, like decades into the future. It was eerie because it felt like my mind was being shown something I wasn't meant to see. And then I went lucid. I remember that moment so clearly, like I woke up inside the dream and thought, wait, this isn't right. That's when I heard it. This laugh, that classic, exaggerated, movie witch kind of laugh, hysterical, sharp, like it was echoing in a big, empty room. I couldn't see anyone, but it felt aimed, like something knew I was listening. That was the only truly weird thing that happened in the ward. Everything else, honestly, came after I got home. At home, I tried to brush it off. I kept telling myself, that was stress, that was medication, that was the ward. But I couldn't shake this creeping thought. What if Celine did something? What if I was wrong about not being her target? I'm agnostic. I used to be a pretty firm atheist. But after all this, it's like my certainty got cracked. Not replaced with faith exactly, just cracked open by fear and confusion. The first thing that ramped up was my sleep paralysis. I've had it since I was a kid, on and off, and it can get worse on antipsychotics. But this time, it spiked, like someone turned a dial. Nights started to feel like something I had to survive. And then there was this one night. I woke up, except I didn't fully wake up. You know that feeling where your eyes are open, but your body refuses to cooperate? I was stuck. And in front of me, standing near the bed, was this figure glowing this deep blue, somewhere between light blue and dark ocean blue. And it looked exactly like Celine. Same face, same posture, same everything. I know how this sounds. I do. But in that moment, with my body locked and my eyes wide open, it felt real in my bones. When I finally snapped out of it, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, shaking. And that was the moment something shifted in me. Not into certainty, more like into, okay, maybe reality has more layers than I thought. Then, my dog got sick. His name was Milo. He was older, so seizures weren't completely out of the question. The logical part of me knows that. But the timing and the way things felt around it made me spiral. Right before we took him to the vet for the last time, Milo looked straight at me, and he winked. A full, deliberate wink. I froze, because he had never, not once, done that before. And my brain went wild with questions. Was it him trying to comfort me? Was it just some weird muscle thing? Or was it something else wearing his face for a second? The wink felt oddly gentle and deeply unsettling at the same time, like being comforted by someone standing in the dark. After he was gone, I kept hearing him bark for weeks, like a month, maybe longer. I'd be in the kitchen and swear I heard him from the hallway. I'd wake up at night and think, there, that's Milo. And then I'd remember. And then, one day, I opened TikTok, just mindlessly scrolling, and a tarot reading popped up. The person on the video suddenly said my dog's name, Milo. And then they said, in this sad, emotional voice, Milo is crossing the Rainbow Bridge today. And the location on the video, this is the part that made my stomach drop, was tied to a place I used to live. Coincidence? Algorithms? The internet being weird? Maybe. But it hit me like the universe had reached through my phone and grabbed me by the collar. After that, mirrors started feeling wrong. Sometimes I'd catch something out of the corner of my eye, my face, but not quite, or a shift in expression that didn't match what I was doing. Sometimes it was comforting, like someone was close by. Sometimes it was terrifying, like I was sharing my reflection with something I didn't invite. And here's where I'm at now. Part of me wants to explain everything with sleep paralysis, grief, stress, meds, trauma. And another part of me, the part that still remembers that laugh in the dream, that blue figure with the book, that impossible wink, keeps asking, but what if there's more? So what do I do with this? How do I live in a world where I don't fully trust my own nights, my own mirrors, my own brain? Honestly, I think the safest thing I can do is stay grounded. Talk to my doctor about the sleep paralysis getting worse. Tell someone I trust when things feel scary. And keep reminding myself that feeling something intensely doesn't always mean it's supernatural. Sometimes it means I'm healing from something enormous. And if you're still listening, thank you. I just needed someone to hear it without laughing me off. So, I've carried this around for a long time, and I don't tell it often, because even now, it sounds like something I must have imagined. When I was 9, we lived in this mid-sized city where everybody kind of knew everybody, at least through parents, neighbors, that sort of thing. There was a boy a few streets over named Eli, and he was around 13. We weren't close. We'd nodded at each other, maybe traded a couple words outside our buildings, but he was older, doing older kid things. I wouldn't have called him my friend. One afternoon, he was riding his bike home and a drunk driver hit him. It happened fast. So fast, people said he didn't even have time to react. He died right there on the road. I remember feeling weird. Not cold exactly, just distant. Like it was sad in a way I understood with my head more than my heart. I went to school. I played. Life stayed normal. And then, almost exactly a month after the funeral, I opened my closet and found something that made my stomach drop. A stuffed toy. A little teddy cat thing, soft, worn, the kind of toy you can tell a kid loved with their whole life. I recognized it immediately because I'd seen it at the funeral. I remembered it being placed on his grave. I remembered the dirt, the flowers, everything. And there it was, on my closet floor, like it had always belonged there. I ran to my parents with it, shaking, trying to explain. They exchanged that look adults do when they think a kid is confused, but don't want to say it outright. Still, they took it seriously enough to bring it to Eli's mom. They told her we must have accidentally taken it home somehow, maybe in the chaos after the service. She cried. I remember that part. She held the toy like it was a piece of him. A week later, I opened my closet again. The teddy cat was back. Same scuffed ear, same little stitched smile, same exact toy. That time, I didn't tell my parents. I don't even know why. Part of me just didn't want anyone else involved. Like if I said it out loud, it would become real. After that, the house started sounding different. At first it was little things, soft tapping in the hallway, a faint shuffle like someone walking in socks. I told myself it was our cat, because that's what makes sense when you're 9. Cats knock things over. Cats run at night. Cats do weird stuff. But the toy started moving. I'd put it in the closet before bed, very deliberately. I'd close the door and even wedge a shoe against it, like that mattered. In the morning, I'd wake up and it would be on my pillow, or tucked into the bend of my arm, like I'd been sleeping with it for hours. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe I was sleepwalking. Maybe my parents were trying to comfort me without admitting it. I thought of those things too. But it didn't feel comforting. It felt insistent. Then the dreams started. At first, they were almost ordinary nightmares. Dark streets, headlights, the screech of tires. But soon Eli was in them. Always Eli. Pale and wet-eyed, like he was stuck halfway between crying and trying not to. In the dreams, he would point at the teddy cat and tell me over and over, "Don't be mean to him." Like the toy had feelings, like it could be hurt. He called it Pickles, which sounds ridiculous now, but in the dream, it felt deadly serious. He would make me promise to keep Pickles close, not to give it away, not to leave it anywhere, not to let anyone take it from me. And then he'd say something that made my chest ache even in sleep. He'd whisper, almost like he was ashamed to ask. I started dreading bedtime. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling, bargaining with myself. If I don't fall asleep, I can't dream. My insomnia started there, I'm pretty sure. My parents just thought I was going through a phase, or anxious about school, or staying up too late. I didn't know how to explain that I was scared of closing my eyes because someone was waiting for me on the other side. Eventually, time did what time does. When I turned 10, things faded a little. The toy still showed up sometimes, but I stopped checking the closet every hour. The hallway noises became background. The dreams thinned out. I started to think, maybe it was over. Maybe I'd finally grown out of it. And then it came back. Hard. But the dreams changed. Eli stopped asking me to pass messages. He didn't talk about his mom anymore. Instead, he showed up crying. Really crying like he was breaking apart. And he'd say I'd failed him. "You didn't do it," he'd sob. "You didn't do what I asked." And then the crying would snap into rage. He'd start yelling at me, calling me selfish, calling me a liar. I'd wake up to sharp noises at the window, like someone scraping a fingernail along the glass, or a pebble hitting it from outside. And after that, I couldn't sleep again. Not really. I'd sit up in bed listening, waiting for the next sound, my heart thudding like it was trying to escape. About a week into this, the teddy cat disappeared. Gone. Not in the closet, not under the bed, not in the laundry, not anywhere. I actually felt relief at first, this shaky, guilty relief, like a weight had lifted. That same day, in the afternoon, I got hit with this sudden, heavy sleepiness. It wasn't normal tired. It was like someone pressed a button in my body and I just collapsed into bed. And I dreamed. In the dream, I was running down our street, and behind me I could hear a bike chain rattling, tires skidding, someone breathing too hard. I looked back and it was Eli, chasing me, his face twisted, furious and hurt at the same time. He was shouting, "You're a bad friend. You should have died instead of me." Not could've, not maybe. He said it like it was a fact, like it was a correction the universe was supposed to make. I jolted awake, crying, and my parents tried to calm me down the way parents do, stroking my hair, saying it was just a dream, saying it would pass. But it didn't. Even now, years later, I still catch things out of the corner of my eye. A shadow shaped like a kid on a bike. A figure standing too close to the curb. Sometimes I'll turn my head and there's nothing there, but my body reacts like it saw something real. And here's the part that makes me feel stupid saying it out loud. Since all of that started, I've almost been hit by a car more times than I can count. Not once or twice, more like a dozen. Enough that it stopped feeling like coincidence and started feeling like, I don't know, like being followed by bad luck. Like the street is always just a little too hungry for me. I don't know what happened. I don't know why that toy kept coming back, or why the dreams felt so specific, so personal, like someone was trying to use my sleep as a phone line. I just know that sometimes I still think about Eli's mom holding that teddy cat and crying. And I wonder, if I'd told her what he asked me to tell her, if I'd said the words out loud, would any of this have let me go? Welcome back, my friends, to the Paranormal M channel. It's me again. I love being here and sharing my paranormal experiences with you. Thank you so much for sending in all of your own stories. And don't forget to drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. Thanks for always supporting the channel and diving into these paranormal experiences together with me. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. So, I'm 19, and I still live at home in a pretty strict Christian household. My parents, Evelyn and Jonah, are also the kind of people who take spiritual stuff seriously. Like, seriously, seriously. They grew up with a mix of cultural traditions and superstitions, and my mom's faith is intense in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it up close. We moved into this place a little over 3 years ago. It's an older, rural property. Quiet roads, long stretches of trees, that kind of vibe. The house has been standing since the late 70s, but it's had renovations over the years. From the outside, it looks normal. Inside too, honestly. It doesn't scream creepy the way movies make haunted houses look. Here's the thing though. My mom has had experiences that made her very, very alert to the spiritual side of life. She's prayed over people before in ways that looked a lot like deliverance. She even did it for my dad once, years ago, when he was going through this dark, strange period. And she's told us stories, quietly, not dramatically, about people targeting her with things that felt like witchcraft. There was even a time she got sick in a way doctors couldn't properly explain. She still isn't fully well, and I think that's part of why our whole family has always been on edge about this sort of thing. And me? I've always felt like I pick up on things more than everyone else. Growing up, I'd get these heavy feelings in certain places, like walking into a room and instantly knowing something was off. Sometimes I'd dream things that felt like warnings. Not cute little symbolic dreams either. More like messages you wake up from with your heart racing, like your body understood it before your brain did. I don't walk around telling people I see spirits or anything, because I know how that sounds. But I will say this. I've had enough weird moments to not brush it off completely. That's why this house has messed with me so much. Because when we first moved in, I felt nothing. Nothing unusual. No pressure in the air, no weird chill, no sense of being watched. I remember thinking, okay, maybe we finally found a place that's peaceful. And then, after a few months, the nightmares started. I almost never get nightmares, so it stood out immediately. It was always the same theme, something chasing me, something observing me, something I couldn't fully see but could feel. I'd wake up exhausted, like I'd been running all night. And around that same time, little things started happening in the house. Small sounds that didn't have a source. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep. Soft knocks that seemed to come from inside the walls. The kind of noises that are easy to explain away once, but not when they keep repeating. At first, my younger brother and I told Mum. She didn't laugh. She didn't call us dramatic. She just got this serious look, like she'd been expecting it, and she prayed through the whole house. Doors, windows, corners, everything. After that, it stopped. For a while. Then it would come back. That's been the cycle ever since. The dreams return, the noises start up. We tell Mum, she prays, it calms down. And then weeks later, sometimes months later, it starts all over again. Like something is testing the boundaries. Like it backs off, then creeps right back in. And the weirdest part, every time it's happening, it feels like the house drains us. Recently, it's gotten worse. My sister, Mara, has always been the least spiritual out of all of us. She's the practical one, the one who rolls her eyes a little, the one who would normally say, "It's probably the wind." So when she started telling me she'd been having dreams too, I didn't even know what to say. Because her dreams weren't random. They lined up with what was happening in the house. And the sounds, they're not subtle anymore. The small knocking turned into loud, sharp knocks that seemed to travel, like they start at one window, then shift to another door, then pop up on a wall down the hallway. Sometimes it sounds like someone is walking through the house at night, slow and deliberate, and it'll stop right outside my bedroom door like whoever, or whatever, is standing there is deciding whether to come in. And lately, it's been mostly my room. I'll hear banging that starts low on the wall, then moves upward into the ceiling, like it's circling the perimeter above me, over and over. Then it'll fade. and a few minutes later it'll happen again, like it's making loops. I've tried everything to rationalize it. Pipes, animals, the house settling. But it doesn't behave like normal house noises. It feels intentional. I still haven't seen a full apparition. Nothing like a figure in the doorway or a face in the mirror. But I've seen shadows. You know when you catch something out of the corner of your eye and you turn fast, expecting to see a person? That. Except there's no person. Just this quick movement slipping out of view. It happens enough that I'm not comfortable calling it my imagination anymore. And then tonight happened. Tonight is what finally pushed me from I'm unsettled to I'm done. I heard the banging start up again, same pattern. So I got up and went into Mara's room because I just needed a break. Her room is right beside mine, and I figured if anything happened, at least I wouldn't be alone. I stayed there for a while, trying to calm down, scrolling on my phone, pretending I wasn't listening. Eventually, I felt a little braver, like, okay, it's fine. Go back to your room. You're overreacting. So I walked back to my door. And outside my room, on the walls near the frame, along the ceiling line in the hallway right by my door, even clustered around the top corner, there were flies. A lot of them. Not like one or two that got in. I mean scattered in a way that looked wrong, like they'd gathered there. And the thing is, it's been cold lately. We haven't had flies in the house at all. Not in the kitchen, not by windows, not anywhere. But suddenly there's a whole group of them hovering around my room like it's the only warm, alive place in the entire house. I just stood there staring, feeling my stomach drop. And yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I've watched enough spooky stuff online to know flies get mentioned a lot around dark energy, decay, that kind of thing. Normally, I'd laugh at myself for even thinking that. But when you've been dealing with nightmares, footsteps, banging, and shadow movement for years, a swarm of flies outside your bedroom doesn't feel like a random coincidence. It feels like a sign. And I'm not proud of how long it took me to get genuinely scared. I think I've been trying so hard not to be that person who blames everything on the paranormal that I kept swallowing my instincts. But I'm exhausted. I haven't been sleeping properly for days. It's messing with my work, my mood, my focus, everything. I feel like I'm living in this constant state of tension, waiting for the next sound. And the worst thought I can't shake is this. What if it escalates? What if it stops being knocks and shadows and turns into something physical? And right now, I don't. I've never really told anyone this out loud, not all the way through anyway. It's one of those things I keep tucked behind my ribs, because the second I pull it out, I can feel it again. And I haven't gone back to the place where it happened, not once. So, a couple years ago, 2021, late fall, I had just started seeing this girl named Mara. It was new. Like that weird in-between where you're not sure if you're just talking, or if you're already quietly building a life together without meaning to. We were still learning each other's coffee orders, you know? Less than a month into us being in each other's orbit, Mara got a call at work. I remember the way her face changed, like all the blood in her skin decided to leave at the same time. It was her best friend, Rowan, sobbing so hard she could barely get words out. Mara didn't even clock out properly. She just left. She drove to where Rowan said she was, and what she found? God, I still don't have clean language for it. Rowan had tried to end her life. Mara was the first one there. She did CPR until the paramedics arrived, hands shaking, voice breaking, just refusing to stop. But a day later, maybe two, the family made the decision to take Rowan off life support, and she passed. I didn't know all the details at the time. Not like that. I just knew Mara was suddenly carrying something massive, and I didn't want her to carry it alone. Fast forward to last summer, like mid-July of 2023. Mara and I were out driving with the windows down, just floating through the day. Warm sun, music turned up, stupid jokes, laughing so hard my stomach hurt. The kind of day that feels like it's healing you without making a big deal about it. And then it happened. I know that sounds dramatic, like I'm trying to make it a movie moment, but it was exactly that sharp. 1 second I was fine. The next second it was like something inside me slammed on the brakes. We were on these back roads, ones I didn't recognize. There was this long fence running along the right side, the kind you see around old property lines. And when the fence ended, I swear to you, it felt like I drove straight into a wall, except nothing touched the car. My chest tightened so fast I thought I was choking. My hands went cold. It was panic, but it was also deeper than panic. Like grief that didn't belong to me, like a sudden drop into heavy, thick sadness. My throat closed up, and I started crying before I even understood why. Silent at first, then not so silent. Mara asked, "Hey, what's going on? Are you okay?" And I tried to answer. I really did. But all I could force out was, "I want to leave." That was it. That's all I had. So we turned around. And here's the part that messes with me the most. The farther we drove away from that spot, the more my body let go. Like the pressure was tied to the land itself. My breathing came back in pieces. The crying slowed down. But the air in the car stayed different. We went quiet. Even the music felt wrong. The rest of that day was like walking around with bruised lungs. A couple days later, Mara brought it up again. She asked me, gently, "Do you know where we were when you started freaking out?" And I laughed a little, because I honestly didn't. I told her, "No, how would I know? I've never been down that road in my life." Then she said, "That's where I found Rowan." And I felt my whole body go still. Not fear this time, just that slow, sinking understanding. Like my nervous system had recognized something before my mind could catch up. Like my body knew a story my brain hadn't been told. I haven't gone back since. Mara hasn't either. Part of me is curious in this morbid science experiment way. Like, would it happen again? Was it some random fluke? Bad timing? A panic attack I didn't see coming? But another part of me, honestly, the louder part, doesn't want to test it. I don't want to feel that kind of sadness again. It wasn't just, I'm upset. It was dread. It was grief with teeth. And lately, I don't know. This week has felt off in general. My anxiety has been louder than it should be, even with my meds. I've spaced out a few times, had these vivid nightmares, and now my mind keeps circling back to that day like it's trying to solve it. Like if I can explain it, it won't haunt me. I'm in my 20s. I live out in a rural part of the South, quiet roads, long stretches of nothing, the kind of places where your thoughts get really loud. I'm not religious, but I do believe there are things we don't understand. I've never had some big paranormal moment or anything, but I have had those random chills in certain places, like your body perks up for no obvious reason. Still, nothing has ever hit me like that road did. Nothing. And what really gets me is the timing, because it was close to a year after Rowan died. Not exact, but close enough that it makes you wonder if dates leave fingerprints. I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly. Maybe I just needed to finally say it out loud to someone, because I've been carrying it quietly, and quiet things have a way of growing. And I keep thinking, maybe my body was responding to grief that had soaked into a place. Or maybe it was empathy, or coincidence, or stress finding a door to come through. Or maybe I'm just a person who drove down the wrong road on the wrong day, and my nervous system did what nervous systems do. I just know it felt real, and I know I never want to feel it again. Hey, so I want to tell you about something that happened on this little family outing that honestly still gives me chills in the best way. A few of us went to this gimmicky tourist spot in Des Moines called the Cabinet of Echoes. You know the type. Old creaky building, dim lighting, haunted objects behind glass, spooky labels with dramatic backstories. It's the kind of place my brain normally files under fun but fake. But this time, something felt different. We paid a little extra to borrow one of those EMF readers, the handheld gadget that flashes and beeps when it picks up electromagnetic activity. I've always been skeptical of those because there are a million boring reasons they can spike. And at first, that's exactly what it was. A few little blips near some creepy porcelain dolls, nothing that made me pause. Then we walked past this disturbing carnival poster painting, like a grinning jester or something, and the EMF reader absolutely lost its mind. I mean, bright flashing, frantic beeping, constant. It happened over and over in the exact same spot. So right away we're like, okay, junction box, wiring, a speaker, a hidden effect. The logical part of my brain was actually relieved because it was so obvious. We decided to prove it. So we go downstairs into the basement, thinking we'll find a bunch of thick wiring running underneath that wall, and yep, there it was. Conduit, cables, the whole deal. Case closed. We all kind of laughed like, all right, cute trick. But then, we kept walking around down there, just sweeping the EMF reader out of curiosity, and it started pinging near this old wooden display case tucked against a brick wall. And this wasn't near the obvious wiring we'd just found. The basement was barely lit, mostly shadows and that red-tinted glow from this section they jokingly called the Inferno Room, or something equally dramatic. At first we thought, maybe there's another wire behind the bricks. But the reader kept pulling us closer, like it was guiding us to something specific. Inside the cabinet, in the darkest bottom corner, low enough that you had to crouch, there was a doll. Her name on the little card was Maribel. And here's where it got strange. The EMF reader would stay calm until we actually looked at her. Not near her, not in front of the cabinet. Specifically, when we crouched down, aimed a flashlight at her face, and shined it into her eyes. The second that light hit her eyes, the EMF reader went absolutely wild again. And the moment we looked away, like turned our head even slightly, the beeping would stop. Not gradually, not fading, just off, like a switch. So of course, we're all doing it again and again, because we don't want to convince ourselves of something stupid. Flashlight on her eyes, chaos. Look away, silence. Back to her, chaos. Look away, silence. There were 4 of us witnessing it, and we started getting that weird, quiet feeling people get when they don't want to say the spooky thing out loud, but everyone's thinking it anyway. The little placard said something like, a young girl's spirit was attached to the doll. Some sad, sweet story. Normally I roll my eyes at that stuff, but in the moment it actually made this unsettling kind of emotional sense. Like, if this was all real, it didn't feel angry. It felt needy, like someone desperately trying to be noticed. We eventually said goodbye and went to look at other things, because honestly, we needed to breathe for a second. Before we left the basement, we went back one more time, kind of gently, like, hey, we're heading out. The responses were still there, but softer, less intense, like the moment had passed. Then we went upstairs for this sit challenge thing, where a couple of my relatives sat alone in a creepy room for 10 minutes while the rest of us waited outside. While they did that, my brother Eli and I went back down to check on Maribel again. And nothing. The EMF reader barely moved. No chaos. No big reaction. Just normal. So we stood there for a second, almost disappointed, almost relieved. Then we said, "All right, goodbye, Maribel." And the second we said it, like right on top of the last word, the EMF reader spiked one final time. Just one intense flare, like a last little grab at our sleeve. Then it went quiet again. And I know how it sounds. I know. Believe me, I ran through every explanation I could. Wiring, interference, the flashlight itself, our phones, the building, the gadget being cheap, us accidentally standing in the same spot, everything. But the way it responded to eye contact and the light, and then the way it stayed quiet until that last goodbye, it didn't feel random. It felt like we'd stumbled into something we weren't even looking for. And honestly, if the museum moved Maribel upstairs where more people could see her, I kind of think she'd like that. Because whatever that was down in the dark corner, real or not, it felt like someone who didn't want to be forgotten. So, I should probably start by saying this. I grew up pretty religious, but I was also the kind of person who rolled my eyes at ghost stories. Demons, shadows, entities. I'd hear people talk and just assume it was imagination, stress, maybe someone working themselves into a fear spiral. I truly didn't think any of it was real. This was back around 2009, when my grandmother Maribel wasn't doing well. We brought her to stay with us so we could look after her. Most days we also had a caregiver. Her name was Lucia, who helped out for long stretches of the day. I was in university then, and honestly, I barely interacted with Lucia. A quick hello, a polite thank you, that kind of thing. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would have made me think anything unusual was happening in our house. But one night, my mom, Elena, pulled me aside and said, really quietly, like she didn't want to give the words too much power, "Something strange is going on here." Now, my mom has always been sensitive to this kind of thing. She had rough experiences when she was younger, stuff she still won't fully describe. She prays every day. She's deeply faithful. So when she told me she'd been seeing a shadow moving through the house, I wanted to be gentle. But in my head, I was thinking, she's exhausted. She's worried about Grandma. Stress is playing tricks. She described it like this: a dark shape, not a person exactly, more like a presence, darting past doorways, always quick, always just out of reach, like it didn't want to be seen but didn't care if it was noticed. I nodded, tried to reassure her, and then I went back to my life, studying, deadlines, the usual. I really thought that would be the end of it, and then it happened to me. It was a completely normal day. After lunch, I left the kitchen and stepped into this hallway that led to the stairs. That's all it was to me. A hallway. A place you pass through without thinking. I usually walked straight toward the stairs without even looking around. But that day, the second I stepped out, something, call it instinct, call it whatever, made me turn my head the other way. Like my body reacted before my brain could argue. And that's when I saw it. It was the blackest shadow I've ever seen. Not dim corner dark. Not lights are off dark. This was unnatural. Like the absence of light had weight. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, and it didn't walk so much as move. It felt like it was gliding, floating forward, straight toward me. No face, no features, no expression, just a shape, a void. And the strangest part is, it didn't feel angry. It didn't feel threatening in the way horror movies teach you to expect. It felt empty, hopeless, like something that had forgotten what it meant to be alive. It came right up to me, and then, this is the part that still makes my skin tighten when I think about it. It didn't go around me. It went through me, like I wasn't solid. Like it wasn't solid. Like the world just failed to agree on what was real for a moment. And then it was gone. Just vanished. No sound, no wind, no dramatic exit. 1 second it was there, the next second it wasn't. I stood in the hallway, frozen, staring at nothing, trying to force my brain to explain it. I remember my heart was pounding, but I couldn't even move. And all I could think was, that's what Mom meant. Years later, this part is almost worse because it makes it feel less like a random hallucination and more like a piece of something old. We were talking as a family, just casual conversation. My dad, Raphael, mentioned something I'd never heard before. He used to do contracting work, and he'd been involved in projects around our neighborhood when it was still being developed. There weren't many records, no clear stories, just that it used to connect to something else that doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not saying I know what happened there. I don't. I can't prove anything. But I'll tell you this. When I remember that shadow, what stays with me isn't fear. It's the feeling. That heavy, dim, hollow energy. Like despair given a shape. Like for a split second, I brushed up against the kind of loneliness that doesn't even cry anymore. It just empties out. And even now, all these years later, if I'm honest with you, sometimes I can still feel it in that part of the house. Not like it's there all the time. More like the air remembers. Like the hallway kept a stain you can't see. Believe me or don't. I don't blame anyone who thinks this is all in my head. I used to be that person too. But I know what I saw. And I know what it felt like to have something pass straight through me and leave behind a kind of sadness I'd never felt before. So my partner and I moved into the place we live now a little over 5 years ago. It's out on Long Island, in this old colonial that was built back in 1909. Creaky floors, narrow hallways, the kind of house that feels like it's holding on to 100 years of secrets. And from pretty much the moment we unpacked, things started happening. Not every day, not even every month, but enough that it settled into the back of my mind like a splinter. The first time still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. I'd left work early because I was coming down with something. Feverish. That heavy cold feeling where your bones even ache. I went straight upstairs, crawled into bed, and I'd only been lying there a couple minutes when I heard someone coming up the stairs. Not a creak. Not the house settling. Actual footsteps. Clear, deliberate steps. And our staircase is the kind with 2 flights and a little landing in the middle, so you can hear the pattern. Step after step up the first part, then on the landing, then the second set of steps, like whoever it was taking their time. Our bedroom door is right at the top. The steps stop directly outside it. My brain tried to be sensible. It's just Owen. Maybe he came home early. But it didn't line up. He wasn't supposed to be home for at least another hour. And I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic, but I knew it wasn't him. Like my body figured it out before my thoughts did. I went completely still. Every sound in the house felt sharp. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I didn't even want to breathe in case whoever or whatever was on the other side could hear me. When Owen actually came home later, I asked him if he'd come in early and maybe gone back out again, because I was trying so hard to make it make sense. He looked at me like I was half joking and half sick delirious and told me no, he'd just gotten home. He didn't really believe me. But then, about a month later, the same thing happened to him. He was home alone, laid down for a nap, and heard the footsteps come up the stairs. First flight, at the landing, second flight, and then stopping right at the top like someone was standing there. That was the first time I saw his face change in that way where you can tell someone's trying not to admit they're scared. After that, he stopped brushing it off. We both started living with this quiet feeling that the house wasn't always empty. A couple years later, we had our baby, our little boy, Miles. One night, I was up feeding him, And back then I used to go downstairs so Owen could sleep. He was back at work and I was trying to be considerate, you know? So I'm in the living room in this big, soft chair, Miles finally drifting off in my arms, his warm little weight against my chest. And then I hear it again. Footsteps upstairs. Not in the stairwell this time, in the upstairs hallway. Like someone was walking back and forth above me. And what got me was, I hadn't heard our bedroom door open, and that door is old and loud. It sticks. You always hear it. So I just sat there frozen, holding my sleeping baby, staring at the ceiling, listening. About 10 minutes later, Owen actually does get up to use the bathroom, and I call up to him, trying to sound casual even though my voice felt tight, and I asked if he'd been up earlier. And he said, "No, I just woke up now." That was it for me. I never fed Miles downstairs again after that. From that night on, I stayed in our room, even if it meant we both slept less. I just couldn't sit down there alone with that feeling anymore. She lives out of state, and she was so excited to babysit, so Owen and I could finally have a proper date night. It was our first real night out since having Miles, and we kept it simple. Dinner, talking like normal adults again, laughing for the first time in forever. When we got home, my mom looked wrong, like someone had pulled the color out of her face. She told us she'd been sitting in the rocking chair with Miles asleep in her arms, just humming softly, enjoying the quiet, when she heard footsteps outside the bedroom door. And then, 3 loud bangs. Not little knocks, not the house popping. She said it sounded like someone hit the door with their fists, hard, like they were angry. She jumped up immediately, opened the door, because of course she did, she's my mom, and there was nobody there. Nothing. Empty hallway. Quiet house. She said she just stood there holding Miles, listening, waiting for something else to happen. And after that, she didn't want to be alone in the room again. She waited for us to get home like she was counting the minutes. And ever since then, she's been nervous about staying with us. She'll visit, but she'll book a hotel now. She tries to laugh it off, but I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it too much. After that, the really big stuff seemed to fade. We've had little things, sounds that don't fit, the occasional weird chill, that feeling of being watched when you're sure you're alone, but nothing like those nights. Miles is older now, and once in a while he'll say something that makes me pause. Like recently he told me, very casually, that the walls in my room talk. And I tried to keep my face neutral, because I don't want to feed into it or scare him. I told myself it's just toddler imagination, cartoons, dreams, all of that. But still, it stuck with me. And honestly, I'm grateful it's quiet now. I don't want anything in this house, real or imagined, to ever make my son afraid. Even if part of me will always wonder what was walking up those stairs, and why it always stopped right outside the door. Okay, this is going to sound completely unhinged, and I get it. But I'm not telling you this as some spooky campfire flex. I'm telling you because there were other people there. There were moments where it wasn't just in my head. So, quick backstory. I was born in the US, but before that my parents and my 2 older brothers had been bouncing around, mostly between Colombia and Argentina. When we finally settled in the States, we landed in the Maryland suburbs outside DC and rented this older house that had belonged to a Japanese family years earlier. And the neighborhood gossip, always with the neighborhood gossip, was that the father who owned it started struggling mentally after moving in. Eventually, he took his own life. Nobody could ever tell me if it happened inside the house or somewhere else, but either way, the house got a reputation. Apparently, a few families rented it before us, and every single one had something catastrophic happen. Like not, oh, the faucet leaks and the vibes are weird. I mean, life-derailing stuff that made them pack up and leave fast. Then my family moved in. I was barely a toddler. By the time I was 4, that house felt like it had rules I didn't understand. I remember things vividly, sounds, shadows, that feeling you get when you're little and you can tell the air in a room is wrong. And there's another layer to it that's hard to say out loud. My dad started changing in that house. He got paranoid in this way that made our whole family walk on eggshells. There were nights my mom was genuinely afraid he'd hurt her. It was the early 80s. We were Lebanese, and back then, people just didn't call it what it was. They didn't step in. They didn't protect you. You just survived it. And that's when the dreams started. They weren't normal kid dreams. They were the same dream, over and over, like it was on a schedule. In it, I'm running, but it's that awful slow motion running where your legs feel like wet cement. And there's this glowing orb, blue-purple, like a little planet made of light. Sometimes it's in my hand. Sometimes it floats right beside me like it's tethered to me. And I'm terrified, because I know I'm being chased. The man chasing me is always the same. Tall, pale, bright blue eyes. Handsome in this weird, unsettling way. Like if you looked too long, you'd feel sick. And his outfit was always the same too. Black brimmed hat, kind of like a fedora. Long black coat, dark suit, all of it. I think he wore gloves, but what I remember most is that I could always see his face. No smile, no anger, no expression at all. Just purpose. Like he wasn't hunting me because he hated me. He was hunting me because it was his job. And every time, right before he could grab me, or grab the glowing thing, a woman would appear. Sometimes from behind a tree, sometimes stepping out of a doorway, sometimes getting out of a car like she'd been waiting. She'd call my name, clear as day, and I'd run to her, and the second I reached her, I'd wake up. That dream happened multiple times a week from when I was 4 until I was 9. And then life took this hard left turn. A few months after we got there, I developed something that was maybe arthritis? To this day, I'm not even sure what it was. All I knew was that once a week, I needed an injection. We'd go to a nearby town, mostly Catholic families, and a nurse would give me the shot at her house. The first time my mom and I went, the nurse opened the door and I absolutely lost it. I screamed, "I know you! I know you!" My mom looked horrified. The nurse looked confused. Like, kid, what? Her name was Nadia, and I swear to you, she wasn't similar to the woman in my dreams. She was her. Same face, same voice, same smile, same exact shade of lipstick, like I could have picked it out of a lineup. Even the jewelry, this little gold chain, the way it caught the light, my stomach dropped because I'd seen it 1,000 times in my sleep. For 5 years, several times a week, that woman had been the safe place in my nightmare. And now she was standing in front of me, holding a tray like, "Hi, sweetheart, come on in." For about a month, I saw her every week. Every time, I tried to get answers the only way a 7-year-old can. I'd ask questions sideways. I'd stare too hard. I'd say weird little things like, "Do you know my name?" Or, "Have you ever been in America?" Trying to make her flinch, trying to catch a crack in the mask. But she never gave me anything. She stayed warm, gentle, funny, always smiling at my mom like this was just a silly kid moment. And she'd brush me off in a way that felt intentional. Like she understood exactly what I was asking and was choosing not to touch it. Then my treatment ended. We stopped going. I never saw her again. But the dreams didn't stop. She was still there, still saving me right at the end, like she hadn't gone anywhere. And then came my 9th birthday. A couple weeks after I turned 9, my parents and I were driving back to our village from Beirut. I can't tell you how long we were in the car. Wartime driving messes with time, but in my memory, it feels endless, like a whole day stuffed into a single ride. At one point, we stopped at a checkpoint, Syrian soldiers, which was common then. My dad handed over his papers, and I looked out the window to my right. And there he was, the man from my dreams, in real life. Same hat, same long black coat, same shape of his body as he walked, like the dream had stepped through a door and joined the street. He was moving along the side of a building, then he turned a corner, and even that turn looked exaggerated, like his coat flared back in this dramatic sweep, like it was choreographed. I remember grabbing at my mom, panicked, whispering, yelling, "Mom, Mom, that's him! That's the guy from my dreams! I just saw him!" And her reaction was small, like she didn't know what to do with it. A distracted, "Huh, weird." The kind of response adults give when their brains are busy surviving bigger things. But it didn't end there. Later, maybe an hour, maybe more, we reached this lively town, Dur el Chouer. Cobblestone streets, a big fountain in the center, cafes packed with people. It felt loud and bright and normal for the first time in that whole drive. We stopped at a crosswalk. I was sitting on my mom's lap in the front seat because I'd gotten bored in the back and insisted. Classic kid behavior. And then my mom stiffened. A man was walking in front of the car, and he was staring straight at me like I was the only thing in the world. It was him. And my dad, hot-headed, protective, loud, he got out of the car. He started yelling, threatening, doing that whole, "Hey, I'm talking to you, come here" thing. Full volume, full posture, like he could intimidate the universe into behaving. But the man didn't even glance at him. Not once. His eyes stayed on me. Calm, empty, fixed. Then he just walked away. And here's the part that still makes my skin go cold. People tried to stop him. The driver in the car behind us jumped out, and a couple bystanders moved in too. They reached for him, grabbed his arm, grabbed his shoulder, and the second their hands touched him, they let go. Not like he shoved them, not like he hit them, more like their bodies refused. Like instinct took over and said, "Nope, don't hold on to that." And he kept walking like nothing had happened. After that day, after seeing him that close, after my mom seeing him too, after the whole little scene in the street, I never had the dream again, not once. It was like whatever thread connected us snapped or got cut. And that's it. That's the story. I'm in my 40s now. I've spent years trying to make sense of it. I've asked people who claim they can see things. I've tried to rationalize it. Trauma, stress, war, childhood imagination. I've gone through every explanation I can live with. But I can't explain the nurse. I can't explain the man. I can't explain how real it felt, or why it ended the moment it finally became undeniable. And the part that messes with me the most is this. If it was all just a dream, why did it feel like it had a plan? Like it was leading me somewhere? Because I still don't have answers. I just have the memories, and the fact that I wasn't the only one who saw him. So, I've had a lot of strange encounters over the years, but there are 3 that still sit in my chest when I think about them, like my body remembers before my brain does. The first one happened when my family was house-sitting for a friend. We'd stayed there for a bit during a move, and honestly, the place was already kind of loud at night. Not loud like people talking, more like footsteps that didn't quite have a source. Little thumps and creaks that made you pause and listen. But for a while, it was just background weirdness. Then one day, it had been raining hard for what felt like forever, and my dad, Jerry, was outside checking the foundation and gutters. He called in and asked if I could run down to the basement and make sure the laundry area wasn't leaking. Now, here's the part that makes it worse. It was a small 3-unit building with neighbors on both sides, and the whole place carried this heavy history. A fatal accident in the backyard years ago. A tragedy in one of the units. A baby lost in another not long before we were there. I didn't know all the details at the time, but you could feel that something had happened there, like the walls had soaked it up. So I go inside and immediately, I get that sharp feeling like I'm not supposed to be there. Like I've walked into someone's room without knocking. I try to shrug it off, but the second I reach the top of the basement stairs, the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. I turn on the lights anyway. I tell myself I'm being dramatic, and I start down. And I swear to you, the air down there felt thick, like walking through a damp, heavy fog. Every step closer to the laundry area made it worse. My stomach tightened. My ears felt pressurized, like before a storm breaks. Then I reached the doorway and looked in, and the far corner of the laundry room wasn't just dark. It was wrong dark. Like the darkness had weight. Like it was pooled there, swallowing up the corner of the room. And then, clear as anything, I heard one word. Run. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't a suggestion. It was loud and sharp, like someone barking it right into my head. I didn't argue. I didn't think. I just moved. I tore up those stairs as fast as my legs could carry me, and I could feel something tracking me along the wall behind me. Like that blackness was crawling after me, chasing me upward. But the second I hit the top step, it stopped. Like it couldn't cross that line. I didn't stand there to test it. I flicked off the lights, bolted out, and didn't go back down there again unless I absolutely had to. That moment stayed with me for a long, long time, because it didn't feel like a spooky story. It felt like a warning. The second one was months later, still in that same general area. It was Halloween night, and I was with my boyfriend at the time, Mason. We drove out to his grandma's place on the reserve because she had a bag of candy and a few things she wanted to send home with him. He said it would take 2 minutes, so I stayed in the car. It wasn't pitch black. There were streetlights around, that weird orange glow they give off. I was sitting in the passenger seat, kind of zoning out, looking through the window, when I noticed a shadow near the edge of the property. At first, it just looked like a tall man standing by a streetlight. Still. Too still. I watched it, thinking, okay, maybe it's someone smoking. Maybe it's just how the light's hitting the grass. And then it dropped. Not like crouched, not like bent down. It dropped onto all fours, fast, unnatural, and then it bolted into the tall grass like an animal. My stomach went cold. I lost sight of it immediately, and then the car started reacting. The back door handle on one side lifted, like someone was about to open it, and then snapped back down. Then the other back door handle did the same thing, then mine. One after another, like something making its way around the car, testing every entry point. I was frozen, like I couldn't even breathe right. I remember staring at my own door handle, waiting for it to lift again. And right then, the house door opened. Mason came stepping out, candy in hand, and the shadow, wherever it was, moved back into that long grass at the corner like it was retreating. That one stuck with me because it felt deliberate, like it knew I was alone and wanted me to know it knew. The third experience happened in a different town in the summer when I was helping my mom, Elena, at an antique shop. We were sorting through boxes from a new haul, dust everywhere, that old paper smell, the usual. And I found this small glass jar. Nothing huge or expensive looking, just a little jar with an ornate silver lid. Inside was this gray, dusty stuff, and these tiny blue-purple flower buds mixed in. When I cracked it open, there was the faintest, sweet smell, like dried wildflowers. And the second I touched it, something in me went, "Oh," like it was calling my name. I tried to ignore it. I left it at the store for a few days, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept getting this persistent thought, bring it home. Not, it would be nice to have, more like a tug, a pull. So I did. I set it on my desk and went about my night. Late evening, everyone in the house asleep. I was in my bedroom in a recliner, playing a game, just relaxing. And then my curtain snapped to one side, hard. My door was closed. The window was closed. No fan, no draft, nothing. I stared at it, trying to rationalize, and that's when I started noticing movement in the room, just at the edges. The curtain kept shifting. Small sounds started up, floorboards creaking like someone was pacing behind my chair. Then it got worse. The back of my chair started jerking, like it was being hit from behind. Not bumped, punched. Over and over, like a fist slamming into the chair and knocking into my back. I started praying, out loud, whispering, whatever I could manage. And it laughed. I swear to you, it laughed. I kept praying anyway, and then I said, firmly, "You're not welcome here." Nothing changed. If anything, it felt angrier, like my words meant nothing. So I did the only thing I could think of. I ran to my parents' room to wake my mom, because she's had experiences her whole life, and I thought maybe she'd know what to do, anything. But I could not wake her. I shook her shoulder. I said her name. I tried again and again. She was breathing, lightly snoring, completely unreachable. I stood there in the dark, feeling so alone it made me want to cry. And then I went back to my room, slow, like walking toward a barking dog you can't see. I sat down, kept praying, kept hoping it would stop. After what felt like forever, probably around half an hour, it gradually settled. The noises faded. The pressure in the air eased. And then, nothing. Like someone turned it off. The next morning, I didn't negotiate with myself. I took that jar straight back to the shop and left it there. No more tug, no more obsession, just relief. And that was it. Most of the odd experiences I've had haven't been bad. Some were even comforting in a strange way. But those three? Those were the ones that felt hostile. Like whatever it was, it didn't want me there. Anyway, I'm curious, what's the most what the actual hell experience you've ever had? Alright, so let me tell you about tonight, because I'm still trying to make it make sense. My mom, Mary Ann, has been recovering from a stroke. She's doing better, slowly, day by day, but she still has those nights where she's tired in a way you can't really fix. So I went over there after work, like I usually do, and I hooked my phone up to the upstairs TV with an HDMI cable so she could watch a show without squinting at a little screen. Nothing fancy, just one of those small I love you things you do without saying it out loud. Then I did the other son stuff. I started mowing her yard because, if I'm being honest, I've kind of taken over her place as my home base. Her garage is basically my tool shed now. Half my projects, my ladder, my bags, random equipment. It's not pretty, but it works. And here's another detail. Trash pickup is Monday where she lives, and my place right now is a mess because I don't have running water, which also means I don't have trash service. So on Sundays, I bag everything up, toss it in the back of my SUV, and bring it to Mom's so I can roll it out with hers. Not glamorous, but that's where I'm at. So I'm mowing, and this storm front starts rolling in, one of those sudden, heavy ones, like the sky just decides to dump a bucket. I stop early because the rain gets ridiculous. I'm soaked, the yard's a lake, so I head into the garage to grab the municipal trash can and drag it out to the curb. And that's when the first weird thing happened. The garage door was open during the storm, but the trash cans and recycling bin were way inside, like a good 12 or 15 feet in. And one of the cans, the lid was wet. Not damp like humidity, not misted, wet like it had been rained on. But the sides were dry, the wheels were dry. Just the top looked like it had caught rainfall. I remember standing there with my hand on the handle thinking, that's odd. Then I brushed it off because, honestly, when you're carrying your life around in tool bags and garbage bags, you don't have the luxury of stopping to be creeped out. Except I had to move a ton of stuff to even reach the cans. Earlier in the week, I'd done a side job and dumped everything near the garage entrance. Tool bags, a folding work platform, a big extension ladder. It was jammed between my old project truck and 2 motorcycles. No clear path. So I'm shoving things aside, muttering under my breath, trying not to scrape a bike or slam into the truck. I get the first can out, roll it to the curb, come back inside, and I tell Mom, I'll be back later tonight. I've got a little downtime, but I still need to drag the recycling out. A couple hours pass. I come back up, and now I'm going for the recycling bin and the second trash can. We'd bought a second can because, more space, but the city refuses to empty it because it isn't the official one. So it mostly just sits in there being useless. And when I get to it, same thing. The lid looks like it's been rained on. I look at Mom and I go, "Hey, did you take this outside earlier?" And she's like, "No." But I press it. I'm tired. I'm already on edge from the storm, and in my head I'm trying to solve it logically. "Are you sure? Because it's wet on top like it was outside." She gets defensive, rightfully, honestly, and she says, "Eli, I watched you take the other trash can out. I didn't touch anything." So now I'm standing there feeling like a jerk and also feeling unsettled. To calm myself down, I check the camera that points from the garage toward the street, thinking maybe it caught something. Maybe the garage door blew rain in. Maybe something shifted. That bothered me enough that I walked through the house, room to room, checking doors, checking corners, listening. Just me and Mom. Nothing. No signs of anyone. So I tell her goodnight, I lock everything up, and I leave. I drive maybe half a mile, not far. And my phone rings. It's Mom, and she goes, "The TV just shut off by itself, and the hall light keeps turning on and off." I spun right around. I mean, instantly. That adrenaline, something's wrong with my mom, panic hits, and I'm back at her driveway in minutes. She meets me, wide-eyed, pointing toward the hallway like she's afraid to look at it too long. She says, "It turned on and off twice right after you pulled away." I go straight to the living room and start looking for the TV remote because sometimes it's just the remote. And sure enough, I dig it out from between the couch cushions like it's been hiding there all along. I hold it up like, "Okay, that part, solved." But Mom looks at me and goes, "So what about the hall light?" And I don't have anything for her. I just don't. I'm standing there thinking about the wet trash can lids, the camera cutting out, the light flipping, the TV going dark, and I can feel myself getting angry, not at her, but at the situation, at my own fear, at the fact that my brain wants to blame something. And I had yelled earlier, not proud of it. I'd basically interrogated my mom like she was sneaking trash cans outside in the rain for fun. So I apologize. I tell her I'm sorry, that I'm just stressed, and I love her, and I'm not mad at her. I hug her, like a real hug, the kind where you hold on an extra second because you're grateful she's standing there. Then I walk out again. I step onto the porch, hit the lock button on my key fob, and I hear music. Coming from the garage, like a radio is on. I freeze. I'm not even joking. I just stood there with my thumb still on the fob, trying to process what I was hearing. And at the exact same time, my phone rings again. It's Mom, and she picks up immediately and says, before I can even speak, "There's music coming from the basement." I just said, "I hear it too." I hit the garage door opener, the door rolls up, and sure enough, one of my old radios is blasting like somebody just decided to throw on a song at full volume. I run in and shut it off, staring at the dial like it's going to explain itself. It hadn't been on. I know it hadn't. I'd been in that garage multiple times tonight, moving things, dragging cans, looking for answers. It wasn't playing a minute earlier. And listen, I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what happened. But tonight felt wrong in this quiet, personal way, like the house was nudging us, poking at the edges of normal. And the creepiest part? It wasn't even the music. It was Mom's voice on the phone, small, tired, scared, asking me to explain something I couldn't explain. I've had strange experiences before. I've seen things I can't neatly label. I just never expected it to happen in her house. Not like this. Not on a night I was just trying to do the kind sun stuff. Mow the lawn, take out the trash, help my mom watch a show. And I swear to you, I'm going to be thinking about that wet trash can lid for a long, long time. So, before I even start, I need you to know I've read a ton of posts about astral spiders, and what happened to me is a little different. And honestly, I just want someone out there to tell me I'm not losing it. When I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7, I started getting nightmares. But it wasn't a bunch of different dreams. It was the same one, over and over, for years. It always began with me waking up in my bed, in the dark, and getting up like it was totally normal. Everything looked exactly like my real house. Same layout, same shapes in the darkness, even the way the hallway felt when you walked into it. And that's the thing. There was this heavy, wrong feeling from the second I stepped into the hall. Like the air was colder, thicker, like I shouldn't be there. I couldn't see much, but I'd shuffle down the hallway anyway, and at the far end there would always be something waiting. Not a normal spider, not even a big one. It was like a spider-shaped person, or a person-shaped spider. Too tall, too thin. Its limbs looked bent the wrong way, like they'd been snapped and healed badly. And even though the room was dark, it was darker than the dark, like it was made of absence. And then it would vanish. But here's the part that still makes my stomach twist. Every time I had that dream again, it was closer. A little closer each night, like it was learning the distance between us. Eventually, I started dreading sleep. I'd lay there trying to keep my eyes open, bargaining with myself. Just stay awake. Just stay awake. Then one night, the dream changed. Instead of walking down the hallway, I got out of bed and went to my closet. I don't even know why, like something pulled me there. I reached toward the door, and the second it cracked open, something yanked my arm so hard it hurt. I remember it leaning in, staring at me, and I couldn't make out its face. Just this sense of attention, like being studied up close. And I jolted awake, heart racing, arm burning like I'd really been grabbed. Not long after that, I got so scared I asked to sleep in my grandma's room. I thought being near someone would help. But that night, this is the part I still struggle to explain. These black, scribbly shapes appeared right in front of my face in the darkness. Not like normal floaters or imagination stuff. They were violent, frantic, like something sketching itself into the air. They moved so aggressively it actually gave me a pounding headache, and I remember pressing my hands to my temples and wanting to cry. I tried telling my dad the next day that something felt wrong, that something was happening, but I was a kid. He brushed it off like I was being dramatic, like kids just get nightmares. Then time passed. Life happened. My grandparents were gone by then, and I was maybe 12 or 13 when this next part happened. I'd gone out with a boy I shouldn't have been seeing. Older, trouble, that kind of thing. I remember he took me to a small church first, then we went to a movie. I came home late, got in trouble immediately, and I was so drained I just collapsed on the couch in the living room. We had this game console, one of those with the handheld screen controller. I remember checking the time on it, then rolling over so I was facing the couch cushions, away from the room. And then, it came back. That same frozen fear poured over me, like someone dumped ice water inside my chest. I suddenly felt like if I turned around, I'd see something I couldn't handle. And I held still, trying to convince myself it was nothing, trying to be brave. But I finally turned. I remember the sound I made, half gasp, half sob. I cried right there on the couch, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. Years later, my dad told me something that made my skin crawl all over again. He said he'd seen something in the house. He called it a demon. He said he believed it came up from the basement stairs one night, moved toward him, and touched him, like it wanted him to know it was real. And it wasn't just him. My stepmom, Mara, once told me she saw something crawling down the stairs from the direction of my room. And my dog, Benny, used to sit facing one specific wall and bark for what felt like forever. Like he could see something I couldn't. Hours, sometimes. Just barking and bristling and refusing to leave. And there were nights where I'd be in bed, trying to sleep, and I would feel the mattress shift, like weight settling beside me, like someone climbing in, lying down, getting comfortable. Sometimes I'd feel it near my legs, sometimes behind my back, and I'd go completely still because I didn't know what else to do. Even now, after all these years, it still feels like something is there. Not always visible, not always loud, just present. Like a pressure in the room that doesn't match anything normal. And I know how it sounds. I do. That's why I'm saying this the way I am. I just want someone to tell me I'm not crazy. That I'm not alone in this. That there's a name for the feeling of being watched by something you can't prove exists. And I don't even know if this matters, but my family has ties to Freemasonry. I don't know if that connects to anything at all. I just know what I've lived through, what I've felt, and what I've seen. So if you're listening, please, tell me I'm not crazy. Okay, so this still gives me chills when I think about it, and it's been years. My partner Eli and I had just signed a lease for this little 2-story place, and we're doing the official walkthrough with the landlord. He owned 2 houses right next to each other, ours and the one next door, and he was acting perfectly normal until we weren't. The house was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. Just bare rooms and that hollow sound your footsteps make when a place hasn't been lived in for a while. We're upstairs, standing in one of the bedrooms, and out of nowhere we hear this violent bang, like something heavy fell over or got dropped hard, the kind of sound that makes your stomach flip. All 3 of us freeze, like dead still. Eli and I look at each other, then we look at the landlord, and his face is, I don't know how to explain it. He looked like someone had just whispered something horrible in his ear. He goes, really quietly, "You heard that too, right?" We search every room, closets, cabinets, the stairs, under the sinks, everything, and there's nothing. Nothing fallen, nothing broken, no animals, no reason. So we finish the tour anyway because what are you going to do? Pretend it didn't happen? And we're outside by Eli's SUV, just trying to laugh it off, when suddenly, the car starts freaking out, lights flickering, the alarm going off in these weird, stuttering bursts. Not the normal pattern, like it couldn't decide whether to scream or whisper. The landlord's whole vibe shifts into, I want to be anywhere but here. He shoves the paperwork into my hands, mumbles something like, call if you need anything, and basically speed walks to his car and leaves. And I'm not proud of this, but I sat in Eli's driver's seat and cried. Full on. Because I was convinced we had just signed a lease with something that did not want us there. I went home and spiraled, Googling lease loopholes, legal terms, anything. But you know how it goes. A couple weeks pass, you start explaining it away. Old house noises, electrical issues, coincidences. So we moved in. Move-in day. Door opens. And this tiny black cat rockets out between our legs like it's escaping prison. I had 2 friends helping us move, and all of us saw it. All of us heard the little paws skittering on the floor. It was real. We searched for it, thinking maybe it had been trapped inside, and that's what caused that bang during the walkthrough. But we couldn't find it anywhere. No cat, no trace, nothing. And that's when the weird stuff started feeling consistent. Lights flipping on and off, smoke alarms going off randomly, the TV changing channels or blasting volume like it was possessed by a teenager with a remote. Doors that we knew we shut, just open. I told my friend Maris, who's one of those people that's calm about spiritual stuff in a way that makes me feel both comforted and deeply unsettled. And she's like, honestly, that doesn't sound hostile. She explained it in this really steady way, like neutral presences tend to do attention-grabbing things, and the nasty ones escalate into intimidation. Throwing things, moving furniture, marks, that kind of thing. She even said the walkthrough stuff sounded almost like excitement, like the house had been quiet for a long time and something was like, oh, people, finally. At the time, I rolled my eyes. Now, I kind of get it. Then we got friendly with our neighbor next door, Tessa, who lived in the other house owned by the same landlord. And she's asking us these careful little questions about the place, like she's testing the water. Finally, I'm like, okay, you're clearly holding something back. What's going on? That night, she's in bed, settling in, and she sees what looks like paw prints forming on her blanket. Like something invisible is stepping in circles, trying to find the perfect spot. Then the blanket dips, like a little animal sits down, and her dog starts barking at the bed like it's losing its mind. She turns on the light, and obviously there's nothing there, but she's shaken. And then she has this dream. She's sitting outside on the back porch, having tea with this older woman named Mabel, and Mabel's got a black cat curled up in her lap like it's the most normal thing in the world. Tessa wakes up freaked out, starts cleansing her house, telling Mabel, out loud, to leave. Then she goes into work the next day, determined not to say anything. And the landlord brings it up first. He goes, this is going to sound crazy, but I had the weirdest dream last night. I was having tea with an old woman named Mabel, and she had a black cat on her lap. Like, come on. They tried digging into the property history. The place had been vacant for a while, bought cheap after a foreclosure. No clear record of who lived there right before. It was all a bunch of guesses, but the dream coincidence felt too specific, too shared. And that's when I started doing something that sounds ridiculous but genuinely helped. Because we never felt threatened. Scared, yes, but not like we were being hunted. It felt weirdly domestic sometimes, almost protective, like a presence that wanted to be noticed, not feared. And I'm telling you, my electric kettle would click on by itself more than once. Not every day, but enough times that I'd stand there like, are you kidding me right now? So I started talking out loud, mostly joking, mostly to keep myself from panicking. A light would flicker and I'd be like, hi Mabel, Or something would happen and I'd go, "Okay, very funny, stop showing off." And the activity calmed down. Like it just wanted acknowledgement. Like once it got that, it didn't need to shout anymore. But then, there was one night. The night that still sits in my chest like a stone. Eli and I were asleep upstairs, bedroom at the top of the stairs. I wake up because I hear something, some faint sound that doesn't belong. And instantly I realize I can't move. Full sleep paralysis. I had it as a kid, so I recognize it right away. That horrible trapped in your own body feeling. You're awake, but your body isn't online yet. I'm trying to blink harder, trying to force my fingers to twitch, trying to make anything happen. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I see a shape in the doorway. A dark figure. Not detailed, no face, no clothing. Just a person-shaped void, standing perfectly still in the frame of our door. My heart is hammering. I'm sweating. And the terror is so sharp it feels physical, like cold metal. And I remember thinking, I'm going to die and I can't even scream. It goes on for what feels like forever. Minutes. Endless minutes. And then, suddenly, the hallway light clicks on. And at the exact same time, this warmth floods my whole body. Like a tingly heat washing over me from head to toe. And I swear to you, I heard, clear as if someone leaned down beside my ear, "You're safe." And instead of fighting, instead of snapping into panic like sleep paralysis normally does, I just drifted back to sleep. Like someone turned the fear off, which has never happened to me. Ever. Sleep paralysis ends with you clawing your way back into movement, usually sobbing or gasping or shaking. You do not just peacefully fall asleep again in the middle of that. Later, I wake up for real. I can move this time. I'm crying, shaking Eli awake, telling him what I saw, telling him there was something in the doorway, because he says, I just had a dream. And Eli never remembers dreams. He tells me he dreamed we were asleep, and a dark figure came in through the back door, left it open, walked through the house like it knew exactly where to go, went up the stairs, and stopped at our bedroom doorway to watch us. And in the dream, he couldn't wake up, couldn't shout, couldn't move, like he was floating above it all, watching it happen but trapped. And the moment he says this, we both just stare at each other. And neither of us wants to move. But we do. We get up, we go downstairs, and the stairway light is on, and the back door is wide open. Not cracked, not unlatched, open. We were obsessive about locking up, like annoying about it. Check it twice, sometimes 3 times. And it was a heavy door. It didn't just drift open. We searched the whole house, every room, every closet, under the stairs, nothing. And the creepiest part? Nothing was taken. We had keys, wallets, everything right near the entrance, untouched. So to this day, we don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a real person and somehow nothing came of it, or something else. Something that felt wrong in a way the other activity never did. But the hallway light, the one that always flickered, the one that felt like Mabel's little signature, that light turning on right when the warmth washed over me. It felt like an intervention, like something stepped in and said, not tonight. After that, we got a doorbell camera, and the house went quiet for a long time, almost like it was exhausted, like whatever was there had spent everything it had. Eventually, the little signs came back, small, harmless things. But that night changed us. Because whether it was human or not, we both felt it. We were in danger, and something protected us. Not long after, Tessa moved out, and later Eli and I moved into the house next door. And the difference was immediate, like walking out of a crowded, noisy room into a silent field. Peaceful, still, normal. But every once in a while, I'd light a candle anyway, Not out of fear, more like respect. Because it's been about 4 years now, and I still think about that hallway light, and that warmth, and those words, "You're safe," and how impossible it felt to be pulled gently back into sleep while something watched from the doorway. And I don't know what you believe, but I'll tell you this. I've never forgotten the feeling that we weren't alone in that house. And on the scariest night of our lives, we weren't unprotected either. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I tell it because it was real to me, and it shaped the way I understand heavy energy, like the kind you can't see but you can absolutely feel. I grew up without a dad, lower middle class, in this cramped little townhouse that always felt like it was trying to hold too much. It was me, my older brother Malik, my grandma, everyone called her Nana Joe, and my mom, Cheryl, who was active duty in the Navy. My mom was deeply depressed. Like, not just sad. It was this low, looming cloud that sat in the house with us. And even as a teenager, I could feel it. She kept to herself, door closed most of the time, like the master bedroom was her whole world and we were just living around the edges of it. Then one day, she got hurt at work. Bad. She broke her ankle and part of her foot, ended up with screws and metal, and she was basically stuck in bed for weeks. And if her depression was already a weight, once she was bedridden, it was like the weight doubled. I didn't really ask her what was wrong. I was young and, honestly, our family didn't do the whole talk about feelings thing. It felt like you stayed in your lane, you didn't pry. So I just watched and tried not to make anything harder. But that's when the weird stuff started. After my mom couldn't get up anymore, Nana Joe and I began noticing things we couldn't explain. At night, we'd hear banging downstairs, like somebody was forcing their way in. Cabinets, footsteps, the kind of noise that makes your stomach drop. We'd grab whatever we could, rush down there, hearts going crazy, and there would be nothing. Nobody. No broken lock. No open window. Just silence, like the house was pretending it didn't do anything. And then there were these random cold spots. Not, oh, the AC is on, cold. Like walking into a patch of air that felt wrong. Like it had a purpose. But the worst part was my mom's room. To get to it, you had to walk down this long hallway. And after a while, I started to dread that hallway. I'm talking full body dread. Like something in me was saying, don't go down there. And it wasn't just me. Nana Joe avoided it too. She'd stand at the doorway and call in, but she wouldn't step all the way inside unless she absolutely had to. My mom was dating this guy then. His name was Keith, and he hated that room. He'd go in there and within minutes he'd be rubbing his chest like he couldn't breathe right. He told us he'd get sleep paralysis whenever he stayed near her room. Like he'd wake up unable to move, convinced someone was on top of him, hands around his throat. My uncles would come by too, and every single one of them, without comparing notes, without being dramatic, said the same thing, that the room felt oppressive, thick, like walking into a storm. And here's the part that still messes with me. It was mostly the men who reacted that way. Women would still feel uneasy, sure, but the men described it like something was targeting them. Then one day, this is the part I can picture like it's a photo, my mom calls me and Nana Joe into her room. Her voice wasn't playful or curious. It was serious, tight. The moment we stepped inside, the room was freezing. Not chilly, freezing. My mom is lying there, completely stuck, can't even put weight on her foot, and she's staring at her bed like she's trying to understand how the world works. Because the bed had moved. Not shifted a little. I mean, it had been dragged, or lifted, and dropped in a different spot. and the carpet had this clear dent where the bed used to be, like the floor itself was pointing to the original position. Nana Jo starts moving around the room, and she opens the closet, and this smell comes out, like sulfur, like rotten eggs. It hit the back of my throat and made my eyes water. Nana Jo's face changed instantly. That woman had seen everything in her life, and I watched her go pale. We tell my mom about the closet and the smell, and she doesn't look surprised. She just says, really calmly, like she's naming the weather, "That was probably Evelyn." Evelyn, like she knew her. I remember my skin going prickly all over, because how do you say a name like that in a situation like that? Like you've met the thing doing it? A few days later, my mom calls us in again. This time she tells us, "Come here, look at the TV." The TV was off, just a black screen, glossy enough to reflect the room. She says, "Look in it, not at it, in it." So Nana Jo and I stand there, staring at the reflection. And at first it's just us, the bed, the chair beside it. Then I realized the chair in the reflection didn't look empty. There was someone sitting there, a woman. Not sharp and clear like a normal reflection, but unmistakable, like a shape that didn't belong, holding its place anyway. She looked like she was wearing this old-fashioned gown, something vintage, something that didn't fit the time we were living in. Her arms were resting like the chair had armrests, all composed, like she'd been sitting there a long time and had no intention of moving. I couldn't make out her face. I tried. I remember leaning slightly, like maybe if I shifted my angle I could catch details. But it was like the face didn't want to be seen. And the way she was positioned, she wasn't staring off into space. She was facing us, like she was watching and waiting for us to notice her. I don't even remember anyone speaking. I just remember the air feeling thick and my heartbeat pounding so hard I swear it made my ears ring. Not long after that we moved, and about a year later I heard the townhouse caught fire. Now here's where it gets even stranger. Later on I looked into the house, not because I wanted to be scared again, more like I needed to know if we were imagining things or if something had been there before us. And from what we found, a woman had died there. Not natural, not peaceful. She'd been killed, pushed down the stairs during an argument, according to what people said. Her name? Evelyn. And I still don't know how my mom knew it. To this day, I never asked her. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but when you grow up in a house where everyone survives by not poking at certain topics, you carry that into moments where you probably should ask. So I just live with it. That there was a name in my mom's mouth before we ever did any digging. That the room got cold like the house was holding its breath. That the bed moved like something wanted us to understand it could. And that in the black mirror of an old TV, a woman sat beside my mother's bed, quiet as a shadow, dressed like another era, watching us watch her. So, my daughter Maisie and I just got back from a trip to rural Virginia, and I'm still trying to fully shake it. We'd booked this little Airbnb for 6 nights, but we left after the 4th day. And I know how that sounds, like, oh, it just wasn't what you expected. But no, this was a deep, stomach-level, something is not right kind of situation. The host, Linda, had that sweet, smiling, bless your heart kind of vibe, like the classic warm southern hospitality. But even on the first night, there was this off note under it. For one thing, the door code was this long string of numbers, not even a pattern, just random. She'd clearly memorized it, but my brain didn't stand a chance. We arrived tired, unloaded the car, and I realized I'd locked us out. So, I had to walk over to Linda's house on the property to ask for the code again. She invites us inside, very friendly, and then she starts asking questions. Where we're from, how long we're staying, what we're doing in town. Normal stuff. Except, she looks right at Maisie and says, real casually, that the questions are for her and that I should let the little one answer and stay quiet. I remember blinking, like, did I hear that right? And then, on the way back, she tells us we should keep the curtains closed, even though it's safe, because we're 2 girls. Which, okay, but it was this huge private property. No nearby houses, no neighbors peeking through windows, just woods and open land. So it didn't feel protective, it felt pointed. That first night, I wrote it off. We'd been traveling forever, we were exhausted, and I kept hearing this sound in the bedroom, like a big beetle or something with a hard shell smacking into the unit on the wall over and over. Annoying, but I was too tired to care. I went straight to sleep. The second night is when it shifted. We were in bed, the house quiet, and the attached bathroom upstairs started making this faint metallic tink-tink sound, like tapping or something gently rattling. Maisie slept right through it, thankfully, but I laid there wide awake with this creeping anxiety that didn't match the situation. I kept telling myself, you're just overtired, travel jitters, you're being dramatic. But then these little things kept happening. Every time we left the rental and came back, the fan I'd left on was turned off. Every single time. Not unplugged, just switched off. And in the bathroom, there was this small extendable mirror, the only mirror in the place, really. One of those that swivels and tilts. I noticed it kept being angled downward, like aimed at a kid's height. At first, I assumed it was Maisie, but then I tilted it back up one afternoon, walked downstairs to check on her while she colored, came back up not even 10 minutes later, and the mirror was tilted down again. That was when my stomach dropped, because she hadn't even been upstairs. By the third night, I already felt like we were being watched. I didn't say that out loud, because saying it makes you sound like you've lost it. But it was in my bones. Maisie went to take a shower, and she pauses at the bathroom doorway and says, so quietly, like it's obvious, I'm closing the doors so the fireflies can't watch me. And here's the thing, Maisie is glued to me. She's outgoing, fearless, always chatting, always wanting the door cracked so we can talk while she showers. She does not close the door. So when she said that, it hit me like a cold splash. Because she was feeling it too, and she was trying to make sense of it in the only way an 8-year-old can. That night, she fell asleep fast, but I couldn't. My heart kept racing. I kept having these waves of panic, which is not normal for me. I'm not the kind of person who gets panic attacks out of nowhere. The metallic tinkering in the bathroom sped up, like someone was fussing with something. Not just one tap here and there. It sounded purposeful. Then it sounded like items on the counter were being moved around. I heard what I swear sounded like something dropping, like a cup or glass clinking against something hard. And then, this is the part that made my skin go tight. I heard the closet door across from the bed open. My suitcases were shoved right in front of it, so when that door opened, I heard it bump them. Twice. Like it hit the luggage and stopped. I didn't move. I barely breathed. And it went on. For a long time. Long enough that I stopped trying to rationalize it. Long enough that the only thought I had was, get your child out. Now. The next morning, I walked into the bathroom, and right there, on the white towel laid in front of the shower, were small, muddy footprints, like a child's footprints, coming out of the shower. They weren't there the night before. I would have seen them. And Maisie hadn't been anywhere muddy. If she had, the mud would have tracked in from the front door where we took our shoes off. There would have been prints across the floor, not just neat little wet-looking marks from the shower. I just stood there staring at them, trying to explain it away, and I couldn't. So I packed. Fast. Quiet. Smiling for my daughter like everything was normal, while my hands shook. I got us out of there and didn't look back. A couple days later, Linda messaged me, cheerful as ever, offering an extra night free on her, like it was a sweet little gift. I declined, immediately. And since we got home, I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to decide what to do with it. Do I message her? Do I leave a review? Do I just let it go? All I know is it took me days to stop feeling like something was still hovering at the edge of my life. Like, that house followed us home in my nervous system. And honestly, it scared me badly enough that I don't know if I'll ever stay in an Airbnb again.